What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, January 2nd, 2026, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Longhorns took care of business against Michigan in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. We'll give our biggest takeaways from the 41-27 victory. We've got some post-game sound from Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning, and we'll discuss what it means for the future of Texas football. Speaking of the future of Texas football, the transfer portal officially opened today. Will we see more departures for the Longhorns? We saw one last night. Will we see some additions become official today? We will preview what's to come over the next 15 days while the portal is open. We will recap the quarterfinal round of the college football playoff. Some major upsets over the last couple of days, and the Final Four is set. We also have the final weekend of the NFL regular season coming up. And, trouble in paradise. Is Bucky's girl leaving him for another man? We'll get to all of that and so much more. It is our first show of the new year. A belated happy new year to each and every one of you out there. Hope everyone had a happy and healthy and safe holiday. And we appreciate y'all starting your Friday morning with us. Happy New Year. Happy Friday, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing good, man. Same thing to you, Columbus, man. Good to be back. I know it's got to be good to be back in this type of weather that we're having here. It's just been fabulous. Lots of sun. You'll get lots of sun again today. Over the next couple of days, it's going to be sunny and nice and bright, and no snow on the ground around this place, which is I'm thankful for, for 2026. What a great start. You can have all that snow you want, all that white Christmas, and, nice New Year in your sled. You can have it all. No, thank you. I was out in shorts yesterday. It's a good thing, and it's a good year, and it was some great football over the weekend.
Yeah, I felt like I was gone for 3 weeks, and I was gone for 3 days. I mean, I was so excited to get back to my place last night. I usually don't have that. There's usually, sometimes when you get back from a trip, there's, a little bit of a letdown. It's like, back home, back to reality, back to work. I was pretty pumped to get back to my place last night.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, it's cold up there. I like the snow, but coming back to what we have weather-wise this weekend here in Austin, Texas, I will take that 10 times out of 10.
No doubt, man. No doubt. How did everything in the ceremony go? Good? Did the Buckeye fans, were they okay?
It was a morgue in that place for a while.
You see what they did? You see what those two did by being married on that day?
Oh, man. Well, it's funny because the groom was a Buckeye, but the bride was a Wolverine. So both of their teams lost. Obviously, with Texas taking out Michigan earlier in the day, the stakes not nearly as high in that one. There are some Michigan fans who are a little bit bummed out because of the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. And then, obviously, with the wedding in Columbus, just a few miles away from the campus of the Ohio State University, the groom, towards the end of the game, he addressed the crowd, as a groom typically does on his wedding night. And he's started a Fire Ryan Day chant out there.
My God.
Those are Buckeye fans, They won the national championship last year, but hey, that was last year. What have you done for me lately? Oh, you lost tonight? We got to get rid of you. So for a while, it was pretty touch and go there. But, everyone thankfully put it behind them and was able to celebrate. I think it was for the best, as that game, it wasn't that close.
No.
People kind of knew for a lot of that night that Miami was the better team than Ohio State. But
they just out-visited them. They just, as I said, they manhandled them. They threw them all over the place. The offensive line, the defensive line, they couldn't keep that defense, those two guys on the outside, off the quarterback. But their offensive line was just mauling those guys.
Yeah, that right tackle is so good. He's going to be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft here in a few months. And, it begs the question, right? It's a long time debate in sports, the rest versus rust. We've now had 2 years of this 12-team college football playoff. And the teams with the first round buys are now 1-7 in their first playoff games. Indiana, the only team to win. They had no problem with the rest. They ran all over Alabama yesterday in that Rose Bowl beatdown. But yeah, Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech, the other three teams who sat out the first round of the CFP, they all are going home.
Come on, Joey McGuire. How about a little offense?
What a showing.
That was awful. That was absolutely awful. And you felt that in like the first 15 minutes of the game. It was like, oh my God, this group is about to get just destroyed by Oregon. They somehow throwing a team all over the place and doing anything they wanted to, run game, passing game. That was not a money look, Texas Tech.
No.
You forgot to buy your offense. You bought a nice defense, but sorry.
Yeah.
Offense, you need to go get some work done on the offensive part.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? All the talk going into the game was about the Texas Tech defense, but it was the Oregon defense that was the story, pitching a shutout in that 23-0 win. So we'll talk all about all four of these quarterfinals, and we'll start to preview the semifinals.
No doubt, man. It was an awful lot. There was some good football. There was some I'm not going to call it bad football, but there was some rust, and there was some questionable decisions made throughout the game. And Miami head coach didn't have to make any because his team was just better than Ohio State, no doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. We love what you did for us in 2025. We're going to love what you do for us in 2026. And so forth, and so forth, and so we will just go on. And we do appreciate what you do for us. EMS workers, police officers, everybody that's there to help all of us. Thank you so very much, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Well said, as always, my friend. And yeah, so much football to talk about, but kind of want to dive into Texas's win over Michigan a little more before we go back into the college football playoff. Buck, your biggest takeaway: the Longhorns take down Michigan 41-27. Very entertaining game. You could tell both teams wanted to be there. You could tell both teams wanted to win. This was a 17-17 game at halftime. The Longhorns actually trailed 27-24 early in the fourth quarter, but Texas ended the game on a 17-0 run to take control and pull away from Michigan. They did it mainly on the shoulders of their quarterback, Arch Manning, who was the best player on the field for either side by far in Orlando. Your biggest thoughts and your biggest takeaways from the Longhorns finishing the 2025 season with a W?
My biggest takeaway is the fact that they've got an opportunity to build around an unbelievable young quarterback who has taken time to mature. They've done everything the right way. Some people disappointed to where Texas ended up. They own Michigan, so we know that they own that state. But I think to watch the quarterback mature, and there were people that were just going to give up on this guy and thought he wasn't very good. Just put the proper pieces around him. He now understands the offense. He understands when it's time to leave the pocket, when to go, what he can do with his feet. You know, he's throwing balls. There's still receivers that need to learn how to catch. You told me that their wide receiver coach is coming back. Maybe get to some fundamentals of some of these guys, because if they could catch the ball like we saw wide receivers do over the weekend, this dude could have had about 350 yards of total offense. Guys are just dropping simple balls. There's some things that just need to be done. If they get a potent enough run game, and you can see the run game was there. I mean, the offensive line, there were holes. I mean, there were truly holes in the run game this weekend. I was like, wait a minute, it's not the runner that's doing all these. I mean, there's actual holes that Christian Clark got a chance to go through. He's still an okay back. He's not the answer. I still don't believe he's not the answer. They don't have the answer yet. He's a nice backup to somebody that if you find one, I think you'll be okay. I think the offensive line has improved over the last month and a half of the football season, which was really surprising. I just thought they would be the same kind of group. You know, you'd have to have a dynamic running back, but they really matured a little bit. They found some guys that, as I said, there were holes, BK. That was the most surprising thing to me. There were actually holes in the run game. There weren't like the running back had to make great plays. There were some actual holes. That's why I thought if they got a really better runner, there was really big plays to be made in the run game. They made enough, but the quarterback, If you turn your back to him when he runs, you got a problem.
Yeah, he's fast,
Yes,
and
he is.
that's my biggest takeaway from the game is just Arch Manning is really good, and you need to maximize this window
Absolutely.
that you have with number 16 as your quarterback, and it's very likely only one more year that this window will be open. But he was phenomenal against a pretty solid Michigan defense that had 9 of its 11 starters from the regular season. The defensive coordinator was pretty much the only coach who was still there from the regular season. And Arch Manning with his arm and with his legs just carved up that Michigan defense. And one of the best bowl game performances we've ever seen from a Texas player. And with all the chaos going on around him, I mean, 4 running backs opting out of the game, obviously a receiver opting out of the game. And then Ryan Wingo and Emmett Mosley both going down with injuries during the game. And the drop problems and all of the opt-outs on defense, which led to some inconsistencies on that side of the football in the first 3 quarters. It kind of felt like if Texas was going to win and you had Arch Manning as your offensive player of the game during our pregame show, kind of felt like if the Longhorns were going to take care of Michigan, it was going to be because Arch had a really good day. And he did just that, Buck. I mean, he was incredible.
And it could have been it could have been even better. That's you know what?
Yeah.
And now I go back and look at the year and I'm like, what took you so long to get those young receivers in football games? There are plenty of opportunities during the course of the year to have had them in some really key games that they would have got some really meaningful snaps. There are a couple of them that are pretty good. I was like, wait a minute.
I only saw one of them. I don't know who the couple of them were because Dalen McCutcheon was the guy who.
No, he was a dropper.
Right. That was the guy who we heard the most about. He was
Right.
the lowest rated. He was the lowest rated of the 4 wide receiver signees that Texas brought in 2025.
Yeah, and I saw that in the game.
Right. But he was the guy that apparently learned the playbook the fastest and adapted to the speed of the college game the fastest. I mean, that guy played against Ohio State way back in week 1 and actually had a catch against the Buckeyes. So he plays the slot, similar position to DeAndre Moore. So it's like, okay, here's your opportunity, Dalen McCutcheon. Go make something happen. And like you said, I mean, the drops, he just 1 catch for 4 yards. He was targeted a few times and just couldn't hold on to the football.
Yeah, he looked nervous in the game. He looked like a freshman that was really nervous in a game like that against a Michigan team. They weren't great on defense, but the moment was really big for him. I mean, he played an Ohio State game. Maybe it was he didn't have time to be nervous in that game, but he looked like he had time to think about this one. And as the balls were coming to him, his hands were going sideways. And I'm like, oh, my God, dude. But the other guys who got opportunities, I thought the kid French, he's got a chance because he's got some speed. He's got a little bit of speed. And it just seemed like if those guys were so good, that recruiting class, you could have got a couple more there that needed to be prepared for that. But it was good to see them get their opportunity. I liked it. I like what I saw from there. There's a future for a couple of those dudes. The running back room, you got work because if you think you're going to make that big, tall kid Terry into a running back, you better think about that. I saw him take 1 carry. I saw him in a game for a couple plays. He looked nervous, and that's it. I mean, he's in a big-time game for his first time. He should be a little nervous. But you gave him on the ball on, I think it was a 3rd and like half yard to go. He just balled up. He turned into like a little ball, like a exercise ball, and ran into the pile and curled up. And I'm like, what are you doing, dude? They need a yard. They need you, a big, tall guy like you, to get some lean. And he curled up and fell down to the ground. Christian Clark made a big move, I thought, in that game. He's still not the guy that's going to take you. He'd be a very fine backup. But he had opportunities for some big plays. He made things happen a couple times. BK, when it wasn't there, he did a couple things on his own. But he's not a home run hitter. I saw him run right into the back of a lineman on those short yardage play too. Didn't let it develop enough. He ran right into his ass and went right down on the ground. And I'm like, come on, man, slow down a little bit. Obviously being a starter, his motor was going really fast. This is my opportunity. And damn if they didn't give him a couple of holes, And I just don't think he can crease those holes like that. He's got some power when he runs.
Yeah.
He finishes strong, but they need to go to the portal and find a guy because him with another guy, it would be a nice combo, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Christian Clark was really auditioning for the number 1 running back job at Texas next year. I think he was auditioning for the number 2 running back job at Texas next year.
Which means, where's the freshman? I mean, the guy that somebody else is leaving today, I believe.
Well, I think a few more guys are leaving today. I mean, we saw Parker Livingston, who played a bunch this year and played a bunch in the game a couple of days ago, announce that he's leaving last night. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
Darby thinks he can go make some money somewhere.
yeah, I guess so. I mean, look, Texas has a couple of good receivers coming back, and we know they're in the market for at least one more in the portal. So,
Sure.
we'll get to Livingston's decision in more depth a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, Texas is still in the market for a running back, and I don't know if Jaden Ball is going to enter the portal. I heard from a source yesterday that Ball is getting paid close to $2 million. I should say getting offered close to $2 million to stay at Florida.
I'm not leaving Florida. Even if I don't have a quarterback, you can turn around and I can get pummeled. He's one of those dudes that, we saw a couple of receivers over the weekend that they don't even have to play, just don't even play next year, and they're going. A kid from Ohio State doesn't have to play a down of football.
Right.
Just go hang out at the park and, enjoy walking around Columbus and don't even play. And that would be on my mind if I was him. I may not even show up in Austin. I may just go sit out the year and make some, and work out. He's unbelievable. They've got a couple guys I think that I saw over the weekend that could do that kind of thing. But
you don't make your NIL money if you do that. That's why you don't do that. Like, back in the day when you weren't getting paid in college, it would make sense for a guy like Jeremiah Smith to maybe sit out a year to prevent injury and just get his body right for the league. But now you don't cash in on the millions of dollars that you could cash in on. So,
yeah, I mean, once again, it depends on how much these guys have already gotten that are in their bank. Do they still are there still payments to be made?
Yeah, shit. If I get $3 million, I'm not sitting out a year.
Well, would yeah, you? I mean, if that's what they're going to give him for that last year, I'd be very careful because he's got a chance to make unbelievable amounts of money. And all he needs is one knucklehead that's ready to try to take him out, which would be difficult to do. He's such a big-bodied dude, man. He is unreal.
Good player. He's a very good player. I'd love for him
I'm just trying my best not to have him show up in Austin. I'm trying to have him go work out next year.
Yeah, bring him to Austin to play for the Longhorns, to play against Ohio State in that week.
Well, I would say somebody's going to want to come and play with Arch Manning. I got to believe there's a receiver out there, big timer, that doesn't want to go back to where he is.
Again, you got to maximize this window because the window to win is as open as it's been in a while around here because of Arch Manning. So, the priority over the next 15 days, the portal officially opens today, and it's open through January 16th. And this is sort of your only time to bolster your roster. Remember, there is no post-spring portal window this year. That's a change from 2025 to 2026. I know there is that second National Signing Day coming up in February, but number one, there aren't a lot of players who haven't signed from the high school ranks. And number two, most of those guys aren't going to help you win now. So you're focused on winning in 2026, which is what all of the talk has been about around here over the last few weeks since the win over Texas A&M way back on Black Friday. Then you've got to take advantage of what's about to happen. I mean, there's already more than 1,000 players in the portal, Buck, and it officially opened at midnight. So that number is going to go up. There's a bunch of impact players on both sides of the ball. And the hope is Texas has a plan and they are ready to go to bring in some difference makers for 2026.
Yeah, I thought they played well enough. The guys in the secondary were okay in the game. I thought the defense, I thought the defense was fine. I'm not impressed by Michigan's quarterback. Like I said, he's still got some maturing to do. Arch Manning has been around college football for 3 years. This kid's a first-year player. He'll get better, and he has all the ability to get better if they surround him with the right people. But and for this football team in general, I think an all-in is what you're looking for. But the big all-in to me is how good is the defense going to be, with a new defensive coordinator. And I just, because the guy who calls the play on offense, he's got the piece to the puzzle really at quarterback. Now, what kind of coach is he going to be? Because that team is still one of the dumbest teams in college football. I was looking for them to I gave them 8 penalties. That group ended up with 12 penalties for over 100 yards. That's the dumbest team. They do the dumbest things you can't win a national championship like that. You can't. You may be able to make it to the finals on talent, but you can't win a really, really big game. You're going to get into a big game, and those stupid penalties they get, 12 penalties in a game. Now, remember I told you, I said, I know they're going to have 12. I said, they're going to have 12 to 14 penalties. I know it's just time off. You're going to have a little bit more than you generally have because your team is dumb anyway.
They are dumb. That was also a really poorly officiated game. I mean, the refs were throwing flags on everything. Michigan had 9 penalties for 90-something yards themselves. I mean,
throughout the weekend, officials let players play. They let them hand check. They let them hand fight. Receivers, I thought defensive backs, I thought that was fun to watch. It was like, hey, go for the ball. You get it. Whatever you got to do to make the receiver not get it. They were tugging on jerseys. They were letting them play. They were grabbing arms. But guys are making great catches. But in this game, my goodness.
Yeah, not in this one.
You can't let the dummies go wild. I mean, if Sark is going to do something and be the head coach guy now, he can pay attention. He needs to pay attention to that. That can't be again.
Yeah, you've heard of girls gone wild. Now dummies gone wild.
Oh, my goodness.
What we saw in that game. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a problem all year, right? The officials were not good in the game, but anybody who watched or kept up with this Longhorn football team all year knows that the penalties were a problem from week 1. And now that the season is not officially over, obviously there's 4 teams left and 3 important games left to be played. But I just pulled up the updated penalties per game ranking in college football.
Oh no! Please don't tell me they've gone up.
The Longhorns, following their 12 infraction performance against Michigan, 135th out of 136 teams.
That's embarrassing for a team that has that kind of talent. That's okay. Now I understand why the coach made the change. That's it. That's the reason. Now he can pay more attention. That should be one of his focal points. I'm going to pay more attention to these guys grabbing and clutching and holding and doing whatever it is, because now they have a reputation. I mean, that gets to the officials. And believe me, the other head coach says, this is one of the most penalized teams in America. This is how they do this is what they do. I mean, you can't have that as one of your monikers. That doesn't go well.
8.3 penalties per game. The only team with more this season, the Rockets of Toledo.
Oh my God. They got a win too didn't they get their win?
No, they just covered. They did not win.
Covered. Yeah.
Yeah,
they're a great team because they cover.
They cost you some units. Yeah, but it's not the first year, right? Texas was 94th in the country in penalties last year, even though they played for an SEC title and made it to the semifinal round of the CFP. And they were 99th in the country in penalties in 2023 when they won the Big 12 and played in the semifinals of the CFP. So, yeah, it's a problem. It's been a problem, but obviously it got worse this year. And You're right. That's one of those things that not only do you hope change, but it's one of those things that needs to change.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the young offensive line Baker have a couple of holes. I saw him, with a vice grip on guys. You just, at one point, you have to let go. You just have to let go of the jersey. They're right they're right there where you are out there. So if you've got it, let it go. Fall on the ground. Make the guy have to come over you, but you can't take him to the ground with you.
Yep. Some offensive line penalties, some defensive penalties, some special teams penalties. I mean, look, it's some of it you could chalk it up to being down more than 20 scholarship players.
And bowl game, and it's you missed out on you've been back and forth, you've been home, you've been to practice. I mean, it's a bowl. It's a bowl game. Like I said before when we did the pregame show, I said you're going to get that anyway. They've been away from football long enough. My worry was, were they going to hit guys? Were guys going to come through the line and guys are going to pass out and faint? Well, they didn't. They struck guys. They tried to get as physical as they could get. But the dumb penalties that's coaches go crazy over that stuff. And now Sark, he's got time. Remember, he's got time now.
Right. The coach didn't go crazy enough on those penalties, clearly.
No, he did.
They were not addressed. But, yeah, I don't know, something Steve Sarkisian talked about in his post-defensive coordinator change press conference, saying he'll have more time to focus on the offense because he's going to let Will Muschamp focus on the defense. So the hope is, all right, you get an upgrade at defensive coordinator, so that'll fix the defensive penalties, and now your offensive-minded head coach can spend all of his time focusing on the offense, so that will fix the offensive penalties, and we'll figure out special teams because
we know special teams got to have a kicker because that dude who was kicking off, that looked like me in high school with a square toe trying to get the ball. He couldn't get it out of the end zone. He couldn't get it off the ground. Was that just a walk-on kicker that they just found somewhere?
Yeah, Spencer Barnett, second-year player on the team. And Texas didn't have its full complement of kickoff players, too. So, it's affected with all of the opt-outs and all of the portal departures. Some of your guys who you normally have on kickoff team were not there, so it's a different group from what you had during the 12-game regular season. So your coverage was obviously not as good. But, yeah, you'd like to find a kicker who can boot the ball out of the back of the end zone, because that continued to get Texas the other day. Michigan had short field after short field after short field because of those kickoffs.
But I did like the offensive line play. I'll say this. Those guys have come together in a way that I was thinking they just don't have enough time to do it. I know it was the whole course of the year. I should say they had a whole year to do it, and they knew who they had available. But you know what? They did a pretty good job.
Yeah. Yeah, all things considered, it did help that Michigan was without its best two edge rushers. I think
that does help with the pressure on the outside. Yeah, they had good communications, I said, and there were holes in the run game. There were actual holes to be run through.
But still, those were the only two opt-outs. Like, Texas had way more opt-outs than Michigan did in this football game. Michigan only had 3. They had 2 edge rushers and their left guard opt out. Everybody else played in that football game for them. All of their defensive tackles, their linebackers, like, that's a pretty salty rush defense that Texas was able to gash for 235 yards on the ground. Also 0 sacks. Now, some of that was Arch Manning just being Houdini back there in the pocket. It's not like the pass protection was amazing all game.
Oh, no, they flushed him the wrong way. They flushed him up the middle with nobody in the middle, and he took advantage of that.
But, yeah, it was one of the better performances of the year for the offensive line, and it's a decision that's going to be criticized until the end of time, right? Like, why did it take so long for Sark and Kyle Flood to find this 5 up front? Like, it's clearly the best 5 that they had. You go back to the losses. Week 1, I guess you give them a bit of a free pass because it's the first game of the season and you're replacing 4 starters from 2024, so you're not entirely sure what you had. But that Florida game where the offensive line was just atrocious and you're throwing out all sorts of guys at left guard and Arch Manning is running for his life and you're not running the football at all. Like, you had a bye week. That was game 5 of the season. That's obviously a game that kept you out of the playoff. Like, why were you not doing more to figure this out by then?
Yeah, I was more disappointed in the kid Baker because he had started to get a little bit better. He started to gain some experience, but he took kind of a step back in that game. I thought he was just lazy. I thought he was lazy with his feet. So he did a lot of clutch and grab. And he had a couple that they didn't call BK that they let him get away with, But once again, the officials, I told you, they want to be on TV too. They got their time, did they not?
They got their time. Yeah, Brandon Baker, by the way, the second highest graded offensive lineman for Texas in that game. Now, that's PFF grades. I trust your eyes.
I just thought he got away with some stuff, but one thing he did in the run game, he was really good. In the pass game, he got lazy feet,
Yeah. Yeah, well, the problem with that, Baker's good. Gooseby, we'll see what he says. He obviously has a big decision to make regarding his future, but we're talking about the offensive line coming together. Hey, that's great. They came together in time for a couple of those guys to leave because, DJ Campbell's out of eligibility. Cole Hudson's out of eligibility. Those are your 2 guards right there. So, at minimum, you're going to need 2 new starters up front. And I think Texas should be going after at least 3 offensive linemen in the portal. So they'll have to do some of this musical chairs and some of this, trying to figure it all out this offseason. Because, overall, more often than not, the Georgia game happened after the change, right? So it's not like it was all perfect after they found this combination of 5. Sure. They still had their struggles. So they've got to be better up front. That is a huge priority for this team for sure.
There's no doubt about it. We talk about a running back. They have to fix the offensive line going into this guy's last year. He's too good. He's too valuable. You got to protect him. He has that sixth sense right now of when to take off and go. He's truly reading the defense. He's reading the linebackers. If they're out of place, he's going to go. He's a big, strong guy. He's going to get you first downs. He's going to make your run game look fantastic. 155 yards of rushing in the game.
155.
Wow.
Buck, he hit 21.7 miles per hour on that 60-yard touchdown run. That's the fastest any quarterback has ran in college football this season. Not just the fastest Arch has run, not the fastest in bowl season, the fastest max speed any quarterback in America had this season was Arch Manning on that dagger touchdown run.
Yeah, and he gets to the corner and he beats guys to the corner. They don't trip him up. He gets around guys. That's just incredible with his speed and his size that he can get around a nimble linebacker, you know what I'm saying, or a secondary, a safety that comes up. He gets right around those dudes.
Or he'll break an arm tackle too.
Oh yeah, well you can't tackle him in the legs. You got a problem. You know, if you trip him on his ankles, he may fall and go forward for another 8 yards, but you don't just bring him down by the legs.
Yeah, he's a special talent. All right, more on Arch, more on the win over Michigan, more on what Texas needs to do in the portal. We've got some sound from Arch Manning and Steve Sarkisian as well from their post-game press conferences. But before we dive back into the Longhorns, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, be ready. It's going to be warm. Hopefully that air conditioner is going to crank back up for you. Yeah, BK was in the heat. He needed heat where he was. But right now, we don't need it. We don't need our heaters to come on yet. We just still need that air conditioning. Make sure that air conditioning system is working properly. So calling our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, close to 70 years in Central Texas. They've been doing fantastic work, whether it's heating, whether it's air conditioning, and now they do plumbing. If you got plumbing problems, if you've had the relatives over during the holidays and they've stuffed up the toilet or screwed up the bathroom or left water running, please call in our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Nobody does it better.
No, they do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Make sure you tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Check out what I have this morning.
Ooh, cherry cola.
The
nice
cherry
stuff.
cola OLIPOP.
Yeah, you need some good stuff because I'm pretty sure you weren't drinking enough OLIPOP over the weekend.
I was drinking
early in the week. I'm sorry. We're just getting to the weekend.
I know it's very confusing, right? With all the football we just watched.
It's like it's Monday.
Yeah, we had a couple of days off of work. We did our pregame show 2 days ago. Like it feels like it's Monday. There's no better feeling than a Friday that feels like a Monday because we're about to have the weekend here. But over my New Year's, it's an open bar. Like, what am I supposed to do, Buck?
Yeah, you're supposed to take advantage of that open bar.
Amen. That's what I did. But shout out to OLIPOP. Look, it's the new year. Everyone's got their resolutions. And for so many people around the world, being healthier is a New Year's resolution. It's not easy being healthy, right? Working out sucks. Eating healthy sucks. That's the beauty of OLIPOP. They make it easy because this tastes just like a cherry cola, and every OLIPOP flavor tastes just like a soda. But unlike the sodas you were drinking last year, this stuff is actually good for you. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers, words that I'm too dumb to know. I can't even get through that sentence. That's how dumb I am. But I don't know what the stuff is. I just know this stuff supports digestive health. 9 grams of fiber in every can. So if you were looking for the easiest New Year's resolution to keep in 2026, make it drinking OLIPOP. Get you some wherever you buy your groceries. It is OLIPOP.
Yeah, I would say this, BK, watching the game too, brother, that, the coverage that we saw from Texas secondary, you were going to get soft coverage. You were going to get, their corners back because they had a lot of new guys, a lot of new people there. Yep. You did not want to go in that game and have a team like Michigan beat you over the top. So I kind of understood that, let them catch and rally. I thought they rallied real well. I thought they tackled okay. It was still kind of the same. You're looking at 3rd and 12 and 3rd and whatever at times, and guys are back 14 yards. I'm like, what in the hell?
Yeah.
Get up there. Now you knew they weren't going to be press coverage. It's too soon for all of that stuff. You got to play the defense that you're used to playing, and their defense in the secondary on the corner side is moving back instead of moving up. And so you're going to get that. I mean, I think certain things you had to expect from the defense.
Excuse me, Buck. Yeah, you saw one final time why, at least part of the reason why Steve Sarkisian is making the move from PK to Coach Boom.
Yes.
Right. He didn't like the soft coverage. He didn't like the soft zone. He didn't like the, free releases that wide receivers would constantly get.
Oh my God, just get off the line free.
And, Coach Boom's been at practice with the team during bowl season, but obviously it was Johnny Nansen coordinating the defense. So like you said, just not enough time to totally change the way you run a defense. Just over a month between the Aggie game and this Michigan game.
But they were willing. They were tackling. They were willing tacklers. And I was always thinking, when you go to a bowl game like that, it's go have a good time, see Mickey Mouse and all that stuff, and head to Epcot Center and all that. Are you going to get into that game and really want to tackle? It's been a long season in the SEC. And they were willing, There were a bunch of guys willing to throw their face in there. I thought they did a good job. They did. That's a good coaching job right there, getting those guys to want to tackle.
Yeah, and part of the secondary struggles too. I mean, a lot of opt-outs, right? No Michael Taft.
Communications, you're right.
Yeah, no Michael Taft, no Manny Muhammad, who's your number one corner, no Jalen Gilbo, who was your number 2 corner for a lot of the season. So you had some new faces in there. Kobe Black got hurt during that game. So you were rotating guys in and out, and I think that contributed to some of the breakdowns.
You're probably missing 4 or 5 guys in your secondary that played all year. That's good. That's pretty good right there by them.
Yeah, and they turned it on when they needed to, right? I mean, Michigan had a lot of success in the first 3 quarters. They had 27 points in the first 3 quarters, right? 20 points, and they scored a touchdown early on in the 4th, but Texas bowed up. And, you talk about complimentary football, right? Something every coach in America talks about. The Longhorns had a 6-drive sequence in the 4th quarter where, they were down 27-24, and then they went touchdown, interception, touchdown, interception, field goal, turnover on downs. So it was the offense finding a rhythm, putting the ball into the end zone. It was the defense coming up with takeaways and 4th down stops. That's how you turn a 3-point deficit into a 17-point lead and ultimately a 17-point victory. So, yeah, the defense had its struggles. They were down 7 starters. They were down a defensive coordinator. They were down a defensive backs coach. Expected. But when they needed to step up the most, Buck, they got physical. They bowed up on the back end. And they had 3.
Your quarterback was sensational.
Right. And they had 3 interceptions of their quarterback. And, I wonder if the refs weren't such big Bryce Underwood fans. I mean, his first touchdown pass, we're really overturning that, saying that receiver got a knee or a shin or a toe in the corner of the end zone.
That was, you know what? I thought the call was good, but to overturn it was kind of that was too shaky. That shin and that toe, it wasn't like the toe hit, then the shin. The shin was almost before the toe hit came down.
Right. And all the talk, I mean, all we've heard is you have to have conclusive evidence
that was not conclusive to me.
No. So I was surprised by that. And then, Bryce Underwood's rushing touchdown where he reached the ball out and touched the pylon, he was fumbling the ball before he hit the pylon. That should have been a touchback. All the announcers and the officiating expert that they had on the broadcast, they were like, oh, that ball's coming loose. That should be a touchback in Texas's ball. Yet not enough evidence to overturn that one. We got to give Michigan this score. So, yeah, I mean, Bryce Underwood made some mistakes, but shoot, his stat line was inflated by the refs and the replay center just saying, you know what, we want this to be a good game. So, Michigan, we'll give you these touchdowns. You're welcome.
Yeah, and then they had to have their new coach in the damn press box. I had to listen to that guy for like half of the 4th quarter. I'm like, okay, say a couple words and go sit back down, will you?
Yeah, Whittingham. They had that long interview during the telecast, and Whittingham's a very good coach, but he's not the best interview. I mean, doesn't have the most personality out there. So yeah, I don't know. It's a bowl game. It's a non-playoff bowl game, so that's what you get when you're not in the CFP.
I got everything. I thought it was done well, with the exception of my expectations were, yes, they're still going to have 12 penalties. This team is dumb. Why do I think all of a sudden they're going to go away for a month and then come back and be smarter? They're not.
Buck, there's a New Year's resolution for the Texas football team. Clean up the penalties. Clean up the penalties.
Yeah, let's play smart football. There's something for you. How about a year of smart football, starting from when you start winter workouts, going over film and saying, yep, we got to clean that up. Yep, we got to clean this up. You just have to. I mean, because if you're trying to win a championship, everybody knows where you rank. All the opposing coaches, they're going to be in everybody's ear that you play against. Yeah, they do it too. I understand. As people are going to say, well, the other team, I got that. But you now have a reputation of being one of the dumbest teams in America.
Right. So maybe save some of your NIL money for the officials next year.
Now you're talking. Yeah. Not enough those AV consultation televisions. That didn't go around enough. They need more. The officials need more.
Yeah, look, the officials don't get paid a ton, right? Those guys aren't full-time employees. A lot of them have other jobs, so they could use some extra money. So I'm not saying millions of dollars. I'm saying before each game, here you go, ref. Here's a nice $10,000 check.
Oh, look at that. That's not. Put a little bit of that. Leave it in your locker.
That's chump change.
How did that get in my locker?
Yeah, anonymous tip.
My
from
goodness.
somebody. And that kind of tip, like, yeah, let's go. Whatever we have to do to get some
When
calls.
you officials go over to get a drink and you lift up the Gatorade deal, there'll be a floating envelope right there with your name on it. Pick it up, put it in your pocket, let's go.
How about that? Maybe a Foot Locker gift card. They're dressed for the
Yes.
place anyways, whatever it takes.
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot of
man.
guys I saw the boys from the Big 12 officiating group got plenty of airtime too. Your favorite guy, the head official.
Oh, Kevin Marr was
Yes.
officiating one of the games
I
yesterday.
think he may have been the Miami, Ohio State game. That may have been him.
Where did we
Or was
see
it yesterday?
Kevin
One of
Marr?
you people would know that.
Kevin Marr was at the Rose Bowl. Thank God. That was the blowout. Like, it didn't matter. The refs didn't impact the game.
No, he was. That was the group. That's where I saw that group.
Yeah. It was.
I got up early to watch the Rose Bowl parade.
You did?
Of course, I was watching the Rose Bowl parade. And my grandson over here, we were checking out all the roses, the floats. Magic Johnson was like the king of the ball or whatever they have. The Grand Marshal was Magic Johnson.
You better keep him away from the kid.
Got age.
Yeah, thank you very much, Donald Sterling. I've never watched the Rose Parade in my life.
No?
I don't even know what happens there. Is it just like the
Thanksgiving
parade?
It's the same. Yeah, it's just a big parade. That thing starts early, too. That thing starts like when the sun comes up there because a game seemed like it was on early.
It was 3 p.m. Central Time. Obviously, you had the 11 a.m. kick between Texas Tech and Oregon. Texas Tech, we're still waiting for them to show up. The game started at 11 yesterday, Red Raiders. Yeah. Not sure if y'all are aware of that.
The bus. They stayed on the bus for a little extra sleep.
I mean, it's January 1st. Like, I'm usually sleeping and or hungover during the Rose Parade, so I'm not waking up early to watch a bunch of floats and flowers. I'm out on that.
No, you're not.
Yeah, can't do that.
Joey McGuire's guys never got up.
Well, yeah, like, how great of a bowl season has this been for Texas? Obviously disappointed that the Longhorns didn't make the playoff. That's well documented, and that will never change. But, I mean, Oklahoma, A&M, and Texas Tech all collapsing in their first playoff game. Georgia collapsing in its first playoff game. Ohio State losing in its first playoff game.
Everybody can beat Ohio State. Can Texas beat Ohio State? That's the deal.
Not everybody can beat Ohio State.
Come on, man. Everybody can beat them.
They were 12-2 this year.
Their quarterback's a pick machine now. All of a sudden, he has to throw a pick that goes the other way for the last 4 weeks of the season.
Well, look, I mean, Texas, we know those teams can be beat. So you got to beat them when you get to play them.
You can actually beat Georgia.
I did enjoy watching all of those teams go down. I mean, obviously Oklahoma blowing that 17-0 lead in their playoff game, A&M failing to score a touchdown in their playoff game, Texas Tech failing to score a point. I mean, I was good enough with OU and A&M's meltdowns, but to see Tech do that yesterday, are you kidding me?
Man, oh man.
The football gods shining down.
I love the way Indiana stuck it to Bama. You know, they were looking for more points. They were about to try to run that thing into the 40s. If they would have had more time, they would have gone for it too. They looked like they were trying to roll up a bunch of points against the Crimson Tide.
That was stunning to see. I mean, I should buy into Indiana at this point, right? Like, I don't know what it is. I know what it is. It's their logo. It's who they are. I can't buy into them, but you're
going to buy into them against Oregon. They already took care of them once this year.
They're the best team that's left. Obviously, they're the highest seeded team. I mean, they were the number 1 seed going into this tournament, so it's not that hot of a take. But I mean, yeah, they had no problem with Alabama. Alabama they just existed yesterday. Like they didn't put up a fight at all.
No,
that was
That's sort of like they ended the year. They just were barely escaping. They couldn't run the ball a lick. And yesterday, they couldn't run any ball. They couldn't do a thing.
Oh my God! And Indiana is just
like I said. I'm watching three teams with their 2 played in the playoffs and 1 didn't. Yeah. Texas, Oklahoma, and Alabama without a running back just doesn't sound right.
Right? No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. And give Indiana their flowers. I mean, that is a complete football team.
Well, they got 2 running backs.
They got 2 running backs. They are so well coached. I don't know what the weakness on that team is. Like, they do everything right. Obviously, they have the Heisman winner at quarterback, but they've got great running backs. They've got a really good offensive line. They got difference makers on the outside. I mean, their defense, they held Alabama to just 3 points yesterday, forced a couple of turnovers. Bama benched their quarterback, Ty Simpson, midway through the second half. Like, I mean, Bama could not get anything going.
And is that the dude they're going to roll out next year at quarterback?
Yeah, I think so, because Ty Simpson's off to the NFL.
Yeah,
so.
that dude is going to get that coach fired unless he makes a big jump.
Yeah, it was not a very good showing by the Alabama backup Austin Mack yesterday. No. But man, the Hoosiers, just what a game by them. That was never close. And watching Indiana do that to Alabama in football is just mind-boggling to me. And it's new blood in the Final Four. I mean, Indiana's never won a national championship. Oregon's never won a national championship. Ole Miss has never won an outright national championship. Now, Miami's got the most history of any of those programs, but it's been since 2001 since they've won a title. So
yeah, and I'm not counting them out from what I saw.
No, I think any team. I mean, look, we talked about it, and it came to fruition, right? This felt like a pretty open year in college football. It didn't feel like there was a super dominant team in the country, and we felt like there were some opportunities for some other teams to maybe get in the mix here, and that has happened. So I think all four of these teams, again, Indiana's the favorite. They should be the favorite. They've been the best of the bunch, and they're the only undefeated team that's alive. But
whoever comes out of that bracket, I think, wins it, including Oregon, if they can beat Indiana. I think that's going to be the winner.
Yeah, Indiana and Oregon, those are your highest two seeds left. They play each other in one semi, and then Ole Miss and Miami. Did anybody have that on their brackets?
No, I didn't.
I mean, I had Georgia winning it all going into the playoff, and God, what a game last night that was. I mean, the back and forth between Trinidad Chambliss, one of the best stories in college football this year, was a D2 player a year ago, and he was a backup at the start of the year in Oxford. He and Gunnar Stockton going back and forth. I mean, those guys just blow for blow. It was a heavyweight fight between those two QBs last night.
See the long pass Gunnar Stockton threw and got hit. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I was surprised that dude got up after that.
Yeah.
No, and they didn't even go to they didn't, generally they like to let's go to the monitor. You hit our quarterback, you hit my quarterback too hard. Let's go talk about this. Is this targeting or not? He took it right to the chest. I said, I don't know if he's getting up after that, because I could see that guy coming. I said, he's going to let this go, but he's going to get punished for it. Boy, that dude can take a hit.
Yeah, and revenge for Ole Miss, of course, who lost to Georgia in the regular season. And Ole Miss, they had a lead in the fourth quarter in that regular season game. And Trinidad Chambliss, and really just everybody on Ole Miss, they collapsed in the fourth quarter. They did the exact opposite of collapsing in the fourth quarter yesterday, outscoring Georgia 20-10 to overcome a deficit and get that win. A weird ending.
Their back is a difference maker at Mississippi. That guy, he's long. He makes guys miss. And when you have to tackle him, he's always going forward. He's one of those leaners that gets you like 3 yards on contact. I mean, he just reaches out and he goes another yard and a half or so. He looks tall. And I don't even know if he's that tall. I mean, is he 6 foot or is he 6'2"?
5'11"?
Yeah, I mean, but he runs really tall.
Yeah, he's a great player. Kawan Lacey, he's actually from Dallas. Started his career at Missouri, transferred to Ole Miss this year.
He wasn't even playing, I heard, at Missouri.
Yeah, didn't play at Mizzou. I mean, had 23 carries as a freshman in 2024. Transfers to Ole Miss and about 23 touchdowns and counting. Man. Second in the country for Lacey, who had 2 of them yesterday.
He was missing at the end of the year for them. He was hurt, and now he's healthy again.
Yeah, he's a really good player. And obviously, Ole Miss doing this without Lane Kiffin. That's the big story. Who left. It's the best team Ole Miss has had. He said that before the playoff. This is the first time they've ever made the playoff. And Lane Kiffin, the controversial decision to leave. Obviously, Ole Miss said he could not coach in the CFP. And Pete Golding, who's not the interim coach, by the way, he is the permanent full-time coach for Ole Miss, and he will be the guy beyond this season. What a start to his head coaching career with 2 playoff wins, including the upset over Georgia.
Now I wonder what some of that offensive staff there was, thinking someone may be headed to LSU even before this next game. He may have got them off to a good start and may be gone. I wonder how many of those guys that Golden is talking to about, hey, you want to stay? Here's how much money we can pony up.
Well, most of them have already signed contracts with
They
LSU.
have. They've actually
Yeah.
signed with LSU.
Yeah. So they're going to coach, the rest of the playoff with Ole Miss. But when the run is over, they'll all be. I don't know about all
Yeah,
of
but
them.
Lane Kiffin is the guy I'm thinking to pull a rug out of him, give him that little bit of pressure. Hey, we need you. We're in recruiting. We're in the portal. We need you back here. I wonder if they're going to be able to go. Well, it's only a week from now that they play. It's not like it's a month from now.
Right. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it would be a very Lane Kiffin thing to do.
Wouldn't it be him to say, "I need you on the plane"?
Yeah.
After the game, we got to do some things. We got to meet as a staff here. I need you for this staff meeting. Wouldn't that be just like him to say, here by Saturday, on Sunday, we're having a meeting? Well, I'll say, yeah, okay, Lane, fine. You go, that private jet you've been flying in, send it to pick me up. I'll be at the airport.
Yeah, I think that's happening. I mean, I think, Charlie Wise Jr., who's the offensive coordinator,
Right.
who took the LSU job and is still coaching Ole Miss right now. Like, I think he's recruiting for LSU. He's going to be coming up with a game plan for Ole Miss to try to beat Miami next weekend, and also probably having conversations with some players in the portal to try to get them to go to LSU.
Trying to get a quarterback, yeah.
It's just a bizarre situation. It's been a pretty bizarre year. It's a bizarre time in college football.
Chambliss does he have eligibility too?
Yeah, I think so.
2 more years, right?
No, definitely not multiple years. I think he could play one more year. Actually, I don't know. I know he was trying and fighting to play for one more year. I don't know if there's ever been a ruling about his.
Well, he can get another one, but he can't get 2. I mean, the second one would be a 5th year.
Well, he's 23 years old, Buck.
Oh,
He started playing college football in 2021. This is his 5th year of college football, as it is. So I think he's one of those guys who's fighting to try to get eligibility for the 2026 season. Maybe someone can correct me and correct us on that. But
well, I don't think it'll be at Mississippi.
Yeah, they're gonna have to pony up if.
Yes, they will, and somebody will pony up to get that dude.
Yeah, and what a game! And Kirby Smart. Look, Kirby Smart's bold. I mean, the fake punt was incredible, right? That decision and that execution when the momentum was starting to flip Ole Miss's way. Georgia calls a fake punt on like a 4th and 5 from deep in their own territory. They get it. They end up kicking a field goal on that drive to extend their lead. But a little bit later in the game, he went for it on another 4th down, left his offense on the field deep in Georgia territory. They didn't get it. And Ole Miss turned that into a touchdown, and that helped the Rebels get a win. So Kirby Smart feels like he has the Midas touch more often than not in those big moments. He got a little too greedy, and it cost his team yesterday.
That fake punt was awesome.
Fake punt was awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's just what he does. Texas, unfortunately, has seen that from Kirby Smart. Feels like he dials those up at the best possible times, and that one really worked. But again, the turnover on downs, just a very interesting decision for Kirby Smart yesterday. And credit Pete Golding. I mean, he outcoached the best coach in America yesterday. And it's just crazy that teams with the first round bye are now 1-7 in the college football playoff. Maybe that just shows how good Indiana is, that they're able to overcome the rust from not playing for like a month. But I thought Georgia and Ohio State.
They got really good fundamentals, and leverage and everything else. They just have it.
They're so well coached. They are so well coached. I mean, it's already the best turnaround in college football history. Indiana's, when Kurt Cignetti got there, they were the losingest program in FBS history.
That's right.
And so the fact that they made the playoff last year was already remarkable. And then they follow it up with the Big Ten title and a playoff this year. Like, that's enough. But now they're 2 wins away from a national championship. And Cignetti was talking about how good of a movie their story would be. He's absolutely right. The longtime loser turning into a champion. I mean, that's made for Hollywood stuff right there.
Dude, those people are so out of their minds just to be at the Rose Bowl.
Oh, my God.
You're a Big Ten team, and you're at the Rose Bowl before all of this took place. That's just the place that you want to be. That was unbelievable for them.
That was Indiana's first bowl win. Just any bowl, not playoff or BCS. Their first bowl win since 1991. I wasn't alive in 1991. They won the Copper Bowl that year. It's not a thing anymore. They beat Baylor 24-0.
Oh, yeah.
Baylor, of course, in the Southwest Conference at that time. It was the last bowl win of any kind for Indiana before yesterday, and they win the freaking Rose Bowl, and they are in the Final Four. Amazing.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Yeah,
That was kind of fun to watch. A team just coached so well, the way they played.
I mean, I think anybody who doesn't root for the Crimson Tide was rooting for that yesterday.
Yes. My goodness.
You like the close games, of course, the epic finishes, but anytime a team like Alabama can get blown out like that, that's kind of fun.
They blew them out, too.
When it happened by Indiana, like, whew, that's even better. Icing on the cake right there. So there you go. We'll talk more about the playoff in hour two. Obviously, more on Texas's win over Michigan. We've got some sound from the head coach, some sound from Arch Manning. We'll talk about the Longhorns portal plans. A bit of a surprise. I think Longhorn fans on a high with that win on the 31st, but kind of brought back to reality last night with the Parker Livingston transfer news. We'll get into that in a moment. But first, Buck, before anything else, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, I've been searching for the right support for my back for years and years, and I've found it now for years and years, thanks to our friends over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise. And my back couldn't be happier. Now, you can transform your life and your routine by heading over to Relax the Back. They've got the great massage chair, the zero gravity recliners, adjustable mattress sets, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, and two great locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Find an accessory that's going to help you feel great in 2026 at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back, and also love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you are in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, how about that for a New Year's resolution? Check out our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And of course, the day for me to go on over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. I'm going to have breakfast over there, BK. I'm going to get there and have myself a short stack with some migas. And I'm going to pour it down with a nice glass of orange juice. Hey, with ice. I want you to waste the ice on me. But if you want to have a great meal, they're open from 7 to 3. They're not open for dinner. They're open for, you can have lunch at brunch or brunch at lunch. You can have whatever you want. Burger, if you want to have a cheeseburger early in the morning, you can. And everything is quality foods, locally owned and operated by the group that Jack Allen's and, of course, Salt Traders. That place is fantastic. What a great place to have breakfast. Plus, if you want to get that mimosa to start out your new year, you can have the mimosa there if you like. You could have had that at 7 a.m. if you'd like to, but I'm going short stack and migas this morning. The big man's going to get big. Starting is on the 2nd. That's right.
You think you can house both of those things?
No, you and I had a little breakfast at Jim's the other day, and I saw the migas plate that they threw at you. I'm like, there is no way. Did you finish that entire plate?
Oh, yeah.
No problem.
No problem.
I looked at that. I said, I can't. That's just too much. The whole plate is like, from every corner, there was stuff like hanging off the corners. It was packed. And I need one that's just a little bit more compact, especially if I'm going to do a short stack with that.
I was going to say, like Daymaker, they don't skimp on the portions now.
No, they don't skimp on the portion. They don't, definitely with the pancakes. But then again, when I say short stack, generally I'll have one pancake the size of a plate and call it quits.
Boom.
And that's it. But man, Daymakers, they've got some great food, great drinks, great atmosphere. They're big time Longhorn folks over there. They're also big time. They love baseball over at Daymakers. Got a group of management over there that love the baseball team. So hopefully we continue doing our work with Daymaker's Half Day Cafe.
Yeah, great smash burger too. Check
that out.
Yeah,
you're a big burger guy there. Yeah.
Oh, and everyone's trying their hand at a smash burger these days. Not everybody should be trying their hand at a smash burger these days, but Daymaker, man, one of the best in the city, no question. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Altstadt Beer.
They're the best.
The best beer that you could find in the great state of Texas. And look, New Year's resolutions, you're going to be drinking beer in 2026. All right. But Here's what separates Altstadt from some of the other beers that you were drinking last year. Altstadt is brewed without preservatives, without additives, without any sugars. Like Altstadt beer actually has an expiration date. Some beers you can keep in your fridge for 15 years and there's so much crap in there that it's not going to go bad. And if you want to be putting that in your system, be my guest. But when you do, you're going to be feeling a lot worse later in the day or the next day. With Altstadt, you don't have that because it's brewed cleanly without those unnecessary ingredients. But more importantly, the taste. That's why we like beer. The taste of the beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And a lot of their beers are award winners. So it's not just me, some guy on a podcast telling you about the greatness of Altstadt beer. People who get paid to drink beer for a living. What a job that is. They are heaping the praise of Altstadt. Our job is easy. We just go to the store and buy it and drink it and enjoy it. Get you some for your weekend coming up. Beautiful weekend here in Central Texas. Whatever you have going on, make sure you accompany your good times with the greatness that is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And of course, our friends over at St. Patrick since 1975, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. Tons of Texas-themed gifts and items, books, the whole works. And I'm sure Jay will have some sales that he had gear in 2025 that he's ready to get rid of because the new 2026 hats and caps and polos are going to be coming out very soon at St. Patrick's. Plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. And no, Jay, I did not like seeing Lane Kiffin holding the hands of my girl. I'm very upset about that. So I will not be attending her basketball game when she comes here. No, I'm not. I'm upset. I'm very hurt. She's got a lot of nerve holding hands with that little twerpy guy. He's a little man. I'm the big man. She's walking around holding hands with that dude. And that guy's slick. She better be careful. That guy, he's kind of handsy, so she needs to be careful. But our good friends, we love them over at St. Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. For more information. By the way, my grandkids love the gear that they got. Little jackets, some hoodies for Christmas. I got them that. Jelly cats, the whole works. For more information, go to stpatrick.com. But no, I'm not happy with her.
Texas women's basketball, they took care of Missouri yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They will play at LSU on January 11th, so 9 days from now. That's a top 5 matchup as it stands in women's college hoops. But the return trip to Austin for Kim Mulkey, your girl, and LSU, Thursday night.
Hey, maybe she's not my girl.
February 5th. That's your chance to get her back. You're just going to let her go? You know what? I cut this up because we have to show the people here, all right? Obviously, Lane Kiffin, the new head coach at LSU. Kim Mulkey, been the head coach of the women's basketball team at LSU for a while. Here they are yesterday, walking out onto the court before LSU's women's game because they ain't playing in the playoff right now. Here they are hand in hand, holding hands, Buck. Kim Mulkey.
Look at that dude walking around with a T-shirt on with his man breast. I mean, really? Come on, dude.
Oh, come on. He's rocking a T-shirt and jeans. He's not working. He's just there as a fan.
Come on, booby man. Get out of there.
He's got the V-neck going, the V-cut on the white T-shirt, blue
She's taller
jeans.
than he is.
She's probably rocking some heels. Is she rocking some heels in this game? You know, she usually dresses to impress, and it was New Year's Day, so you know she's pulling out all the stops there.
Of course. I mean, last time, she's kind of flirty anyway. Remember when Ed Orgeron was the head coach? She was flirting around with Brutus, the Buckeye-looking dude, too.
She was hooking up with a mascot?
Well, no. I mean, Ed Orgeron looks like Brutus the Buckeye. Yeah.
With Ed.
Yeah.
Oh, man. This has to hurt you. No, this is your girl holding hands with another man's. Pointing at him, pumping up the crowd.
Oh, lifting his arm up.
You know.
Can't
That
wait.
doesn't bother you. That's your crush right there with someone else.
She better be careful. He already has he's been in that part of the country. He's got 3 crushes by now, at least. You know that.
Well, Kim Mulkey is way too old for the Lane train.
You think so? Oh, yeah. He deals in youth, doesn't he?
Yeah. Why do you think he left Ole Miss? It has nothing to do with the opportunity. He needs a new crop of co-eds to go after.
Because it's Ole Miss. That's why.
Joey Freshwater making a comeback in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh, my God.
Come on, man.
That guy, wait till he gets in everybody's household selling his gear.
Yeah, he'll be selling something to the moms, that's for sure.
Yes.
Oh my God. February 5th, just over a month. LSU at Texas at the Mood. It's your opportunity, Buck.
I'll send her a little email today and say I wasn't pleased about that.
All right. Well, that's let her know that you'll be showing up in a month with what, flowers, chocolates? What do you got?
I got her. Hey, since I saw the rose parade, I got her a couple dozen red roses.
There you go. I like that. A couple dozen red roses. Oh, that'd be so great if you try to rush.
She's starting to look like she's too easy, though.
Oh,
yeah. She's
Because
giving her hand to Ed Orgeron, Buckeye-looking guy, Brutus the Buckeye, and now to this twerpy-looking guy.
I don't remember her doing this with Brian Kelly. She must have been kicked out by that dude.
Yeah. How come she didn't bring him on the court?
Brian Kelly killed a kid, so maybe that's why she didn't want any part of that. Oh my gosh! So there you go. There's some fun for a Friday morning for you.
Man, oh man,
that's awesome. All right, so we'll get back into the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl in a moment, but another Texas football nugget from the last couple of days. Again, I felt like Longhorn fans were riding a high because of that win on December 31st, but it didn't take long for reality to hit because last night it was reported that wide receiver Parker Livingston going to enter the transfer portal.
Dartmouth is going?
Dartmouth is going. Bit of a surprise. Again, I mean, he played a lot in the Michigan game the other day, played a lot for Texas this season. He was fourth on the team in catches, third on the team in receiving yards, second on the team behind only Ryan Wingo in receiving touchdowns in 2025. But he is headed to the portal, Buck, and Arch Manning meets himself a new roommate.
Yeah, well, I think he feels that somebody will give him a hunk of change going into his last year because, whether he's an NFL player or not, that's yet to be determined. He has an opportunity to go into a last year making more cash than he's going to get at Texas.
Last year, Buck, he was a redshirt freshman this year. He's got 3 years left.
2 years left. 2 years. Yeah, well, he can go make some money. I think he thinks he can go make some coins somewhere else. And he's probably at a point here where it's only going to get to be so much, right?
Yeah.
I would think he's Arch Manning's roommate. People will think that's plenty. You're that guy's roommate. You're being taken care of. Somebody's taking care of you with something, but you're not going to break our bank. And he figures he can go somewhere and make some more money.
Right. Well, it's college football in 2026 now, right? Like I thought Parker Livingston was going to be a 4-year guy at Texas and felt like he was already a fan favorite. I thought he was going to become even more of a fan favorite and make some big catches and be a part of some big wins during his time on the 40 acres, and all things for Parker Livingston are going to be so good that guy's never going to have to pay for a beer again in Austin after his college
He's looking
career.
for more than a beer.
But that's not how college football works. It's obviously easier to transfer now than ever before. And with NIL money out there, it's easier to cash in than ever before.
He can definitely be number one down at Texas State.
Yeah, well, I think that's the bigger part of this decision for Parker Livingston is think about the Texas wide receiver room, Buck. I mean, by all accounts, you've got Ryan Wingo coming back.
Yeah,
he's better and higher on the depth chart than Parker Livingston. Emmett Mosley is coming back.
Yeah.
He's better and higher on the depth chart than Parker Livingston. We've spent ample time the last couple of weeks talking about Texas looking for a high-impact transfer receiver in the portal.
Sure.
After DeAndre Moore decided to depart. So assuming Texas is able to get that guy, which I feel very strongly that they will, that's 3 guys right there who are better than Parker Livingston, who are going to be ahead of him on the depth chart in 2026.
And we know how they love their 3 guys.
Right. More often than not, Steve Sarkisian's offense has at most 3 wide receivers on the field at the same time. And you could argue Parker Livingston was the 4th on the depth chart this year. And again, he still put up pretty good numbers. He was a pretty important part of the passing game, but he's thinking at best, he might be the number 4 wide receiver next year. And if he goes the G5 route, he might be able to be a number 1, but he could go to another Power 4 school and be a top 2 or 3 guy.
Or he better watch the school he picks because they better have a quarterback that can get the ball to him. This way, if he were to come back, I think he would be a part, BK, of whatever the top 3 is. He'd be in that group. He'd be in that grouping that the head coach would trust. He could make plays. And as you said, but if it's about making money, somebody would come out of their pockets for this kid to stick around. They got to have some money available. You can't let a guy like this just walk. And they look like they're feeling pretty good about him walking. But who knows? Things could change.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd be very surprised if Parker Livingston is coming back. I mean, we don't see it. I don't know if we've ever seen it in the Steve Sarkisian where a guy enters the portal and decides to return to Texas. It's usually like, you tell us you're leaving, then all right, you're leaving. Thank you.
Well, generally when those guys talk about leaving, they already have one or two schools that have offered more than what you have to offer to them.
Yeah.
They need to have a quarterback that can help you out, or you're just going there to get pummeled. Who the hell wants to do that?
Well, again, I mean, I think Parker Livingston wants to play. Money's probably a part of this too, but I think he wants to play. And again, I just gave you 3 receivers who are better than him.
I think he would see the field enough to have people think that he's a big part of the passing game. I think he was this year. I don't think that would change. Well, I mean, I don't think it was. I mean, he's still a young wide receiver. I think he would get better, and I think he'd be more involved in this passing offense. And we'll see what they get in the portal. We'll see what they get in the portal, I guess. But somebody's offered him something.
Of course. Yeah, I think he's had back channel conversations, or his agent has had back channel conversations with some other teams, so he's not going into the portal completely blind. But I think he did enough at Texas this year to where he's going to get opportunities, plural, elsewhere around college football. So we'll see where he ends.
He's probably going to call from the Texters that got a lot of money, and they need to score points.
Right? Yeah.
He's had a few touchdowns.
How about 1 touchdown, Texas Tech?
Oh,
how about a field goal? How about something? Can you do something? Hey, Baron Morton, don't throw it to the other team in the end zone. Throw it to your team in the end zone, dude. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Parker Livingston is like going to end up at a super great school, but again, I think he'll get Power 4 opportunities, and you wish him the best of luck. I'm with you. I mean, I do think he would have been a contributing piece in the Texas pass game next year. But again, the 3 guys I talked about, I liked what I saw from Khalil Lockett the other day. Obviously, you'll have Dalen McCutcheon and Jamie French going into their second years. You brought in another 5-star athlete who's likely to play wide receiver with Jermaine Bishop. It's just a loaded wide receiver room that Texas has right now. And
yeah, but Dartmouth ain't afraid of that.
Well, it's clearly he is. If he wasn't afraid of that, he would stick around.
I can't believe his roommate hadn't talked him into staying. And they could play. There's a lot of catchy catch to be played.
Someone out there, some dumbass out there, is putting together an article right now. Maybe it was already released since this news dropped last night. Putting an article that says, what's wrong with Arch Manning? He must be a bad roommate. He must be a bad leader. He must be a bad person. I mean, his roommate is transferring. Thought that guy was supposed to be his best friend on the team, and he is leaving.
Yeah, why is that?
Trouble with QB1. Some idiot out there is writing that right now. You know it. But, yeah, I mean, I wonder, how does this impact Texas's plans in the portal? We knew they were going after 1 wide receiver. Are they now going after 2 wide receivers? Because 2 of their top 4 have left from this year.
Yeah, I think they feel good enough about their young guys now. It took them to the end of the season and a month of practice to figure out they're not bad. Those 5-stars aren't bad. We actually can coach them up once we get them to be able to catch. And the McCutcheon kid who played in the first game, who's now I can't call him. I don't want to call him Hammer Hands because I just think he just looked nervous.
You keep saying receivers. Like there's only one of those young guys who played well against Michigan, and that was Khalil Lockett. Like he had 2 catches for 35 yards and a touchdown. Dalen McCutcheon.
Yeah, but I think they're going to let those guys. The other guys. They're just going to during the spring. They're going to let them loose and get them ready to play ball. It's not going to be one of those. Oh no, we've made a mistake with these 5-stars. They're going to get them in position that they'll be ready to play next year. That's why if they don't go get a great one, that's why I'm thinking if you keep Livingstone here, I think that'd be okay. But you got to find a way. I said maybe he will change his mind. Who knows?
Well, I think they're getting a great one first and foremost, but I'll ask the question to you. I mean, we've spent some time this morning talking about the importance of winning in 2026, right?
Yeah.
Maximizing this window with Arch Manning. Are you okay just saying, I hope these receivers take a jump in year 2?
Yes, I would be. I would be okay with. I would be okay if Parker was. If he were staying, I would be okay.
Not Parker. Parker's not staying. Remove Parker from the equation.
Remove him.
Right? I'm talking about Lockett,
No,
McCutcheon, and French.
No. You got to go. Still, you got to go find. You got to go find a great one if you can, but you have to go find a consistent one too. I mean, it's a guy who can actually catch the ball.
My question is, do you find 2? They're finding 1. There's no doubt they're finding 1.
I don't know if you go find 2. I need to go get that running back.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting both. You're not
I'm
just
not getting 2 receivers and a running back because I still need to get 25 offensive linemen.
Right. Well, they could get 2 receivers and 2 running backs if they wanted to. I don't think that's out of the question. Now, did Christian Clark do enough against Michigan to show that he can be your RB2 next year? Maybe. But I don't think it's out of the question that Texas brings in multiple receivers and multiple running backs.
Well, you need multiple running backs because I think somebody else in that room is getting out of here too.
Don't forget, the scholarship number is increasing from 85 to 105.
Right.
You've already lost 4 running backs. If 1 more leaves, that'd be 5. So you only signed 2 freshmen. You just need bodies there.
Yeah, they need to find 2 running backs. They need to find one that's a starter and one that's either your backup or behind the backup if somebody gets hurt, because they get hurt here.
Yeah. And
I'll tell you one thing Christian Clark did in the game that I like. He will protect the quarterback. He will stick it when a blitzer comes. He's got a big body, and he's got pretty good technique. I mean, I saw him get run over once, but I saw him stick his face in there a couple times when they brought a linebacker, and he does the right thing. He doesn't stand back and catch the blows that's about 3 feet from the quarterback. He meets you before the pocket. He will run into the line, and if that's his linebacker coming, he will step up in there where he can take the linebacker and throw him across people's legs and arms and everything else. A lot of young running backs, the guys will wait in the backfield, BK, where they're like 2 yards from the quarterback, and then the linebacker will run them over right into the quarterback.
Yeah.
He does step up. He goes. He knows when they're coming because he's got a big enough body that he doesn't have – the guys don't have these clean runs when they run guys over. I saw the guy in the Miami game. I saw the young running back, Bo Jackson from Ohio State. When the Miami linebacker came, he waited. He took 1 step up and was going to catch the guy like 3 feet from the quarterback. And this Miami linebacker drove his knee into his chest and ran smooth over him. Oh, my God. Oh, he got right to the quarterback in 1 step. When he hit him, he went backwards, flat on his back, and the guy was right in the legs of Sand, right in his lap. I'm like, no, dude, you better, if that's your guy, you better go run and meet him halfway. You can't catch. And all those guys from Miami were mean.
Physical, man.
Wow.
Physical. You went in the trenches, you're going to win the football game.
Holy
shit. Miami did that against Ohio State. Texas did that against Michigan. I mean, Indiana did that against Alabama. Oregon did that against Texas Tech. Like, that's usually how it goes. The team that wins on the line of scrimmage finds a way to win the game.
Still surprised that Alabama lost their physical edge like that. Man.
Yeah, and they are ready for Kalen DeBoer to leave already.
Oh, they must be after him again.
Of course.
That was so embarrassing.
You knew it would happen. Like, they beat Oklahoma. They won a playoff game. You would think that'd be enough to maybe cool his seat. But then you follow it up with the worst postseason loss in school history.
And you throw that other quarterback in there, and that's your future. It's like, wow.
Yeah, not great. Not great there.
You can go, their wide receiver, the young guy who's just a sophomore, you can go try to get him.
Yeah, here's the problem with it. Do you want Ryan Williams? Because then you have 2 Ryan W's who drop passes all the time.
Yeah, I'll take a chance that he'll get better catching the ball. I just know that guy was unbelievable as a freshman. That slump he had just this year, I don't know if does that carry through, or is he just that talented enough to overcome that? Because when he catches it, he's special. Maybe in this type of offense, he'd be special. Because am I trusting Ryan Wingo to be the hands guy? I saw him go up and catch a touchdown with his hands. I trust that he'll get better. Chris Jackson is sticking around, but
I don't.
Yeah, but I like Ryan Williams. Yeah, I'll take that chance.
Well, I don't think Ryan Williams is leaving, first and foremost. I think
He makes too much money there.
Yeah, I think he said a couple of days ago that he's sticking around. Now, look, that could change. We see athletes all the time say they're not leaving, and then they end up
did see
leaving.
that quarterback play that he's got coming back at him for another year.
Right. Yeah, I just, Ryan Wingo was second in the SEC in drops this year, behind only Ryan Williams at Alabama. So he's a supreme talent, obviously. 5-star recruit, burst on the scenes as a freshman, but he had some drop problems last year too. It's just he did so many other good things that people didn't talk about him very much.
It's like Ryan Wingo. They make such big plays.
Yeah, but this year, I don't know. If you're going to go spend big money on a wide receiver, which I want Texas to do, I'd rather bring in a guy who can catch the ball consistently.
Yeah, that does help when you're a wide receiver.
And that's the thing, like with Ryan Wingo, as we, continue the wide receiver conversation.
Yes.
Like I want Ryan Wingo back. Don't get me wrong. But in a national championship or bust kind of year, which is what 2026 will feel like for a lot of Texas fans.
You need a lot of catches. You need them to catch the ball.
Can you trust that guy to be your number one receiver? You can have him on your team. Don't get me wrong. I'm second team all SEC. Led Texas in every receiving category this year. He is a very good player. But can you trust? Can that guy be your most reliable weapon on offense if he can't catch?
Even after this game, I would say if you can find one that can be more consistent catching, you go look for him. Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's reliable. He's reliable enough because of the explosive plays and the big play things that he does. But to win a national championship, he's going to have too many drops.
Right. So that's it. So if you're Texas, I would have said this before Livingston entered the portal. Now I think there's even more of a need for you to go bring in a high-impact wide receiver. Maybe two. You're not going to get two of like the top three wideouts who are in the portal. I don't think that's realistic. But I think you need to get one big-time fish. Cam Coleman's obviously the guy that every Longhorn fan has their eye on. But you got to get one of those guys at the top of the heap and then potentially, a middle wide receiver out of the portal who, you wouldn't bring in here just to be a bench guy. You'd bring in here to actually contribute.
I mean, and if you're a receiver and what you saw of Arch Manning, you can just sit down and watch some film the later half of the season and say, yeah, man, I like to catch balls from that dude.
Yeah. And you're also looking at the wide receivers drop everything and you're like, well, shit, I don't do that. I actually catch the ball. So I'm going to get the play there. So, right. I mean, I think, look, money talks for a lot of recruits. Money is the number one thing that matters, and they'll just go play for the highest bidder. But if these guys, if some of them are thinking about their futures, being a receiver at Texas with Arch Manning as your quarterback puts you in prime position to set yourself up for long-term success.
Yes, it does.
So
there's no doubt. You're right about that.
I hope that matters for Cam Coleman or, insert portal receiver here. But think about all the money that's opened up. I mean, this is a difference from what we've seen in the past few off seasons, right? Texas has lost quantity in recent years, but they haven't lost the quality of player that they've lost. Livingston off the books, DeAndre Moore off the books, Wisner, Baxter, LaFau. These guys, they cost money last year. And they would have cost money next year or this year. And now you've got some more money to spend on some big-time players so you can get in these bidding wars if you need to.
That'd be interesting to see where Trey Wisner ends up.
Yeah. Maybe we find out today. And again, it's official. The portal is officially open. We've been talking about guys entering for a month now, but today's the day they actually officially enter the portal. And this is the first day where they can actually pick their next school. The portal's open for the next 15 days. After, guys don't have to commit and sign in the next 15 days. They can do that after January 15th, but you've got these next 15 days to enter the portal. Already more than 1,000 players in it, and there will be more. Last year, there were more than 3,000 players who hit the portal, Buck. There were 2 windows last year, so we'll see the changes this year. But, more are coming is the point I am trying to make.
Yeah, you need to secure some things, your special teams. You need to get your punter and kicker and some other things, too, that you have to have, because that dude that was kicking off the other day, that walk-on status or whatever the hell that was, he was kicking off, man.
Yeah, and you had good kick, like Mason Shipley hit a 51-yarder in that game. and a 43-yarder, right? 2 for 2. Nice end to his short Texas career, but he's gone. So you need a new place kicker. You need a new punter because the Aussie, Jack Bomeister, is out of eligibility. So you got to go find those guys, and a kickoff specialist too. Now that you've got those extra scholarships, you can, you don't need to find a kicker who can be a kickoff specialist. You can find one place kicker and one kickoff specialist if you need.
Yeah, because the lefty that left us wanted to be, he not only wanted to be a kickoff specialist, he wanted to go ahead and kick field goals. And did he end up doing that anywhere?
Will Stone? No, I mean, he left.
He's got to wait till the season was over and do it this year, right?
Yeah, I mean, he left midway through this season, so he couldn't play anywhere else. He left when he did to preserve his red shirt, so he's got an extra year of eligibility.
Because no matter where he goes, he'll be, if anything, he'll still be a kickoff specialist. They will have had to pay him for wherever he went.
Right. Yeah, I think he wants to kick, like not just be a kickoff specialist. I think he wants to be a place kicker. He was one of the higher-rated kicker recruits out of high school a few years ago. But, I guess wasn't better than Bert Auburn and wasn't better than Mason Shipley. So he didn't get his chance at Texas. But, yeah, I think the Longhorns will be going after a bunch of specialists in the portal as well. Obviously, linebackers and offensive linemen and running backs and wide receivers and defensive backs and a defensive tech. We're going to see a lot of activity for Texas. And I think some news will start to drop throughout this weekend.
Yeah, this is definitely an all-in. And once again, as we talk about these specialists, they have to have offensive linemen. I thought the defensive line, I in that game against Michigan, boy, they were stout at the point of attack again. Because I thought Michigan would have, a little bit of its way against the defensive line without the linebackers. But they still play really. They piled them up inside again. They had a couple runs, but they didn't gash them like I thought could happen because, guys have been away from the game and they didn't want to tackle. I thought they were played physical. They get after him a little bit. Still got to get those linebackers, BK, inside.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue it was Texas's worst rushing defensive performance of the year. And again, you're down 7 starters. You're down your top 3 linebackers. You're down your best edge run defender.
I don't know if their best running back played.
No, and Justice Haynes and Jordan Marshall did not play.
But Jordan Marshall, I thought he was supposed to play in that game, and he didn't play.
I did too. I think most people did think he was going to play, and he did not. So, yeah, Michigan was down a couple of its running backs on offense, and they had some success on the ground. Look, Texas had a top 10 run defense in America this year. They gave up less than 100 yards per game on the ground during the regular season. They got hit a little bit for $174 in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
They also had a running quarterback that was a part of their run game.
Russ Underwood made some things happen with his legs. So, yeah, look, I was impressed. I mean, Ty Anthony Smith, I thought, had a hell of a game. He was the best defensive player for Texas. 2 interceptions, including that great toe tapper along the right sideline. Led the Longhorns with 9 tackles. I mean, we got to see a lot of Ty Anthony Smith during the season, but this was the first time he was the guy at linebacker. And not only was he the guy there, he was the guy on the Longhorn defense. So you feel great about number 26 being a leader and one of the better players on Will Muschamp's defense in 2026. Bo Barnes, I thought, did some good things in his first real college action. But, yeah, linebacker is very close to the top of the wish list for Texas in the transfer portal. They just need bodies with all that they are losing back there.
For sure.
But, yeah, to Anthony Smith, a great day for him. And then Bo Barnes had a sack in that football game, too. So, cool moment. His first career sack, hopefully first of many as a Texas Longhorn. All right.
You were some of the news that Chris Jackson is coming back.
Yes, Chris Jackson will be back. It was reported that he agreed to a 2-year contract to remain the wide receivers coach at the University of Texas.
Will he work on some fundamentals for his guys like catching the ball as wide receivers?
Yeah, look, and just looking on Twitter, and I know that's not always the best place to look, but a lot of Texas fans were not real happy with this announcement that Chris Jackson is returning. And I thought Jackson did a tremendous job in 2023 and 2024. I thought the receiver play at Texas those 2 years was some of the best in the country. And, Jackson was the lead recruiter on the receivers who signed with Texas in their number 1 class of 2025. So he did a lot of good things. But this year, I mean, the receiver play just wasn't very good at Texas this year, I thought. And I mean, the drop issues were prevalent all season long and into the postseason. Ryan Wingo didn't take the step we wanted him to take. DeAndre Moore didn't take the step that we wanted him to take. None of those freshman guys really saw the field this year. So, if you're a what have you done for me lately kind of guy, I guess I understand not being super thrilled with Chris Jackson being retained, because it was not a very good year for the Texas wide receivers, Buck.
Yeah, I think this will be this portal deal will be important on who he can influence to come here too. That'll be important too.
Yeah, that'll help. That will definitely help. And it's, I think more of the portal is about money. I'm more focused on, like, can Wingo catch the ball next year?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Do those year 2 guys take steps? Are they ready for a 9-game SEC schedule that also features a non-conference game against Ohio State? Like, that's what I'm more focused on for Chris Jackson is.
Yeah,
like,
he doesn't pay out the salaries.
All right. How does, exactly. How do these guys get developed? Because, again, 2023, the job he did, Xavier Worthy in his final year and Adonai Mitchell coming in from Georgia, like, those guys were tremendous under Chris Jackson. 2024, Matthew Golden supposed to be a first-round pick when he got to Texas. Chris Jackson deserves a lot of credit for his development last year.
That's why he's getting sort of a pass with me, but I can't give the pass on the fundamentals of, you not being able to teach the guys how to catch. Well, they should be able to catch any damn way. If you're giving them scholarships I forget the money, but if they're getting like scholarships to go to your place, they got to be able to catch, dude. It just can't, and it can't be, catch 1, drop 3. That's not the percentage that you're looking for from your wide receivers at this level.
I mean, think about how good Arch Manning's numbers were the other day. How good could they have been if his receivers just helped him out a little bit more?
I must have missed a couple of them, but was there 2 or 3 drops? Were there more than 2 or 3 drops?
Yes.
Are we getting? Yes.
Yes.
Some of them drops, some of them bad passes, but passes that guys should be able to handle at this level.
Just off the top of my head, Livingston had a drop, McCutcheon had 2, Wingo had 2. That's just what's coming to my mind right now. And there's
some that are not always on target that you still expect your guys to
I don't know. I mean, the Wingo touchdown drop, like, you couldn't put it in a better spot. It was right there. He took a hit, but come on, like, you make that catch, Wingo.
Yeah, I understand that, but some of the ones that may go low that you say most receivers still, you need to catch that because you can catch the ball that are a little bit off target. That, as you said, Golden, those guys would make those catches. Adonai Mitchell made catches one-handed behind his back. I mean, if it was just off target, they could reach back and grab it, but some of these just dead smack in your hands are ridiculous.
I come from the school of thought that
if you touch it, you can catch it.
If the ball hits both of your hands, I'm being easy, right? If you can touch it, if it touches off, one fingertip on one hand.
I understand that.
Okay, that's a tough catch. You probably shouldn't call that a drop. The ball hits both of your hands.
Yes, that's a drop.
That's got to be a catch.
Whether
10
it's
times
low
out of 10.
or whatever. Whether you go down to the ground and it's low and it hits both of your hands and it bounces off your shoulder pad, that's on you.
Of course. And, question, is Jackson responsible for the development, or did the players just not put in the hard work? It goes on both, of course.
Yeah,
players have to be
goes both ways.
Put in the work to get better. There's no doubt about that. And Ryan Wingo, I think when Ryan Wingo signed with Texas, I think the expectation was for him to be a 3-year player, right?
Correct.
And he will be going into year 3 in 2026. So it's sort of a contract year for him. He's going to get paid at Texas, but he's looking for NFL money too. NFL, they want guys who can catch. If Ryan Wingo wants to be a first-round pick, which if he has a strong fall, I think that's not out of the question. He's got to clean up
because of what you saw in the playoffs and football over the weekend. You saw about 5 guys you'd rather have before him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Emmett Mosley. We've had a couple of comments this morning. CB,
right.
A lot of people think Emmett Mosley's the best wide receiver on this team, and we didn't get a full picture of Mosley because he missed the first month of the year. And, came to Texas after last spring, so he was a little bit behind the 8 ball. But he'll
be doing catch.
Yeah, man. Hopefully he's healthy, right? He left that game early. Didn't get an update from Sark in the post-game presser, but obviously long way to go before Texas plays another game, so he'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, Mosley's very good. I think a lot of Longhorn fans have more confidence that Emmett Mosley is the go-to guy for Arch Manning instead of Ryan Wingo.
Well, I kind of see it that way coming into the year for sure.
I like my receivers who can catch, man.
Yeah, I kind of like it that way too.
Pass catching. That is part of the job description.
That's sort of like I like my running backs who can run, you know?
Yeah, I do too. I do too. All right, we'll take your thoughts, your big takeaways from Texas's win over Michigan, and your expectations, predictions, and requests for the Longhorns in the transfer portal. Before we get back to some Texas talk, we also have to talk more about the playoff. And boy, the Buck needs a bounce back. Week 18 of the NFL coming up, and the Buck is down a lot of units because he whiffed on some college football playoff.
I whiffed on some biggies, but I made it. You did have me for the not the Texas Tech change, right?
Yeah, you're welcome for that. I convinced you to pick Oregon over Texas Tech, but you only had 25,000 units on the Ducks. That didn't help you much. So we'll get to your Gold Star locks and see what you have for the people for the upcoming NFL weekend. But before anything else, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. So if you've been out there, Dad, running around, trying to play football, over the weekend, messing around with the kids, and you've ripped up your knee or something, please contact our friends over there. They take your spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Chris Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of easy New Year's resolutions, you make the call to Tom McKay at Audiovisual Consultations.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, do you want to enjoy life or not? Do you want to like watching the sports, the TV shows, the movies? Do you want your home to be the place?
The Westerns.
The Westerns?
Giddy up.
Yeah, you probably spent a lot of time and money driving around Central Texas last year to sports bars, to friends' houses, God forbid, to your in-laws' place.
Man.
Ew. You did that because they had a better TV setup than you. Come on. Don't let that happen in 2026. Make the call to Audiovisual Consultations. They can hook you up the way they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988. If you want the 4-screen man cave like I have, they can do it for you. If you want the 85-incher like the Buck has, they can do it for you. If you want the home theater room, giant projection screen, the surround sound speakers, they can do it for you. How about the patio setup? You see what I'm doing here? TVs, speakers, they do a whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras. You can do heated floors for your bathroom. Anything to elevate your home in 2026. AV Consultations has your back. All you have to do is give him a call, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. You can find out more online at avconsultations.com.
Our friends over at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, Avery Ranch. I had some of Lonnie's eggnog without the additives into it.
No alcohol in Lonnie's eggnog this time?
Yeah, I had some of that Lonnie's eggnog, and it was delicious, as a matter of fact. And I had the burger of the month, and that was, of course, that steakhouse burger, chef special, shrimp cocktail, chef house wedge, and, of course, the classic. I did not have the classic sundae. Still kind of stayed away from the ice cream, except for over at Hat Creek Burger. But at our good friends at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, I love the food that they have there. Still loving the Cobb salad and the all-day breakfast. I'll be going to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe this morning, but sometime before the weekend's done, I will be at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch for the Lee Kitchen and Tavern.
Love the league. Also, shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our TSU hats, our TSU koozies, our signs, our stickers, everything that we have to rep our brand was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you have a business or a brand that needs marketing and merch in 2026, reach out to Adam, 512-300-9641. He will get you what you need very quickly. Based right here in South Austin. He's got your back. All you have to do is reach out, or you can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
And our friends over at Syntex Tickets want you to be there with them in 2026. There's all kinds of great things happening. Lots of concerts showing up there. Concerts out at Coda. They've got that. You go to Syntex Tickets to get 10% off. That is a big deal. especially when you're taking more than one, to a concert, BK, or to a comedy show. They do a fantastic job. We love Shelby and the gang over there. And Horseshoe Bay Resorts, go to horseshoebayresorts.com, hsbresorts.com if you want to get that staycation out there. Our good buddy Mike, Mike couldn't do it. Mike couldn't make it. Mike McCall family got sick. He wanted to do his birthday out there. I feel so horrible for him.
Oh.
He wanted to spend a few days. Mama and the kid got sick. He missed out.
On his birthday?
Yes.
Come on, mom and kid, do better.
Can't get rid of the kid and mama. One of the two can go, but you can't get rid of both of them. So he wants to make a replay out there at Horseshoe Bay Resorts. I felt so bad for him. He is fantastic, Mike. He came over, fixed my I had to get the little extra hitch on my little tractor, so I'm not running around with the wheelbarrow. He came by last week, got that done. He couldn't wait to get out to Horseshoe Bay, and everybody got sick on him.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, it's terrible.
Sorry about that, Mike. Man.
He deserves some good things for the new year early.
Yeah, he does. He deserves your business early.
That's for sure.
Call Custom Homes, ATX.com. Add on to your home, or if you want to build a home from scratch, they can do it for you.
Or somebody, if your home got burned down for the fireworks on the New Year's, if somebody threw some sparklers inside your house and burned the house down, you got to get that extra room fixed up. Call on Mike to do that. Well, it didn't happen to me. No, it didn't happen. I'm just saying, somebody had that happen to them.
I think someone's house in Central Texas got burned down.
Oh, somebody's shed or barn or whatever it is. Get Mike. He'll get it all fixed up for you.
Hopefully no Jason Pierre-Paul incident.
Oh, no.
For anybody.
No.
Last night, I forgot what day it was, so I got back around 8 o'clock last night, and I was doing some work. I was up pretty late. I was up till like midnight last night, and around 11:15, I hear just pops. Pop, 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 pop. And then like right after that, I hear pop, pop, pop. And I'm like, holy shit, gunshots.
Oh, no.
It was like the back and forth of gunshots. I'm like, oh, my God. So I literally I got down on the ground. I'm like, making sure nothing's going to be flying through my window. And then like after probably 30 seconds of being on the ground, I'm like, hey, idiot, it's January 1st. These are fireworks that people had left over from New Year's Eve.
They were doing it out here at Christmas time where I am. Nobody cares. Yeah. Anytime they can have noisemakers, they will.
At least I hope. I hope they're fireworks. That's what I'm telling myself.
Keep telling yourself.
I never got confirmation. I was like waiting to see if we were going to see any police lights or anything. Like, did anyone actually just get shot in my apartment complex last night? But no, I think it was just some Jan 1 celebrating.
Absolutely, man.
People out there.
Happy New Year.
You didn't blow up any phone booths with fireworks this year?
No, I'm not a fireworks. I got off the firework train once I blew up the phone booth with a little half stick of dynamite. That was it. I never got into them from that point on. With my children as they were kids, I was like bah humbug. I mean, I'd go a sparkler. That would be it. They'd be like, "That's it? Yeah, that's all you're doing." They were really disappointed in me as a father. 4th of July, New Year's, that I didn't go crazy about that. Like I didn't get excited like they got it. Bottle rockets, crap like that. I was like, no, those things don't excite me. I've blown up phone booths. I've been a terrorist.
I've been a terrorist.
Yeah, so those things don't do it. M80s, those kind of things just don't do it for me. I don't get into them. I don't get that excited about them. And those that are around me to get excited, I don't even get excited for them,
You got to get that on a shirt, like a picture of your face with the quote underneath that says, "I've been a terrorist."
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite stories of yours when you, blew up a literal phone booth back in the day with a stick of dynamite.
That metal plate that's still there without any structure to it. Obviously no glass. Yeah. It's just a metal plate that's on a piece of cement back at the Rose Garden. I was the dude that was at the fireworks display, and the big boom at the end, one of those fell right next to me and had the little wick sticking out of it, but it was shaped like a piece of dynamite. I mean, it was sort of like this. Square like this. I took it home with me, stuck it. Me and my character stuck it in the phone book and took off. And before we got a half a block, the thing went boom, and we hit the ground. I mean, it knocked us to the ground.
Yeah.
And dude, let me tell you something. That was a public phone booth, and if anybody would have got out of their car to come and use that phone back in the day, I still would be in jail. Game over. Oh. I would have been in juvie court, and I would have been in jail for a long, long time. that was one of those dumb things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You
I don't
off-
know. That's pretty fun. That's a fun thing right there.
I mean, glass. I came back the next day, and all that was there was a metal bottom part of it. No plastic, no foam booth, some glass shattered all over the place. Metal was destroyed. That was dumb. That's on my list of the top 3 dumbest things I've ever done in my life that actually could have got somebody killed.
I think, yeah, we all love explosions. I think every human being should be able to blow one thing up besides a toilet at some
Oh
point.
yeah, but I was with such a goofy group at that time. We did dumb things, and there was a woman that had a bell in her backyard, and we would travel the streets with my little gang, and we'd go and we'd get into her backyard, ring that bell, and take off and start running. Well, I thought there was a bunch of hedges, but there was a fence inside the hedge part of it. And these guys were running, and all of a sudden you could just hear guys hitting the fence. They thought it was hedges. They thought they were going to run through the hedges, but inside the hedge was a fence, and you could hear 4 or 5 guys hit that fence. I was one, and it was like you got rejected. And, dude, we were laid out in the guy's backyard as he came outside ringing his bell. I mean, I did some dumb things. I did kid stuff.
Yeah.
The dumbest would have been to take that stick of dynamite and light it when I was still at the fireworks and lay it beside me and take off and blow up like 5 people.
Yeah.
That would have been even more dumb.
Point it right to your rectum. That would have been pretty dumb.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Your guy Mike McCall.
I didn't know what a stick of dynamite. We didn't know. We didn't deal with dynamite at the time. Sure. I just thought the thing would blow up and make a big boom sound. It blew all the structure away from and it was glass at the time.
God, I wish there was a video of that somewhere out there. That'd be amazing. But you were lucky. You were living in a time where not everything we did was filmed. Must be nice.
I would have been a terrorist. At this time, you do that, you're going to jail for a long, long time for that.
Our guy Mike McCall texted in on the Coda text line saying he did that with tannerite and a lawnmower. He blew a lawnmower up and it shot 60 feet up in the air, he said.
Oh my God.
Terrible idea, but fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of fun.
And I never got caught for that one. They can't come and get me now in Pennsylvania, right? I mean.
Yeah. You're free. Statute of limitations or whatever it is, that's passed. You're good.
I talk to our lawyer about that.
Yeah, talk to Hurricane Heck.
Hurricane Heck needs to tell me they can't come back and get me now, right?
You're in the clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're in the clear right there. All right.
Even a little boy in the neighborhood with one arm, I'm still good.
What did you do to that kid with one arm?
I mean, he may have went near the phone booth, maybe has his arm dismantled.
If he, I don't know, if he sues you all these years later and he's got evidence that it was you, maybe you're not so good.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I got a hunch enough time has passed where that shouldn't be keeping you up at night.
Okay. Thank you.
What should be keeping you up at night is how much money you've cost our audience. As of late. So obviously we did the pregame show on Wednesday, but your last morning show was on Monday.
Yes.
And you gave the people some Gold Star locks.
I did.
You had 50,000 units on the LA Rams on Monday Night Football. It feels like forever ago, that Rams-Falcons game. It was last year. You had the Rams -7. They lost. So that's 50,000 units down the drain. And then you were 2-2 on your playoff picks. Problem is, the 2 you got right, Oregon and Indiana, you only had 25,000 units on each of those games.
That was bad. That was the bad. Indiana one was the bad one.
The 2 you had wrong, Ohio State -9.5 against Miami. You had 100,000 units on that one. And you had 150,000 units on Georgia -6.5 against Ole Miss. Obviously, both of those teams lost outright.
Nobody can beat the Georgia Bulldogs. Nobody. What happened there?
I know. That was an amazing game. One of the best games of the college football season. And, yeah, Georgia goes down. So you were 2-3, which isn't that bad, but you lost 250,000 units. Buck, we're running out of time on the year.
Did I have something in the bank? I had nothing in the bank.
You were down 50K, so now you're down 300K. And, well, you got 1 week left of the NFL regular season. Obviously, you'll get the playoffs with the pros, but just 3 college football playoff games left. Now, you got some other bowl games.
Yes.
Including 4 today. If you want some action on that.
Wait a minute. Didn't I take the Horns?
Did you take the Horns?
Yes. I got a little something on the Horns.
When did you do that? Oh, during the pregame show.
Yeah.
What
Oh,
did you?
we didn't get that to the people though, did we? We didn't get that out.
I don't know. It wasn't during a regular morning show.
No, we did that at pregame, and I said the Horns, yes.
We got no. You had Texas winning 24-20, and the line was 4.5. If you did bet on anything, you would have lost it.
Come on, man, give me the push. Where'd you get that half from?
You're trying to lie. You're trying to con me and the people, sir.
No. They all depend on what cousin you had. You're right.
Man.
It was. I got a 4 line, so I didn't
All right.
win anything anyway.
Well, you owe the people some money either way. You've got, I think, 5 more bowl games besides the playoff. 4 of them are today, and then you've got, again, week 18 of the NFL season. So,
all right, give me the bowl games. I'll get it back here by next week.
All right, 12 o'clock Central Time today. What a matchup, an all-time rivalry here in our own state. The Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Only fitting that this game is happening in Fort Worth. The Rice Owls, the Texas State Bobcats. 5-7 Rice, 6-6 Texas State. The Bobcatters, 17.5-point favorites.
I'll take Rice for 50,000 units.
Taking the Dogs?
Yes.
Have you seen Rice play?
Hey, they're in a bowl game.
Yeah, well, they're 5-7. No one wanted to play in a bowl game, so they got the invite instead.
They're a 17-point dog.
And a hook.
And the hook to Texas State.
All right.
This isn't the same. This isn't your father's Texas State team that's about to play. We'll see next year. That's right.
Game 1, 2026 season. The next time we will see the Longhorns play a football game, it will be against Southwest Texas State University.
Yeah, and Texas will be a 35-point favorite in that game.
Probably more, if we're being honest.
You think even more than that?
Maybe. 3:30. The AutoZone Liberty Bowl, your favorite.
Worst bowl trip in America.
We've got the Cincinnati Bearcats and the midshipmen of the Naval Academy.
Ooh.
The Naval Academy, a 7.5-point favorite.
Oh, I do like the military, but
don't forget Cincinnati's quarterback Sorsby not playing. He's in the portal.
I will go ahead and take Navy.
Yeah, good call.
Don't bet against the military. 50,000 unit play.
Okay, Navy minus 5.5 for 50K. Up next, 7 o'clock, 2 games tonight. You've got the Trust and Will Holiday Bowl. Who's Will? Who are we trusting?
Hey, that's in San Diego. That's one of Texas's favorite bowl trips.
Yep. We've got 17th ranked Arizona taking on SMU. Chip Brown's Ponies playing in that one. Arizona, a 1.5-point favorite. Basically a pick 'em there.
I'll take the Ponies.
How many units?
50,000 unit play.
All right. And last but not least, also tonight, riveting stuff here. The Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Oh, the big one.
The winner of this game will have its coach doused in a bucket of mayo. Wake Forest at 8-4 against 5-7 Mississippi State out of the SEC.
Ooh.
The Bulldogs are actually 3-point favorites, Buck.
Yes, and I'll take the Bulldogs because it just means more for 100,000 units.
The SEC has not had a very good bowl season.
No.
Texas, thankfully, doing its part. I think the SEC.
That's because Texas owns Michigan.
It's like 3-6 in bowl games this year.
Yeah.
And obviously, the Longhorns took care of Michigan. But yeah, it has not.
We know Texas owns Michigan. Can't wait for them
lost.
to show. Hey, Sark, try not to get out of that game. Please have them come here.
As of now, it's happening.
Huh?
As of now, it's happening. And Sark, told us a few weeks ago that they're going to honor the return trips for Ohio State and Michigan. So Texas now 3-0 all time against the Wolverines, and hopefully that will get to 4-0 with that 2027 non-conference.
Yeah, you can bail out of the Notre Dame game if you like to. Now that their coach is staying and making more money.
Yeah, well, maybe Notre Dame will opt out of it because they're opting out of everything these days.
Sure they are.
So, all right, there you go. There's your college football games. Anything in the NFL, Buck, week 18?
What are the Texans doing that they have to win?
Well, the Texans have clinched a playoff spot. Houston needs a win and a Jacksonville loss at home against Tennessee to win the AFC South. So not very likely there. The Jags are 13.5-point favorites against the 3-13 Titans.
Yeah, so I'll take a 100,000 unit play on Jacksonville.
All right. And then the Texans are 10.5-point favorites against the Indianapolis Colts. Both of those games are at the same time. So you'll.
Now, is that at home? Is that at home for the Texans?
It is. Yep.
I'll take 50,000 on the Texans. That'd be good. They need to be going in the right direction. They don't need to lose that game to the group that's lost like 12 in a row.
Yeah, if the season ended today, the Texans would be the 5 seed in the AFC. If they win and the Jags win, they will stay the 5 seed in the AFC, meaning their first playoff game will be on the road against the winner of that Steelers-Ravens game, which is Sunday night, the final game of the 2025 regular season. Any pick on that game, Buck?
No. I got enough. There's enough right there to get it. They didn't have the people happy in the new year.
Last week of the NFL regular season, and that's all you're giving the people.
What am I going to give you, the Cowboys to go out? Who are they playing, the Giants?
Yeah, Giants in New York. I don't even want to watch that game. Probably won't watch that game. Nah.
You know what? I'll take 50,000 units on the Giants.
On the Giants?
Yeah.
The G-Men?
The G-Man, that's right.
There's 3.5-point home dogs. So
yeah, I'll take the G-Man. That hook will do it against the Cowboys.
They're playing at the G spot. I think that's where they call the Giants' home stadium. Do I have that right?
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good for the Giants to go out a winner. It'll be good for the Cowboys because then they'll be all in next year.
Oh my God!
Plus, they want to lose because they need a good draft spot anyway. They don't want to keep trying to win, or maybe it's not that they're not trying; they just can't win.
Well, I hope the Cowboys lose because that helps their draft pick a little bit. I think it can move up. I mean, the Cowboys need to lose, and they need some other teams right ahead of them to win.
Because they've got to get an offensive lineman from somewhere.
I think at best the Cowboys can move up to 11. They're currently at pick 14, but there's going to be some tiebreakers. I don't know exactly how it all works. And the Giants, the Giants right now have the second pick in the draft. The Giants should be trying to lose. And as a Cowboys fan, I want the Giants to win because that hurts them because they're going to get a worse pick, and that potentially helps the Cowboys get a better draft pick. So that's helping yourself and hurting a rival, getting two birds stoned at once, if you will.
Yes.
So I guess,
Let me ask you this. How did you like that young cornerback from Oregon, the freshman, the tall dude that made the picks?
Yeah, very impressive. I think you could have had an interception the way Baron Morton was flinging the rock around yesterday.
Hey, Joey McGuire, hire an offensive. Oh, you do have an offensive coordinator, don't you?
That was pretty ugly for Texas Tech. The best season they've had in a long time. They won their first ever Big 12 championship. It's their first outright conference championship since the 50s.
Stay in the Big 12. Try not to get out of there. Don't try anything else.
But yeah, there were people arguing for BYU to make the playoff. BYU lost. They got killed by that Texas Tech team twice.
Right.
BYU finished ranked ahead of Texas, by the way, in the last CFP rankings. Not that it mattered that much. Both teams were left out. But we saw what happened when Texas Tech had to play a real team from a real conference.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, if I'm Texas Tech, there are Tech fans who are like, man, we got to get to the SEC. We got to get to the Big Ten. We're too good for the Big 12. You guys should stay right there.
Absolutely.
Is you go to these real conferences, I don't think it's going to be going as well as
I don't
did
think
for
so.
you this year, the Big 12.
Yeah, there was nothing about that team that I saw. The defense was okay, but there was nothing that I saw about that team saying that they should be in the Big Ten or the SEC. They should stay right where they are.
They're losing a lot, but they're going to spend a lot to have a really good roster next year. They're going to be favorites to win the Big 12. They'll be a preseason top 10 to 15 team in America, and they probably should. But, yeah, they had a nice reality check yesterday.
Boy, did they ever.
Someone poured a bucket of cold water to wake them up.
Man, that was unbelievable.
They looked hungover.
That actually surprised me. I thought they were good enough, and especially with their defense, but dude, they were just shattered. Their dreams got shattered in every aspect of the game.
They were non-competitive. I mean, there were a lot of people, not just Tech fans, but people who were thinking Texas Tech could make a run in this playoff. Felt like they had a path being on what was supposed to be the easier side of the bracket, and instead they did that.
Yeah, and a lot of people end up questioning how Alabama got in there at the end too.
Yeah, and I'm not, to me, if you win a game in the playoff, you shouldn't be questioning
No,
a team getting in.
no, that win against Oklahoma, that was a big win.
They went on the road and beat a solid Oklahoma team. Not a great Oklahoma team, overrated Oklahoma team, but they went on the road and beat like TCU. When TCU got boat raced by Georgia in that championship, what was it, 65-7? Everyone's like, hey, they should have never been in. It's like, no, they beat Michigan. Like, they won a game in the playoff. So if you do that, I don't think you can make the case that, like, you should not have been in. So
the only ones that shouldn't have been in is those original games with James Madison, those Tulane. Those are the ones you got to quit putting in these deals. These Cinderellas aren't going anywhere. You're going to get exactly what you saw next year, the year after that, if you continue to put those type of teams against the Oregons or teams like that's what you're going to get.
Right. Yeah, those are the teams that need to be left out, and hopefully they will moving forward. Who knows what the playoff will look like in 2026, but this playoff has been pretty good.
Yes, it has.
And we've got some interesting matchups in the semifinals next weekend, and again, some new blood in the Final Four of college.
Well, I'll tell you what, Miami's starting to make me a believer. You know, that weak ACC, they got really good players.
They do. They really do. And again, you can make an argument for all four of these teams to win it all. Indiana should be the favorite. They are the favorite. I don't think I'm going to pick against. I'll pick against them. It's Indiana. I still can't.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
But I mean, Ole Miss to beat Georgia in that fashion, they look good. I mean, Trinidad Chambliss is playing as well as any player in America right now. Miami to beat Ohio State in the fashion that they did. You know, Oregon shutting out a solid Texas Tech team. Yeah, say what you will, overrated, not battle tested, whatever. But 23-0 in a playoff game, that's pretty impressive. And then obviously Indiana, they haven't lost this year. So should be fun. All four teams have a shot. And again, Miami's the only team that's really won a national championship out of all four of them. And 2001 was the last time they won one. So if you like parity, you got it this time around.
For sure.
No doubt. All right, let's bring on the boys from Chaos Theory for the first time in 2026. It's Wags. It's Double R. Gentlemen, Happy New Year. Good morning.
Yo, Happy New Year, guys. Did the committee get it right?
With
the product?
No. Well, no.
No, we're still the Tulanes of the world.
We got parity. We got what we wanted.
I mean, I wanted Texas. What do you mean?
Sure. Like the Burnt 40 wanted Texas in there, of course.
No, look, Miami, I think we were arguing Miami should have been in over Notre Dame. There was no debate. That never should have even been up for debate because they beat Notre Dame.
Right.
But no, I think our answer, did we get what we wanted? No, we saw Tulane and James Madison get asked last weekend.
And Oregon's got the easiest path to the national championship.
Oh, they got to play Indiana.
Yeah,
they do. Yeah, but I mean,
that easy.
they just boat race Texas Tech.
Which we found out that it's no good. They belong in the Big 12.
No, they're just going to go spend $50 million on their offensive line this year. That's all.
Yeah,
right. Kind of looked like Indiana has the easiest path with how they whipped up on Alabama yesterday.
I saw a lot of the G5 people.
Too, yeah.
A lot of the G5 people yesterday saying, okay, well, maybe Dolly Madison does belong because they scored 34. And I'm like, yeah, you're playing against the training staff in the second half.
You're right.
Right. Yeah, look, that's how it goes. I mean, the SEC's, taking it on the chin a little bit. And, we always get these overreactions with this kind of stuff around bowl season. But I don't think it's an overreaction to not want to see two G5 teams in the season.
I'm not overreacting to the Dolly Madisons or the Tulanes playing in those games. Those things they're going to happen one every 15 years where they come through and they may even win that first round game. That's ridiculous. They need to do something about that part of it. Even if they win their conference and they have, the North Texas, they don't need to do that anymore. That's just a waste of a weekend of watching football right there.
UNT would have scored 6 in this playoff, or 7. Would have scored 7 more than Tech or A&M.
How about that?
UNTN
6-7, nicely done. I thought we were leaving that last year.
No,
that's old news, man. That's 2025.
Aggies, Texas Tech, and Oklahoma losing is a good thing.
How great was that?
They needed to be in the Cheez-It Bowl.
What a week and a half of hate watching for Texas, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, are you kidding me? Not only do they lose, Buck, it's OU blowing a 17-0 lead and A&M not scoring a touchdown and Texas Tech not scoring a point. all the trash those fan bases talked this year, even though Texas beat the crap out of 2 of them.
Yes.
I mean, it's glory. It doesn't get any better than that right there.
They belonged in the Cheez-It Bowl because we were feeling the cheesiest.
Felt cheesy. Yeah, with a bunch of opt-outs, still beat a solid Michigan team, scored some points.
Y'all ready for the Heisman hype? Maybe now it's a little more legit now.
Is it not rightfully deserved though? Like, does Arch not get the hype deserved?
I think the hype is great.
Yeah. This time it's different, right? Last year it was unwarranted, but I don't think Texas will be preseason number 1 next year, but they'll be highly ranked. And Arch, you're looking at those early 26 Heisman odds. He's right back at the top of the list.
Can you imagine what his numbers would have been if all the receivers would have made catches?
If they could just catch, do the things that receivers are supposed to do.
Right.
I mean, he'll have those 300-yard passing games next year. Sark will make sure of that because Sark will he'll be more involved.
Yeah,
they won't have as many penalties. They won't have as many penalties. Team won't be as
he'll be more involved.
He doesn't have to babysit the defense anymore.
No, he'll be more involved in the penalty situation.
Hey, how about we run the ball
anymore? Nothing pulling him away from that offense.
Oh my God! Yeah, I didn't hear Sark say anything about the penalties in that press conference.
No, he's going to take care of all of that stuff now that he can be more of the coach.
God, Texas, by the way, guys, I don't know if y'all heard the stat earlier, but I know the year's not done, but it's basically done. The Longhorns finished the year 135th out of 136 teams in penalties per game.
We got some room for improvement.
A minor miracle that they won 10 games with that stat.
I'm telling you, that's incredible.
Like worst rushing offense since 1944, the year Buck graduated college, and second to last in the country in penalties. And again, not saying it's a successful season. Mad that it didn't make the playoff, but you go 10-3 despite those things happening. All right, maybe things will be okay.
Testament of the coach.
BK, remember pregame I was saying, hey, 10 wins. We got 10 wins.
Got the 10 wins.
Remember when that was a big deal? It was like
it's still a big deal.
Yeah.
Still a big deal.
BK hates it.
No, I guess I'm not feeling cheesy enough, boys.
I guess not.
I'm sorry. I'll take a win. Believe me, a win's much better than a loss. I enjoyed myself watching the game. It was funny because I was in Columbus, Ohio, y'all know, and I was watching the game, most of the game, in the hotel bar. And the bride of the wedding was a Michigan fan, went to Michigan. So there was a lot of Michigan people there, and obviously a lot of Texas people there as well. And there were like people jumping up and down, like yelling at the TV for this. I'm like, you guys know it
doesn't matter.
Cheez-It Bowl.
It's a spring game.
Right. I'm like, look, I wanted Texas to win. I'm glad they won, but that was not a game I was yelling at the TV for. They're jumping up and down. I'm like, what in the shit is happening here? Do they know?
They're down because they're so cold because it's Columbus.
I guess
well,
we were inside.
I think the good thing about that game was, I mean, at least it appeared that both teams wanted to play.
Yeah.
It was a fiery little football game.
It was more competitive than 2 of the games we got yesterday.
Yeah.
I know. I was surprised. Like both teams clearly wanted to be there. Both teams were trying to win. And Arch Manning just, I guess he wanted it more. Isn't that what I'm supposed to say?
He did want it more.
It means more in the SEC. When you're in the SEC, it means more. So you want it more.
That's how it works. Yeah, he was awesome the other day.
He was.
And you guys are awesome. Any good New Year's stories, or are y'all saving them for the show, or what's cooking?
Not really crazy New Year's stories or anything like that happened over New Year's Eve. Tom's coming over today. We're going to do a polar plunge around 9:30 here in honor of the the Winter Classic tonight.
I like that. Yeah, in Florida, that's going to feel very wintry.
Well, it's going to feel wintry here in a 54-degree temperature. So, that's what the pool is. The pool is 54
so for me to go down to Barton Springs and jump butt naked in there is no big deal.
Barton Springs is warmer, I think, right now than my pool.
Go to Wags's place, Buck. If you want a skinny dip, go up to Wags's spot.
Come on in.
Go there.
Ronnie wants to come on over and do it.
I know. I got a 10:15 Zoom that I couldn't change that I texted y'all about. I can't
Screw
do it.
that. Take the Zoom in the pool.
I don't want to see Tom. I don't want to see Tom naked, so I'll pass on that.
I want you to.
I don't want to start 2026 out with that vision.
Buck, I think Since the Spurs are probably going to win the NBA title this year or next year, you might have to go dive in the Riverwalk again.
They're not winning any title. That's no.
I mean, they made it to the finals a couple weeks ago.
Oh, of the cup?
Yeah.
Got the cup.
Yeah.
They got their revenge. They got their revenge against the Knicks a couple days ago.
Well, the Knicks already have a championship trophy already for this.
Nobody can beat OKC but San Antonio.
That's true.
You got to jump in the Riverwalk, Buck, if the Spurs win it this year.
I'll go down there and jump in there. I know they're not winning. That's fine. I'll take that. I'll take that plunge down there. I'll take that trip.
Tape.
It's been a while.
Mark the tape.
Mark the tape. Yeah.
They haven't cleaned it. They haven't cleaned it since you did it before either.
Well, they hadn't cleaned it in 500 years before that either.
Yeah. So that
they haven't done that. They haven't cleaned it since the Alamo.
That deuce you dropped is still at the bottom. Buck.
Yeah, when I hit that, it didn't take much to hit the bottom. When I jumped, and as soon as I hit the water, about another foot from there was the bottom. It wasn't. Should have thought I could have broke my legs jumping into that place.
I think I'm looking at the text comments right now. I think I missed this part of the conversation, but David says Texas is no way a semi-caliber team. I strongly disagree with that based off of what we saw this past weekend, right?
You mean like in the playoffs?
Is Alabama a semi-play team? Are they a caliber team? No.
I didn't think. I think Texas was right where they needed to be in that bowl game. I didn't think they weren't going to go over there.
Hindsight's 2020, but after everything's played out, Texas absolutely could have played with these boys in the playoff, 100%.
Yeah,
I think Texas deserved to be there with 3 losses. No, but Texas could have played.
I don't think Texas was a championship team. You know, watching the first round, I thought Texas could have beaten every team that played in round one. But I can't sit here. I know Georgia and Ohio State lost, but I can't sit here and say Texas could have beaten those teams because they didn't.
They didn't.
Right.
Beat Georgia.
And I don't know if they could have beat Ole Miss or Miami since
Oregon,
those two teams. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, could Texas have beaten Alabama? Yeah. Could Texas have beaten some of those teams that played yesterday? I think so. But
yeah, they could have beat Tech. They could have beat.
I think they could have beat Tech too. I think Texas could have beat Tech.
I think they would have had a problem with Oregon. They would have had problems with that Oregon defense.
Yeah.
You know, that Oregon defense. They showed that was the team that had the defense was Oregon in that game. Could they beat Indiana? No. Well, I know nobody wants
Indiana.
To beat. No, don't go ahead, BK. You know it. You're going to have to end up rooting for them when they're playing.
They are the best. They are the most solid, complete team that I've seen so far right now.
It's the Mendoza brothers, man. It's those Mendoza brothers.
It's the Mendozas, man.
The Mendozas in Indiana.
That offensive line. They got an offense. You're talking about a group that's together. That offensive line with those 2 running backs. Look out.
It's a good team. Mm-hmm. Good team. All right, guys.
You're going to have to give it to them, BK. You'll see them in the finals.
Yes, I will see the Oregon Ducks beating the Indiana
Hoosiers. Oh boy!
Finals.
Have a great day, boys.
Later, boys.
Happy New Year, guys. Thank y'all.
Happy New Year. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to the first show of 2026 of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's double R. You guys heard the news. Tom McKay is coming over in about 15 minutes. We'll be doing a polar plunge right around commercial time. I'll be switching the vantage point. We'll be going from roaming style, I guess, because we'll be leaving the studio here. We'll go outside real quick, do the polar plunge, and then we'll come back up here and finish the show in the studio after all that. But yes, we have the Winter Classic tonight. Caps took the loss to the Senators last night on the ice, but we have a few games on the slate tonight or today, and then the Winter Classic tonight. Laura, how was your New Year, buddy?
Hey, I made it to midnight. So did
I. I was playing. I tasked myself out with playing Monopoly. We were doing board games.
That's a good call.
Sure as shit, double R. As soon as midnight struck, we took a picture, a screenshot of the Monopoly board, and we're like, "That's it. We're done. We're out of here. That's over."
Yeah, no, we had a couple of people over, and we played some games, but I did make it. You know, I was just so hyped after that big Texas football win. You know, the adrenaline wouldn't go away, so I think that helped.
Without 9 players, right? 9 players opted out, and you still got that type of result. Now, again, I know that Michigan's program was in disarray, and Poggi doing whatever he can to kind of keep things at bay, but turning it over to Winningham now, and we'll see we'll see what reins he can take over and see what Michigan can kind of build from the ashes here, right? Because I was expecting maybe a little bit of a fight for Michigan, but after the first half, it looked like Texas was able to pull away with that bad boy.
Yeah, the third quarter is when Texas just really, hit the accelerator and just kind of took off there. But you really do. I mean, watching Arch play, when was that? Wednesday night or Wednesday afternoon? It was really cool to watch. I mean, watching that dude, he's doing the progression from game one to the last game.
I know. Here's one thing too, though, right? Like I'm hearing all these national pundits say he's gotten so much better since mid-season. He's made so many improvements. That might be true, right? That might be true. But also, he has not had receivers that have been able to catch balls consistently, right? He's not had an offensive line that's been able to get the protection down consistently. He's been going through some hiccups and ups and downs too, all right? And yeah, is it warranted that the preseason hype of him being a Heisman this coming up season? Absolutely, it's warranted. Last season, sure, it was a lot of namesake material, right? But and I guess going off of the number one preseason ranking too, they're gonna list the quarterback with that or associate the quarterback with that. But I mean, we sit there, or not we, but a lot of the national pundits put down Arch Manning for a better part of the year, right? And then to back their or to walk their shit back after what he did in the latter part of the season, saying, "Oh, he made so many improvements." No, this was his skill set, right? He's just had people making plays on top, or I guess helping him connect the other plays too, because it takes two to tango when you're the quarterback, man.
And the whole part of it is, I mean, there's a comfort level now. There's a confidence that he has. When you don't play with confidence, that's directly going to affect.
That no truer words right there. When you don't play with confidence, ain't nothing going to go your way.
And that's the thing. Like when they show him on the sideline saying, he's not going to give a fuck anymore, and they're like, this guy's developed tenacity. I'm like, it's always there. It's that now it has been brought out because he's doing what he's comfortable doing, and that it really has. Because you're right. I mean, so many people did swear this guy off. I mean, it's kind of the Quinn Ewers effect right here, where that's kind of what it felt like at one point. But once all of this started to work well for him, imagine if they can run the ball, Wags. If you add a running game to this, how deadly this dude's going to be. We're talking about Arch. Were you surprised with the Livingston news breaking yesterday about hitting the portal?
Yeah, a little bit so, because they're in the same room, right? They share the same quarters. I think that maybe Arch would be able to kind of keep him at home at bay, but people want to blossom where they have to, man. And maybe this isn't exactly the spot for Livingstone. And if that's happening, I think the thing that I'm starting to deduce now is who else coming into the portal, right? Yeah. We saw the same type of reaction with Weisner now, and Livingston is out too. So maybe there's some players coming in, man.
I truly think that's the ultimate sign that, whether it's Cam, whether you're really going to go get that dude, if you are the leader, because it sounds like Texas is the leader in that. But, when Livingston, you look and you've got Wingo and you got Mosley, those two guys you would think would get the bulk of the catches. But where it sucks for Livingston, he really was the constant all year. When we talk about Arch, the maturization.
I thought Mosley was constant too, right? I thought Mosley and Livingston was the most consistent of all out of the wide receiver room, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he was the constant. I mean, I know he didn't have the most receptions, the most yards, or maybe he did, but he was the one when Arch didn't have that comfort level that we're talking about. He didn't have that moxie that they talk about. Livingston was the one that was making plays for him because he had that confidence in that dude. So it's going to be a sucky loss that he's going, but I mean, you got it, kind of the writing's on the wall, and he's the guy that's left out. Just like
it sucks. I mean, you always want to keep your family at home, right?
Yeah.
But anybody that wears the burnt orange, you kind of want to keep them here as much as long as possible and have them graduate from here. But no, I mean, my thing is, to anybody that leaves the locker room, man, more power to you. Hopefully you go out and you have a tremendous career, you blossom, and you get into the league, man, and you do great things moving forward. So, and this is where this is all. Oh, by the way, happy open portal day, because the talk of the portal all the time. The portal is actually now open today on January 2nd. Yeah, pieces can move now. So pieces can move, and is it going to be Cam Coleman? I mean, it would appear. I mean, you would think that's why you have this sort of shifting around. And watching Arch Manning the other day, it's like, okay, you add a piece like that, but what if? I mean, I hate to be the grassy knoll guy, but what if Cam Coleman comes here and doesn't do what Parker Livingston did?
I don't think that would happen, but I mean, he dropped the ball at Auburn. I saw that. So anyway, I hate the portal. God dang it, man. It's like,
why do you hate the portal? Why do you hate the portal so much?
Because I just don't like how the teams flip over year after year. I mean, I know it happens with graduation.
It's free agent football, man.
That's right. That's for pro football, and I guess that's where I have to wrap my mind around. College football is professional football. I mean, it really is.
It's no more amateur sports, buddy. It hadn't been amateur sports for a long time.
Here's the old man effect, Wags. I think that these kids carry so much clout, that these kids command everything, and they are totally in charge of all this. 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. I think that's what it is. It's old man syndrome. To where
all
I'm
right, well, old man, let's go back to your post game there and talk a little bit about what we saw between Michigan and Texas here. Let's talk about it. What do you like?
Like I said, I'm just glad we had a football game where both teams appeared to want to play. And, you know, watching Bryce play quarterback, can I just say that some of the officiating there was kind of just not good? I guess I shouldn't be surprised the way that third quarter drug out, man. That third quarter took an hour and a half damn near, didn't it? It's like, come on.
It was pretty slow, pretty long.
Yeah.
The thing that I wanted to point out, I know Arch had a fantastic game, but we were worried. There was a knee-jerk reaction with Wisner and, you know, him wanting to leave now, and, you know, who's going to be able to tote the rock? Have we seen enough from the law firm of Simon and Clark, right? Well, the latter part of that, Clark came out last night, or, you know, on New Year's Eve, and took 20 totes, right? And 20 totes gets himself over the century mark there. And I think I mean, again, it was a Michigan program that's in disarray. Okay. But can we take a little bit something out of this game with a 100-yard rusher, and maybe looking into not just him as a 100-yard rusher too? Look at the way they were able to gouge with Arch Manning too, right on the ground too. So is there something positive that we can take from this spring game, essentially a glorified spring game, and move into next year of 26?
I like the running attack there. I mean, I think that you have yourself solidly a number 2. I'm assuming a number 2 running back, because you're going to go out and try to find number 1.
If the crystal ball says the ball is coming here, and that's the case, right?
Right.
Clark and Simon, it's a nice little spell to have those two back there behind ball, if that is the case. So.
Absolutely. So that's a really positive sign. You had your offensive line intact. I mean, I think that those guys played well. You did still have just the undisciplined football that we were kind of joking around there in crosstalk. I mean, damn, what do you got to do to fix that? I mean, that's kind of the basics there. I mean, get that solved. And you have to think that if you go and you add a wide receiver 1 and you add a running back 1 with these pieces that are already here, you're going to have a pretty damn prolific offense in 2026 with Arch Manning, a confident Arch Manning at the helm. If you can bring back your tight end.
Yeah, and this is the part of the year where we can do the X's and O's, right? Like, we can go to the drawing board and look at the depth chart and see, you know, get excited with the pieces coming in and potential pieces that are going to be on the board, right? And then, of course, we can't buy in too much or drink too much of the Kool-Aid, because what happened this past season might turn out. So we can't get too much of the hype. So
and the thing about it is, I think that's where we can kind of judge this a little bit different last year, because we did go into this season with a lot of the burnt orange Ray-Bans on, to where we're looking at the last 2 years. Well, look, all those receivers were gone. There was extensive turnover that we saw in the offensive line. The secondary, I don't think we realized some of the deficiencies that were there. We just didn't want to see that. We knew who was gone from the defensive front, but we thought that it was just going to continue to roll like it did. Now we're seeing, I mean, these guys that are making plays on defense. Look, if there was any question about Ty Anthony Smith, that dude totally answered all that shit on Wednesday, right? That dude was a caged animal out there. And you had Brad Spence all over the field, and these guys.
Yeah, Brad Spence looked good too. Brad Spence looked like he could roam, man. I mean, he just looked natural in there. Yeah. Who else really turned my head on defense too, dude?
Warren Roberson. Warren Roberson was the one guy where he's like all over the field, and that dude is just laying people out. Yeah, Roberson knocked himself out that one time.
It was Roberson. It was 24. It was Roberson.
Dude, he hit that dude so hard. I'm like, son of a bitch. I mean, and then look, on the Underwood touchdown, that was a fumble. Who made the play? Roberson. He was the one that was just all over the field. So now you're seeing all these pieces come together, and now I'm thinking, okay, now is when you have that optimism, because these dudes are coming back. You know who you've lost for the most part, other than Parker Livingston, that played on Wednesday, all that shit's back.
Yeah.
You've got running backs that look ready to make that next move. You've got Wingo. If you get him holding on to the ball, Mosley, there's that big if, right? There's that big if again.
I don't think Mosley's a question mark. I don't think Mosley's an if, right? I think Mosley did prove himself. Hell, to me, I thought Mosley was wide receiver 1, right? I know a lot of people wanted Wingo and Livingston to kind of come into that I guess that mantra, right? But no, for me, like wide receiver number 1 was Mosley. Well, when he started to show up, right after the injury, after he was able to get time on the playing field, and yeah, that's when Mosley, I guess, started solidifying himself for me as wide receiver number 1. And a lot of that is the confidence too with Arch, right? Finding that wide receiver that's going to be able to haul in balls and not just randomly have the drops that seem to plague the Texas Longhorns wide receiver room all year long. So
yeah, and that was the other part that it took 5 games to get Emmett Mosley back. But
again, coming back from injury too, so.
And he's hurt again. So that's the only other part to where, look, man, that stuff is going to happen. You have to be prepared for that. But it's you just have to. But the whole thing is that you have Arch Manning playing at a very elite level right now. I hope Jack Endries comes back. I think that we see a pretty solid change right there. But even if he doesn't, Endries had a game that I wish he wouldn't have had because he scored the touchdown. So the agent's probably like, oh man, your stock's going up.
That's just it. To that point, his stock did kind of rise in the latter part of the season, right? Like towards the last month or the month and a half, you started to see injuries get a little bit more involved in the offense. Here's the thing: you're going to need a blocking tight end, right? Yeah. We've talked about this from time to time, and until Texas is able to lock in a blocking tight end and go with multiple sets, there's going to be mismatches, or I guess there will be deficiencies within the red zone because there's just going to be, pressure off the edge that, injuries can, if injuries is able to stay in there, injuries won't be able to block some of the shit that the SEC teams throw at him. So they're going to have to scheme him out and be able to slip him and be more viable in the red zone or more of a threat in the red zone because it was just inefficient this past season.
And I think a lot of it too with the tight end is that maybe we saw some of the forethought there that maybe injuries doesn't come back because you saw a lot of Nick Townsend on Wednesday as well. I think
that's a good point too. But again, like I don't know what to take from New Year's Eve because again we're looking at it as a spring game, right? And looking at to see what the potential is going to be out there for 26.
Yeah.
So I took some of that as maybe reps got taken down a little bit just because of Sarkisian knowing what he has and a few other players and just kind of wanting to get a little bit more spotlight on others that didn't get it towards the end of the year or towards the last campaign.
Yeah. The things that I really didn't like, I mean, obviously the discipline and the penalties. I mean, but that's still
that was expected, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, that's
hopefully that does clean up from next year. I mean, I know that's a joke, 135 out of 136. We got some room for improvement, sure, right? But come on, man. You're a blue blood team. You should not be your discipline should be a lot better than 35 of 136, right. Man.
Especially by game 12 or whatever number this was. I mean, it's like it steadily got worse. It's a pretty low bar where you say if it's only 10 penalties, that's good. I mean, not that it's good, but that's kind of the expectation. The other thing, Wags, that was kind of surprising to me on Wednesday, and again, like you said, glorified spring game right here that happened to involve a potato chip company, Cheez-Its or whatever they are. Special teams were not good. They made Andrew Marsh look like a superstar running kickoffs and punts back. I'm like,
and again, I'm not trying to like cop out of it or anything too, right? But let's consider the environment of the game, right? Spring atmosphere, spring ball atmosphere.
Yeah.
Is everything going to be buttoned up? That's my question to you. Especially if we were in the regular season campaign and things weren't buttoned down tight. Do you think the hatches were going to be, tightened down even, extra tight this for this bowl game?
Yeah, if you're in a college football playoff game, I think that all that's much better because
100. Yeah, if you're in the bracket, it's different, right? But
and there's so much of it we don't know.
You're playing for Cheez-Its. Come on.
Yeah. I didn't go player for player down the special team side to see who was actually playing, but when there was so much disarray on the offense and the defense with who's going to start, who's going to play, where's the short end of the stick going to be on special teams? And you had guys going both ways, but that'll get better. Now that will get better. The penalties, I'm like, that damn well better get better. But you did. I mean, you had Grayson Middleton making plays. You had Kate Phillips making plays. You had a lot of these dudes that are going to be the foundation, building you forward into 2026 in a very look, man. This is going to.
Yeah, I'm excited for Kate Phillips.
Yeah,
There's a lot of young talent in the secondary too. We had questions about the secondary a couple of weeks ago, right? And I feel a lot better about the secondary now too. So
yeah,
again, I think a lot of that stemmed from when Bucky went out, right, and we were trying to figure out who's going to be able to kind of patrol this secondary or patrol, the entire defense, honestly, or platoon the entire defense, honestly, and lead them, on the field and kind of get them in the right spots. We saw a little bit of a mishap with that, and then it kind of, started throwing a little bit of rumors out there or a little bit of rumblings out there. It's like, hey, man, is this defense going to be okay? So I think we're going to be all right. I think the secondary is going to be fine. I think we will.
I just feel a lot better after that game. And look, I mean, quite frankly, after the last, month and a half, if we want to call it a regular season, that going into 2026 and going into the, spring, that a lot of questions not necessarily are answered, but at least there's stuff in front of us that's going to give us the positivity that that there is a path there for you, to where last year we were just assuming things were going to, like you say, that they were just going to reload. Texas isn't at that point right now. The staff and
you got to have
changes on the staff.
You can't expect a succession plan to just be able to reload. You got to have stuff built like Georgia. You have the depth built like Georgia and other schools like that. All right, so we're going to get into the commercials real quick. We're going to talk to our sponsors, pay some bills real quick, and then we're going to turn over to the pool session.
Yeah, you go ahead and start. I'll get that rolling if you want.
Right on. So right now, there's a new lawyer in town. You guys know the drill. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. When the storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom with that burnt orange suit. If you're injured in a car accident or you got any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, lottery numbers 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. New or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, if that's on your bucket list for 2026, we're going to tell you about the folks that have been doing it, this family, so many years, the Covert family. And, of course, Covert Bee Cave. That's one of our benchmark sponsors right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We talk about them each and every weekday. Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. You can be a satisfied customer just like these folks.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. We talk about Tom McKay is going to be a part of the Polar Plunge happening over at Casa de Wags here momentarily. How about AV consultations? How about in 2026, you get set to have yourself that badass home sound and viewing system? It's AV Consultations.
Hey, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Boom, right there. avconsultations.com, 255-8678. McCall Custom Homes, one of the highlights of my 2025. Went back last week, and I was thinking, let's go over the highlights of 2025. And I can tell you, in a personal standpoint, one of them was, number one, making a great friend, my man Mike McCall. But at the same time, our primary bathroom has just been transformed, and that happened in 2025 thanks to our friend Mike McCall and his amazing crew and trades at McCall Custom Homes. For over 40 years, his father-son team of Central Texans doing it for Central Texans. You don't just have to believe me. Check out the A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Check out the 5-star Google reviews. Talk to Bucky Godbolt. Call or text me. I'll tell you all about what they did for us. And I'm telling you, so much of this was not just the product that we ended up with. I mean, that in and of itself is the final thing. But it's as this is going on, folks coming by the house, hey, here's what we're doing today. Hey, what do you think about adding this? Totally up to you. But I think that this would be really cool. And these are from master tradesmen that have been doing this for years and years and years, that are telling you, I think this would look cool. Really hard to say no when they're right. And you can be a satisfied customer as well. 512-633-9580. That is your free estimate waiting for you right there. Estimation, as a good friend used to tell me. Your free estimate, 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Check out the gallery of projects at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Become just like Double R was in 2025. You do it in 2026. Be a satisfied customer. It's McCall Custom Homes. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. You'll be glad you got together. So Wags and Tom heading out to the pool. They're going to be doing the polar plunge. I'll go to the Coda text line 22293, 222-9328. There we go. That rolls off the tongue. Great point right here. I know y'all have talked about this, but Texas must master the portal. All 4 quarterbacks left in the CFP were acquired in the portal. And then it goes on to say, talking about Chambliss playing D2 last year, the Cam Colemans and so forth, for success. It's finding the offensive and defensive linemen, linebackers that can come in. And it really is where I talk about not liking the portal and just to kind of backstory some of that. What it is for me, I heard Nick Saban talking about this over the weekend, towards the timing of it. I'd love to see the shift in the calendar like he's talking about. The fact that right now we're sitting here talking about on January 2nd, 2026, that the portal has opened up and boom, off they go. It's, make it more like the NFL. And had him there for a moment, so we'll wait for that. Oh, sorry about that, Wags. Wags, give me a thumbs up if you want me
to have to add it, Rodney. Okay. We're backstage. We can't add it. You have to add it. We've been waiting.
Oh, I got you.
Okay. It's freezing out there, man.
All right, head down. All right, here we go. So we're gonna get them added.
You have to add it, Rodney. We're backstage. We can't add it. You have to add it. Oh, I got it.
So that's the other part of that right there, to where that is the portal is so beneficial, and it sucks for the D5 schools because you can go find those dudes. You absolutely can go find those guys. And that's where, like we're talking about with Cam Coleman, maybe don't go to them. Go find the diamonds in the rough. All right, let's go live. You're in Round Rock. It's the Poodle Plunge coming up from Tom McKay and Adam Wagner live on.
Okay.
All right, boys. You were set to go. Hopefully you can hear me.
Oh, glasses.
All right, let's take a look right there.
Pool plunge.
The pool plunge. I tell you, this is must-see TV right here. Look at these beautiful men. Beautiful stallions about to dive in.
Ready? Hold on. Every hockey player in the world.
Hold on, I don't know if I'm doing that.
You're doing it right.
You got it.
Late, Katie, you're fine. We're all good for the Winter Classic. Winter Classic tonight. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa! You had a shotgun, and then you had an Olympic diver making his way in.
That's cold.
How was it, buddy? How'd that feel?
Oh, mine's not working.
You got some shrinkage going on, my man?
54 degrees. 54 degrees.
The shrinkage.
It was cold. 54 degrees. We'll be right back in.
Oh my goodness. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Them boys. Man. Straight off diving right into the pool. There you go. 54 degrees. Damn, I got something I have to do at 10:15 or 10:25. I couldn't be a part of that. But very nice. Very nice. Yeah.
Wow. That was epic.
I'll tell you, I really don't have a meeting at 10:25. I'm just not going to do that.
Oh, man. Of course, I was watching backstage. I had to jump in for a second. That was awesome. I wasn't sure if they were really going to do it. Let me rephrase that. I knew Tom was going to do it. I wasn't sure if Wags was really going to do it. And, boy, he got out of that pool as quickly as he could, didn't he?
I like how you had the two different styles where you had Wags going in, like Hope Solo or one of those divers. I don't even know if that's what she does. And then you had Tom doing the raw dog cannonball, just straight in.
It is cold.
And Tom toughed it out a little bit too. He was like slowly going to the other side of the pool to get to the steps to hop out. Wags was like, I got to get out now.
You have no, man, it says 54. It feels like 44. And Tom's just out there just living it, just soaking in the air too, dude.
Is he still out there? Did he get back in?
What? I don't think he did.
Oh,
I don't think he did. But yeah, it's cold, dude. It is cold.
That was
well
awesome.
done.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in there for a second there.
Yeah, I know it wasn't needed, but I was locked in. That was a great bit, guys. Well done. Very well done.
So I mean, we were out there for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The shirt was off, the wind was blowing up, and Rodney's just continues. Hey, are you guys good? Are you guys good? Pull us in. Let's get it over.
Yeah, I forgot you were on a different system out there and couldn't pull yourself. I saw you looking around. I'm like, yeah, your camera's fine, dude. When are you going to jump in? So it's all good.
And poor Katie didn't want to be on camera. She didn't want to have anything, from her mouth come out. Hey, thanks, BK. So yeah, it was always fun. She's always trying to work behind the scenes anyway. She never wants to be on film. But thank you so much, Katie, for doing that, and Tom coming over for doing the polar plunge. And yes, the Winter Classic tonight. Make sure you guys watch it. The Rangers versus the Panthers. Celebrate hockey, because we will be getting into it here on Chaos Theory with Texas Sports Unfiltered.
So is that so when you hit the water? I mean, was it like
God, you feel it as soon as you get everything just like the needle, like you lose your breath because of how cold it is, right? And then you're just like, oh, and then Tom's just like chilling in it, swimming in like a seal and shit. But nah, man, I got to get out. Yeah, I got out. I see the comments. I got out very fast, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Jay Guns, you're good. I got you, man. I'll stay on with you. I got you.
Yeah, no, good stuff right there. We'll get that cut up and edited, because great form. It really was. It was like June.
I was a cliff diver back in my day, in my life before this one. I was a cliff diver. So
it's well done. It's absolutely well done. I like it. I like it a lot. Good stuff. Tom McKay does check in on the Coda text line. It's cold, but not Lake Michigan cold. No shit. I wouldn't even want to.
Tom's been able to do all that kinds of crazy shit. I cannot. Tom, you don't have to leave. You can say we can get some. I got to do the second hour now. So I was going to say we can get some breakfast or some lunch, but I think I got to do a 2-hour show now. So.
You got to pull Tom in. Get some Tom McKay on.
Tom McKay up in here.
Lone Star Playbook. So Wags, what I was rambling on while you were out there, talking about with the portal thing, the other thing about the portal, just to kind of sum it up right there, is where it talks about Texas mastering the portal. And I think the thing about it is, because we automatically go to running back 1, wide receiver 1, all of those, like offensive linemen. This is where you need offensive linemen. You need some linebackers. Go into this portal right here and find guys that maybe aren't at Miami, Ohio State, Indiana, you name these prolific programs that are still, Oklahoma, whatever. Go find those dudes that are maybe not going to cost you as much money, for one thing, but are just exceptional players that you can get in and make them demand the kind of money next year that they're not demanding yet.
I think the question that almost every coach is looking at now, right, is like, how do we make our program like Indiana? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did Indiana do that, so well, that turned their program, or like just made their program come out of nowhere? What did they do so well that we need to kind of have some insight on, or look in on, and maybe, take a little bit out of their pages and start, kind of rekindling what's going on here? It just can't be a perfect season and all things are aligning right for Indiana. Look at what Cignetti's been able to do over his course of just his career, wherever he's gone, right? Like he's had winning wherever he's James Madison. He's brought James Madison that program. I'm not saying that he is the reason why James Madison got into the playoff this year, but clearly he laid a strong foundation there before he left, right? And I think I saw a comment earlier about People needing to look in on Indiana and seeing what they are doing. Maybe it's, steroids or some, tongue-in-cheek steroids or something like that. Maybe it's just the fact that Cignetti knows how to win, right? And take a page out of that dude's book. I think that's the question now. Like, everybody's going to be addressing the portal, but I think ultimately people got to take some direction in and kind of look at what Indiana's doing.
I think that really is, that's a great point right there, to where it does come down to coaching, and it comes down to, like we're talking about right there with the comment about mastering the portal, to where you go.
And he wins. Like, he wins everywhere he goes. He has won.
Yeah.
Like, he knows what he's doing.
And the thing about it is, where it actually is pretty cool. Look, he could have taken the money and run right now, because we're sitting here talking about Lane Kiffin. And for the folks asking about why is Lane Kiffin so excited last night, LSU is paying him if Ole Miss wins. So that dude made money last night. That was part of that whole thing.
What did he say? He said, go win it all. He said, go win it all, man.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd be excited too. I would totally be excited because he's getting paid for that. But it really is where you win that portal and you find those things and you build, and that's what that program has done. So it's funny that we talk about with the college football playoff, to where there's no Cinderella. Cinderella doesn't happen. I'm here to tell you, dude, if you get Ole Miss against Indiana, especially with everything that's gone on at Ole Miss, that kind of is a Cinderella matchup, right? I mean, those are two teams that we knew they were going to be good in 2026, 5, whatever this is, but we probably didn't have them penciled in. I thought Georgia would overcome all this and win the
national championship. I still had Georgia winning it all. Even going into that last drive, I thought they would somehow. Now, of course, not when there was 1 second left, right? But I thought some way Kirby Smart would able to work the refs or lean on the refs well enough to pull the Krzyzewski card, right?
Yeah.
To where Georgia would find a way to sneak out of it and squeak by, right? But nah, man, credit to Ole Miss for getting it done. Charlie Weiss Jr., if this isn't enough for him to get promoted to a head coach, or maybe start having that conversation of him going, into a head coach position, my God, man, I don't know what it's going to take. I mean, just with everything going on in Ole Miss, and we sit here and talk about the fallout and all the disarray going down with Michigan, right? But I mean, whenever a head coach leaves, that creates disarray and discontent into the locker room. It just has to. It has to naturally have some type of negative form, right? And still, Charlie Weiss Jr. being able to come out and call one, and credit to the defense too, right? I'm not taking anything away from Ole Miss's defense. Being able, you have to be able to stop Georgia, but being able to put up 30, plus 20, plus 3 scores on Georgia is great, right? When you're in the 30 marks, that's fantastic in terms of that Georgia defense. So again, just everybody counted out Ole Miss and Charlie Weiss Jr., and here they are getting ready to, still contend for a national championship going into the semis. So
it's been really cool to see that you've continued to watch them elevate themselves and come in, and then especially beating Georgia like that. It's that's been great to see. But now this is where I think, and where I go back to the calendar of the portal, like Saban was talking about yesterday, to where it's like, okay, now the portal is open. So now you got Charlie Weiss and you have all these guys that are still hopefully going to be able to prepare Ole Miss for, their next battle here with Miami. Cause I think that's going to be Miami's a team where you got to watch those guys. That's just a scrappy bunch right there, to where
they're very fed. They got a lot of team speed on defense, right? Tons of team speed on defense, which I thought that was the reason they were able to hang with Texas A&M. I didn't think that would be the way moving forward, right? I thought Ohio State would be able to boat race them. I thought with their physicality, they'd be able to outman them, out-manhandle them. And Ohio State also has speed too to go with that physicality, right? Miami shut everybody up. I still don't know what to think about Miami. We're gonna have to ask Paramount Sports.
That's right.
That dude, Lee Sterling's got a nice pulse on Miami though. So make sure you're tuning into Texas Sports Unfiltered for that.
And that's where
I had no clue about Miami. I really don't know. I don't know if Miami's for real or not. I don't.
Yeah. And that, I saw a lot of yesterday about, the teams with the bye week losing and all that, Tech, one of them, obviously in the conversation from yesterday. And I'm like, I think what happens here is when two teams play, the better team wins. Tech, where you're thinking that a Tech team coming out of the Big 12 is ready to do incredible things in the college football playoff. I wasn't totally sold on that, who they play this
now
year.
I think we've seen the product of the Big 12, right?
That's exactly right, and that's
If that is what if that's the best that the Big 12 has to offer, or BYU,
yeah,
come on, man.
For the folks saying that it sucks that BYU got left out, I'm like, oh, that had just been another Tulane, that had just been another Dolly Madison, and hell, you throw Tech in there too, because I mean they didn't lose 20-17 yesterday, Wags. They got blown out of the freaking water yesterday.
Right.
I mean that was just horrible. But and for the folks thinking that with Kirby and Georgia that losing this is one of Kirby's youngest teams that he's had right here with Gunnar Stockton and the kid running the ball and across the offensive front. I don't think you need to worry about Georgia going anywhere. I think Georgia's going to continue to do what they do, like you say, reload, because they reload just like that. Maybe a little kink in the armor right there with some of the Georgia stuff that we saw this year. The defense was, questionable at times. We didn't see them playing at a very elite level for a while, but I think Georgia's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I think Georgia's going to be fine. I'm actually questioning what Alabama is going to have returning, right? Like that's like everybody's talking about what Georgia this, Georgia that. Is Georgia going to be okay? Georgia's going to be fine. Is Alabama going to be okay?
That's, they better go win the portal too. I mean, because, and this is where I'm sitting there thinking about this yesterday, and I keep seeing Kalen DeBoer on the sideline, and I'm wondering if he's thinking, is it too late to go to Michigan? Because I can only imagine what's going on in Tuscaloosa today. I'm going to catch me some Tuscaloosa radio when we're done here at some point to just to hear what the feel is. I know my Alabama friends are all pissed off. It's like, this guy sucks. I'm like, well, maybe that team isn't as good. Maybe your team isn't quite as good as you thought they were. Like we've been.
Well, Alabama. Well, look at last month, right? Like Alabama struggled all last month. Okay, they struggled against South Carolina. They struggled. We talked about this. They struggled in the Iron Bowl too. We didn't think that they were playing their best ball coming into the playoff, and sure enough, this was the product that we got when they got on the field, right? Or I don't know. I mean, the quarterfinal, they answered some things in the quarterfinal or in the first round rather with Oklahoma being able to beat Oklahoma, but when they got into the quarters, man, we're talking about them playing Indiana too, right? Indiana's probably going to. For all purposes, Indiana's probably going to win out, guys. Like they are a complete legit team here. I thought it was going to be Georgia, but now with readjusting my roster here, or readjusting my playoff bracket here, Indiana looks like they're in full charge. Oregon might show up. They might. I liked what I saw.
They're getting healthy. They're getting healthy at the right time. I think that's a big thing for them.
I still think Indiana has too much for Oregon right now, on offense and defense. They're loaded. They play very sound defense, and they're fast to the ball. They react quick to the ball too. It will probably be Ole Miss in Indiana, but I would not be shocked if it's Indiana Miami based off of what we've seen Miami in this playoff. I don't know what to think about Miami yet.
Yeah. The beginning of the show, you came on and you said you asked about did they get it right? And I know why you did that.
The committee get it right. Did the committee get it right?
Did the committee get it right? Because despite everything that we've been through and the questions about did those G5s or whatever, did they belong in here? Did Alabama belong? Oklahoma, whatever, which, by the way, the more that I really dig into this, I don't think OU or Alabama should have been in the playoff, but whatever, they were in. But when you look at this Final Four that we have, these two matchups right here, it seems like they got it right? Because
like Indiana's never been there before.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Oregon has a national championship. I know they've been contending for one in recent years, right? But they've never actually been able to, cast
only one that does is Miami.
Or call themselves number one or champions, right?
Yeah, Miami's the only one way back.
And that was back with like the Ed Reed years, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And by the way, Miami, Michael Irvin, calm down, dude. Your heart's going to blow up out of your chest someday.
Ain't no way that heart has been tested. Okay. That heart, Michael Irvin has tested that body. All right. No amount of game is going to make his heart explode based off of what he's done in the past. Michael Irvin has been tested. That heart is calloused, buddy. It is fine.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's like, dude, calm down. I mean, the way that dude sweats, I bet he drops 20 pounds at a game just watching. I'm like, dude, and attribute it to whatever you want to attribute it to. Rodney Smith, who do you replace Alabama? Look, man,
that's just it. I don't know. I don't know if you can, right? I think
I would say honestly,
that's a
Wags,
good question, Rodney. I
Dame.
think you kind of have to leave the pool there, right? I think that's why I think the committee kind of got it right. It sucks seeing the G5 schools just get boat raced, and ultimately that'll correct itself. But we had to go through failure to have the system kind of right itself, right? To get out all the quirks. It was going to take a few years, some grumblings, but maybe it gets perfected. Hopefully it gets perfected.
I certainly think that Dolly Madison and Tulane, I mean, whatever, that's a byproduct of the system they stay in, which, by the way, if you give them their own playoff, I mean, what's the luster? I mean, the school gets paid or whatever you get on a national stage, but you get boat raced in front of people. I mean, is that really, would you rather be in contention to win national championship against like opponents or go get destroyed in this playoff system? If you're one of those,
I'm with you, Double R, and it sounds homer as fuck to sit here and say that Texas should have been one of the last teams in.
Yep.
Right. Do you have a better argument? Based off of what
Notre Dame.
Hindsight's 2020, right?
Yep.
Of course, right? But do you have a better argument of another team besides Texas? Like Texas, I think absolutely Texas could beat Texas Tech, 100%.
If Texas didn't get the final nod, if there was somebody else, you would have to go Notre Dame. I mean, because Notre Dame, it seems like to me, and just imagine that whole thing with this marketing thing about it. If Texas and Notre Dame would have been in this playoff, man, you got a pretty stacked field right there. And then with the other two schools down at the bottom, but I think Notre Dame and Texas should have been in over Alabama and Oklahoma, because they weren't playing great football at the end of the year, either one of them.
Yeah, I think Oklahoma should have stayed in, but give me Texas over Bama for sure.
Yeah.
Anything else we got to get off the slate? I'm going to try and get a sweatshirt on real quick.
But before you do that, I do want to get this from you for our friends, whether it's calling your cousin, if you're one of Wags clients, or you're going to be placing a little scratch. Got some big NFL coming up tomorrow. 2 huge Saturday games, Wags. Get your thoughts on Carolina and Tampa Bay, Seattle and San Francisco, and then the AFC North, Baltimore at Pittsburgh. I think that's the 3 biggest ones on the slate that we've got this week. Thoughts on any of that? I mean, Carolina, here's the talk about Cinderella. Here's Carolina playing to get themselves into playoffs and win the NFC South.
I want to say that Mike Evans and company is too much for the Panthers. Bucky, I just feel like the Bucs have every piece that they need, but somehow, some way, the Panthers are able to make a game out of this, right? The line is still only 3. It hasn't moved much. Give me the experience of the Buccaneers to overcome the youth of the Panthers. Panthers get a good learning experience, and they'll be there next year, but not this year.
Yeah, I think this is when Tampa Bay wakes up, right? Because they've kind of been sleepwalking here. Have they lost 5 in a row?
They've been asleep for a month. Tampa Bay's been asleep for a month.
Golly. I mean, this is really the time to where you have to, because I think if Carolina, I keep making the whole stupid thing about to where Carolina would be the team that if there was a committee, you put them in and they really shouldn't be in. And I haven't changed my thought on that. Some of the other teams I thought about, like with Jacksonville, for example, I kind of thought the same thing.
We say that, but Carolina can play though, right? Like Carolina can play with just about any team out there. So
yeah, hell, they beat Dallas. Come on. Yeah, shit. Dallas and the Giants, buddy.
Give me go Cowboys.
Yeah.
Give me the Buccaneers. Give me the Seahawks to take down the 49ers. I said I want to give all the credit to the Seahawks here, but somehow the 49ers are finding ways to win with their battle of attrition too. So yeah, give me the Buccaneers, and then I'll take the Seahawks as the road team for my Saturday squad.
Golly, man, why
Sunday.
I do want Seattle to win, but man, those 49ers, like we keep talking about, Wags, how are these dudes? Look, Shano, great job, man, holding this thing together.
Yeah, that's a testament of Shanahan's coaching pedigree, right? If you're able to win in multiple facets, and whenever you just got players, getting injured, or players just not wanting to show, high key players not wanting to show up, right? And you're just able to win somehow. Yeah, you're a pretty good coach, Shanahan.
Baltimore at Pittsburgh. Does Aaron Rodgers do it? Lamar is playing. Lamar is playing. No quit in that guy. I'd rather see Snoop
Baltimore wins. Give me Baltimore in Steel City.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm with you on that.
3.5. Give me Baltimore. Give me the Ravens.
Baltimore make a run. If Baltimore gets in the playoffs, do they scare the shit out of you?
They don't. I'm not afraid of Baltimore. I don't. Hold on. Let me walk with inclement weather. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Right. But Baltimore is a team like we've seen that needs to get ahead of their opponent first, right? And they need to be able to play downhill and be able to run Derrick Henry.
I think for intriguing football, for cinematic football, you want Baltimore to get in over Pittsburgh, because I think Pittsburgh, if they get in, they're going to do what we've seen for the last however many years, where, man, they get bounced in round one and get bounced ugly, and I don't see anything in the Steelers right now that tells me that they can legitimately get in there and make some noise, or maybe Baltimore does do that. So yeah, I think for the betterment of the league and the entertainment factor that we all devour so much with the NFL, get Baltimore in there. Get Baltimore in there.
Yeah, I think Baltimore takes care of business. Any other games?
Man, I think that covered. We got plenty of games today, but I mean, here we go. It's a full day of college football, but the other stuff is done. No college football playoffs until I guess it is next Thursday. Thursday we get at it again. Ole Miss and Miami,
Texas
Indiana.
State matters. Go Bobcats, go.
Yes, Texas State. That's right. That is a early kickoff coming up for Texas State. I think they win. I think that
against Rice. Man. Yeah, I think they're okay against Rice. What's the line on this? Hold on. Let me look this up.
Rice. Come on, man. How do they
18.5 is the line on this, man. I think Texas State's all right.
Oh, Texas State. Yeah, damn, you better cover that. What else do we have here? Shit, I'm in the wrong week.
Navy and Cincinnati. Navy by a touchdown. You like that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think
Arizona versus SMU. Arizona, actually SMU favored 1.5 here over Arizona.
I think that'll be a game worth waiting for. The aforementioned insert the blank auto part place name Liberty Bowl. I think that'll be a fun game.
You can't talk about that one, huh?
I don't hold nothing against those people. We're all friends. I got a lot of people that work, a lot of friends that work for them, so it's all good. Yeah,
I got you, man. Yeah, dude. Thank you for going through all the mishaps or the hiccups there with the camera and whatever as we did the polar plunge today. Tom, appreciate you coming on and wanting to do the polar plunge, man. Actually, Tom was the one that talked me into it. I didn't really want to do this thing today, but when Tom calls, you answer. You guys know the drill.
So you've had so you guys can tell us on back-to-back days here on Chaos Theory. So we had our Michigan Insider on Wednesday, and now we have Wags. I keep seeing sexiness thrown onto the screen here. That's 2 back-to-back days of very pretty people on this program, Chaos Theory. So there you go. I think Wags, you are winning because it says a whole lot of sexiness right now. We are watching.
No, stop. I'm actually cold. I'm trying to cover up. As a matter of fact, man, I can't.
If you want to go put a shirt on.
Yeah, I'm pretty cold, man. I'm wet. I'm cold. I'd like to go put a hoodie on real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and jump out, and I'll hit the code of text line. A couple of things I want to talk about here while we wait for Jordan Scruggs. Longhorn and Lubbock making the comment there with the conversation about Texas Tech and the big goose egg that stayed up on the scoreboard yesterday. You could have combined Utah, BYU, and Tech and not have beaten Oregon. Speed, talent, and coaching was superior. It's just different. It's a different class of football, and that's what it all comes down to. That's where college football is right now. That you have 2 conferences that are just superior, and they're superior for a reason, because you can go out and you can allocate funds and you can totally do what's been done before now at a level that is just unrestricted to go get people. And that's why you have these 2 conferences that are just far superior than everyone else. And for someone in the Big 12 to be able to compete, for someone in the Mountain West or the Fun Belt or any of these independents, the American, for them to be able to try to compete with this, they're just not going to be able to do it because they don't have the donors, they don't have the facilities, they don't have the infrastructure that these schools do. And when we talk about Alabama and OU not belonging, specifically those 2, when you talk about them not being in the playoff, it's not like those 2 teams were knocked out of the college football playoff by a Big 12 school, or knocked out of the college football playoff by a Sun Belt school. They were knocked out of the playoff by a better program, but by a better built program. And this thing is built now to where the better team, just like the NFL, to where the better built team, because they're built teams now, they're going to win, and they're going to win championships. And to Wag's point, with this Final Four, I mean, it does kind of feels like the BCS, where the BCS would get it right eventually. It kind of does feel like that to me with these four.
As shitty as I don't know, as shitty of an attitude as I had with the committee when this whole thing started kicking off, I feel like after this past weekend, we were able to have like some. It sucks that Texas isn't there, right? But after this past weekend, it feels like, or the results that we got, it feels like the committee might have got something right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here's a great point from Bear, because if you remember, for the longest time with Oregon, when Oregon became,
they dominated that defensive front.
Yeah,
absolutely manhandled them.
When Oregon became relevant, I mean, I remember in the early, mid 2000s into the early 2010s, to where Oregon was all flash, all the different uniforms. They weren't physical enough. They weren't any of that. It's all speed.
Offense, only offense.
Yeah. Nike money, all that, Phil Knight money. The Oregon program has changed now to where they are physical and they are prepared to compete for national championships. And that's a great example of how they have evolved. What's that?
Coach Lanning. So.
Of course. Yeah, that's the other part, Wags. The great hire. You have to have that guy that's going to come in and that's going to stick around, like Kirk Cignetti. He's not taking the money and running. He's seeing what's sitting there in front of him. And I saw this with the Lane Kiffin thing last night, where Lane Kiffin has to be watching this happen. And how could he leave? Lane Kiffin don't care about that. Lane Kiffin cares about him. That's what he cares about, I think.
I don't know.
I get the whole thing where you have the charge, right? You want to go build a championship at LSU.
You got to know that Lane knows what he had at Ole Miss, right? What would entice you to leave that? Okay. And ultimately, sure, it was a huge bag, right? But I guess and this is where I'm siding with Lane a little bit, okay? Because you're a family man, and I'm like, we love our family. Everybody would do anything for their family, right? Lane's underlying seller, or why he was there, was that his family was in Baton Rouge. His daughter was already going to school there. And if he could be a coach there and be with his family, then why not? All right. Mm-hmm. And he called it, I'm paraphrasing here. He called it God's plan or something like that. He didn't know that God would have that in plan for me to come back here and be with my family and stuff like that. So, hey man, more power to you. If that's the case, you're chasing happiness, man. And we all that's having your cake and eating it too. Double R. That's what that is, man.
That's exactly right.
I can't fault Lane for that. I can't.
Everyone's wired different. That's where like the guy that just left North Texas. Coach Morris. If that dude wanted to stay in Denton and he wanted to make them on the cusp of the college football playoff for as long as this thing hangs around for the next 10 years, that's great. But he's not wired that way. He wanted to take that next step. Lane Kiffin. He wants to make LSU a champion. He wants to get on that list.
It's not even that, man. I think it's as simple as LSU called, right? Like, you're at Ole Miss. LSU just called.
Yeah.
You're not taking that phone call?
Yeah. And like I mentioned a while ago, Wags, if they tell you, okay, we really want you so bad that as long as Ole Miss keeps winning this year, we're going to pay you what they were going to pay you. I think I'd have done it.
The trends of prior coaches, besides Brian Kelly, right? The trends of prior coaches before is you're winning a national championship within 4 years, right?
Yep.
And that's the standard. Now, if you don't meet those standards, you're probably going to get let go. But ultimately, like, Lane has to think, I'm building a championship. I'm building a potential winner here at Ole Miss with these resources. What can I do in Baton Rouge with all of their resources? And guys, like it or not, when LSU calls, you're picking it up. You're picking up that phone. You just are.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those programs to where, look, I mean, we talk about the face of college football changing, but look, you still like USC right now. I mean, even USC,
still play, right?
Yeah. USC, if they call you for offering or interested in you for the head coaching job, they haven't won a national championship.
I think you're picking up the phone, but I don't know if you're actually going to the campus, right?
Right.
That's a good point. But LSU, you're going and having a meeting, right?
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
and I would say the standards at LSU are higher than they are at USC.
Yeah. Yes. And the answer to this right here, $500K last night that Ole Miss paid, or that LSU paid Lane Kiffin for Ole Miss winning. I mean, shit, that's a sweet gig.
That's a good gig. That's a good little gig right there.
I would
go win it all, Miss. Go win it all. Hey, before I jump on with Jordan, I'd like to use the bathroom and get some things going, if that's okay.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Right.
Take care of that. Take care of that. We can banter right here a little bit and go back and look at some other comments because we got
Appreciate
a lot
it.
of
And thank
them.
everybody. Thank you guys for so much for tuning in to the Polar Plunge. We appreciate that. That's something that Tom and I really wanted to do. We didn't know if I was going to be able to do it. I, pulled the curtain back. I was kind of a little under the weather a couple of days ago, so we were like, shit, man, if we can push it a little bit, a couple more days and hopefully get it on the Friday show, everything should be good to go. But anyways, yeah, always good to have Tom McKay on, and whenever he's over the house, it's always a fun time. So
good stuff. AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. Here's a good one right here. Another one from Bear about Jacob Rodriguez. Yeah, there's no doubt about the talent of that guy. I mean, that was one thing that you knew all through the bye week and the time for Tech going in and making this magical playoff run that ended with a goose egg up on the scoreboard, that Jacob Rodriguez was the anchor of the defense. And if you really go back and you look at Tech, the other thing to think about was during the season, there were questions about the offense to where the offense would go cold, and the offense yesterday, the defense early in the game put the Tech defense, put the Tech offense in positions to do something.
Yeah, and Tech
could not do anything. I mean,
and that's it too. Like, you get, like, your defense can only stand up for so long, right? Without any help, right? Like, you have to get some type of support on the other side of the ball. Just to, even if you're not scoring, you just got to give your defense a little bit of a reprieve and just not allow them to get the air back into the lungs so that they can go back out there. If they're on that field time and time again and just constantly on there, and the opposition's winning the time of possession too, that defense is going to get just dismantled, or it's going to be in terrible form towards the the end of the game, to where they're just smoked and fatigued. So that's kind of, to me, that it was the long game, right? Like, Oregon absolutely defeated them in the trenches, and you saw that progress with the long game too. So
yeah,
you got to be able to score. You got to be able to score. Tech, go spend $50 million on the offensive line this year.
You can't even get in position to kick a field goal. I mean, come on. You could have matched College Station and got 3, but they couldn't even do that. Jeez Louise.
Jay Guns, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
My man.
Happy New Year, Jay Guns.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Cold, wet.
I thought you said old and wet.
Old,
Close.
shriveled and wet. Yeah, you know it. I'll be right.
You missed it. Wags and Tom McKay did a polar plunge into Wags' 54-degree swimming pool about 30 minutes ago, live here on the TV. You missed that, my man.
I did miss that. I did.
See,
I can't get a text back, but I'll hop in the chat and we'll get a response from Wags.
Your first regret of 2026 is that you missed Wags diving in the pool, and he did like the head dive. He didn't like dive in cannonball style. He went, Greg Louganis style.
Oh yeah.
How's
your new year?
I told Wags, man, I made it to midnight. So that's that I made it to midnight and my feet hit the ground the next morning. So or I guess that same morning. So that's always number one for me. How about yourself, man? What'd you think of that intriguing college football playoff action yesterday? At least one game.
It was nice. Of course, the SEC brings the quality to the playoff, Sorry, I'm not going to do that. I won't be that much of an SEC homer, but no, I don't know. It was the Texas Tech Red Raiders completed the trifecta for the Texas Longhorns of their, I don't want to call Tech a rival for Texas, but, your buddies at work that you can nudge about not scoring a point or a touchdown, and now the Aggies and the Red Raiders. So it's been pretty good. And I don't know if I'd rather score a touchdown or not score a touchdown or be Oklahoma and blow a 17-point lead to a team that got destroyed 38-3 by Indiana. So
Yeah, that's the one that seemed. I know a lot of folks are talking about the combined, 3 points of Tech and A&M, but to me, the Oklahoma one is so sweet. I mean, because those dudes are kind of starting to kick back in the easy chair, and they're like, "Shit, look at this, watch this," and yeah, watch this. All right, so yeah, all three of them go down in flames, man. But I'd love this Indiana team seemed really well rounded yesterday. This team seemed like, but again, this could go back to the quality of the opponent. I mean, just far better team is Indiana than what they played against yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Alabama is probably going to have more draft picks than Indiana will. Hunter Folks with a good question here. So has anyone looked at the initial rankings of Indiana players versus where they are now? Did Cignetti see something a lot of evaluators didn't, or are a lot of these guys not a surprise? Yeah, I mean, they have done a good job evaluating. Fernando Mendoza, who they got out of the portal, was a clear and obvious top quarterback in the portal. But out of high school, he was a Yale commit. He was going to Yale, and Cal flipped him and ended up winning the job at Cal, became their starter. And so, you can't give him too much credit for evaluating that one. But, I mean, they've hit on a lot of players. Even players he inherited. His right guard right now is a Westlake product, Bray Lynch. And Bray Lynch committed to and signed to the staff that was there before Cignetti. But he's in year 4. So he's done a good job of sticking it out with the players he inherited, getting those guys better. He's done a good job hitting the portal. And he also brought over in year 1 in Indiana like 20 dudes from JMU. They're doing a good job top to bottom. They have a really good personnel scouting department. And on top of that, they have the money to play with the big boys in the portal. Mark Cuban is funding them. He's going to get them a Josh Hoover or someone like that, a quarterback, a difference maker. They're, and they're starting to spend money in high school recruiting as well. So Indiana does a good job. I also think, at the end of the day, I think it's Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's. But Cignetti is probably the best coach in college football right now.
Yeah. That was one of the things we talked about during Chaos Theory is that you've got to get that hire right. I mean, I know it's a totally different environment with money thrown around and all of these different things, but you've got to get the right dude in place. And the simple fact to me that he re-upped there and made it very clear that he is staying at Indiana. He sees what he's built. And I think realistically, Jordan, they can take this forward for 5 to 7 years and keep building that way because he's kind of doing it the right way. With evaluation, with talent, with finding the hidden stuff in the portal. It's really cool to watch how this team is built.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a damn good job and they're setting it up to last. And I can't remember if that was Chip or Hank, but one of them also texted this in the group chat that Indiana looks like the early team to beat for Parker Livingston.
Wow. That's a great get, man. That is a great get.
Yeah, so I see a comment about Travaris Robinson. He's a safeties coach at Georgia. He's the main name that's been linked to Will Muschamp at Texas. Travaris Robinson did say, happy for Muschamp, but it's go Dogs for me. We'll see. I still think there's a chance on that one. And with Blake Gideon, I mean, I don't know. I'll be honest. I haven't done any work on the safeties coach search. That's been Chip and Hank. I've been focused on the portal and portal recruiting. So I don't have a good read on what's going down there and what's happening. The one thing I will say with Blake Gideon, Texas already has a DC title in Will Muschamp, a co-DC title in Johnny Nansen. Blake Gideon left Texas to get a promotion, to get the DC title at Georgia Tech, to get the safeties coach title at Georgia Tech. At Texas, it doesn't make sense for him to come back unless he's getting a title. Now, there is an open one. Assistant head coach of offense is what Texas gave to Jabbar Jaluk to help beat out Kentucky. You can pay someone more with that type of title. And since Texas already had an OC and co-OC, titled, they kind of created that position to help. I think that's what would happen with Blake Gideon if he does come back to Austin, but I don't have anything to say besides that. Nonetheless, I think it'll be a good hire. And I think Sarkisian has done a really good job of hiring coaches, especially the initial staff when he got to Austin, but also the replacements he's made. Yes, he's whiffed at times. Chad Scott being a great example, but more often than not, he's going to hit more than he misses on an assistant coach hire. So I'd say just be patient. That should come any day, potentially today. So we'll see. But if you have any portal questions, just drop them in the chat and we will hit on them. But
Jordan, I think to your point right there, I think that's one of the things for me, kind of the resurgence and the tides turning with the Texas program is what you were just talking about, because it's something that I've talked about for the last couple of years, is where he did get that staff and he had that staff intact for the longest time. I mean, there was never you may have the occasional change in the staff, but it was never like the knee jerk, like it kind of feels like that now. But I think that you look with the disappointments that you had this year, where you had to have the changes. I mean, there were going to be changes because you didn't meet those expectations. But I think that that's one of the things that really shifted kind of a lot of the mindset and philosophy and consistency in the Texas program, is that you had the same fucking coaches year after year after year that were developing, these different rooms, in the program.
Yeah. I mean, they were the only program, I think, in either the Power 4 or FBS that had the same offensive, defensive, and special teams coordinator 5 years in a row.
Yep.
Obviously, no longer the case with Pete Witkowski off the coaching staff, and, he's been fired. But yeah, it'll be interesting. And speaking of coaching stuff, Texas announced they'd re-signed Chris Jackson, which – I'll be honest, it's a pretty big surprise. We'd been hearing that was not going to be the case. So
I didn't think that was going to go down.
Yeah, and shortly after that happened, news broke that Cortez Hankton is officially going to be Ohio State's receivers coach. So thought the timing was interesting. Maybe Sark and Texas felt as if the options available to them weren't going, to be an upgrade or much better than Chris Jackson, so they just ran it back with him. For those curious, it is a 2-year extension. Texas also extended Brandon Harris on a 2-year extension. Brandon Harris is the general manager.
Yeah.
So a lot of interesting things going on in Austin. I'll say that.
Yep. All right, Wags, I'll turn it back over to you. So look at him. Already sneezing. Dude, you're going to be ill after the 54-degree dive.
I was sneezing before, man.
There it is. All right, guys. Y'all have a good weekend. I'll see y'all on Monday. Hook 'em horns, friends.
Later, buddy. Thank you. What's up, dude? Happy New Year.
What's up? How are you doing? You shivering over there?
A little cold.
Yeah. Well, all right. It's a crazy time of the year. The transfer portal opened today. It's my least favorite time of the year. There are a lot of
Isn't it like Christmas?
Fuck no. No. Like signing day stinks. Summer around official visits stinks. Nothing is worse than the transfer portal because things just move so quickly. So I can have the best possible sourcing and report something, and 5 minutes after I report it, another school offers more money.
It's just dead content. Gotcha.
Yeah. So that part makes it hard. Also, Texas, they're very, 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 very quiet. Under Steve Sarkisian, never given much, if anything, for transfer portal stuff to us. But especially this year, I mean, it is Fort Knox. You can't even get any names. They'll tell us how many guys are visiting, but not who's visiting. And it's also, pretty frustrating as like a team reporter because at the end of the day, they're going to reach out to Pete Thamel or Matt Zenitz or Pete Nakos, the big national reporters.
Sure.
But it is what it is, This is a great comparison. It's tax day, and I'm an accountant. Except I don't make any commission or any of that. I mean, I don't know how it works for accountants. I don't work a real job, but all right. I'm going to talk about a few portal names off rip that I have. I'll also answer questions here in a sec. But Gianni Spedic, he's a Memphis transfer or kicker transfer, I should say. Did 1 year at Memphis, 2 years at Ohio, is in Ohio University. He's originally from Ohio. Let me pull up. I got his stats here. Give me 1 sec. Spedic in his career is 46 to 62 on field goals. That's 74.2%. 2 of 2 on field goals between 1 and 19 yards. 8 of 19 on field goals between 20 and 29 yards. 14 of 17 on field goals between 30 and 39 yards. 7 of 15 on field goals between 40 and 49. And he's 5 of 9 on field goals from 50 yards and beyond. Career long is 55 yards. Also has experience on kickoff duties, held down kickoff duties for Memphis in 2025 and Ohio in 2024. Had 91 touchbacks across 161 attempts, including 13 fair catches. Only 32.9% of Spedic's career kickoffs have been returned. He is either on campus today or this weekend. I can't remember. He's one of like the few or handful of visitors we've confirmed are going to be there this weekend of, the total list that or numbered list, I should say, we have. So we are expecting around 12.5 visitors this week and into the next. And Gianni Spedic will be one of them. So still working to confirm if he's already on campus, if he shows up today or tomorrow. But regardless, we are expecting him to end up at Texas. And in fact, the kicker is probably the portal prospect we feel the best about right now. It'll be kind of a similar deal to what Mason Shipley was. It's a 1-year rental. He has 1 year of eligibility left, just like Mason Shipley does. And if you get Spedic, like we expect Texas to, that gives incoming true freshman kicker Jake Collett, a year to kind of marinate, potentially redshirt, learn the ropes. There's a big difference from kicking small school Georgia high school football to the SEC. So still in the works, but very, 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 very likely to happen. And I do think this is a good move for Texas. I'm just going to hit on a list of names, and then I'll come back to these questions. But another name I want to talk about, Arkansas D lineman Ian Gifford, visiting Texas today. He's out of small-town Georgia, originally ended up at Arkansas as an offensive lineman, made the switch to defensive lineman. He's a true A-gapper, over-the-ball player, 6'5", 387 pounds, just a mountain of a man. And I believe has 2 years of eligibility remaining. He is like the 3rd or 4th highest ranked interior D lineman in the portal. And like I said, true over-the-ball A-gapper player. That's what Texas
is that his only technique, though?
No, I mean, he can do a lot of things.
Pump up to like a 5 or anything?
Yeah, I mean, you want him on the inside as much as possible. And I think if he ends up at Texas, he's going to primarily.
I'm thinking because he goes 3-4 and 4-3 at times, right?
I guess. I'll be honest. I haven't really looked in depth on it. Like the day-to-day has been a shit show for a month now. So I haven't had time to sit down and digest it and those type of things. But yeah, but with Gifford, he's played the majority of his career snaps in the A-gap or, at nose tackle right on the center. So if he ends up at Texas, that's what we expect him to play. He is visiting Austin today. And Hayes Fawcett also reported his visits lined up for SMU, Auburn, Kentucky. Longhorns are obviously going to try to keep him in Austin no matter what and try to sign him before he heads out. And then 2 big names that everyone's asking about. Isaac Brown, the Louisville running back transfer. He entered the portal today with a do not contact tag. All that means is schools can't reach out to him directly, and he does the reaching out himself. He's the number 1 running back in the transfer portal, so everyone will pick up the phone when he, reaches out and calls. In Texas, in a good early spot. I mean, this is a kid that I've mentioned on this show, I think for oh, wow. Chip might have got his Twitter hacked.
Yeah. You saw that? Did you see that shit?
No, I didn't. What did
you see the tweet?
He texted us. Hold up. Ooh, he cashing out on crypto. Okay, Chip. Man. Oh God, there's some people that think this is real. Look, there's Texas fans being like, "Congrats, Chip, well deserved."
dude.
It's some car that the hacker posted he bought with crypto. God. Okay, apologies. But with Isaac Brown, Texas is the team linked here. They've been working on this for a while, just like they have with Jaden Baugh. And I've mentioned Isaac Brown as the name alongside Jaden Baugh for weeks now. We expect Texas to get this done. 24/7 Sports already put in a crystal ball from the 24/7 Sports staff projection. We created that. There's no name attached to it because whenever agents or, sources give us stuff but want us to wait, and you're in a weird spot because it's really good info and you want to be first on it or want to break it, but you're in a weird spot, you put in a 24/7 Sports staff projection because, you just have to tell the agent, I didn't put this in. It would have said my name on it. And for what it's worth, by the way, I'm not doing crystal balls anymore, but there is one in for Isaac Brown from that. And I do like Texas's chances, so much so that we have a story already, ready to go for him. So, really good spot with Isaac Brown. David Keith Williams, I see your question. I'll come back to it. The other transfer everyone wants to ask about, Cam Coleman, the Auburn star receiver. He has 2 years of eligibility left, but will only need one because he's going to be a day one draft pick in April of 2027. Texas is going to be very, 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 very competitive in this one. A&M is as well. And, of course, Alabama's in the mix too. Those are the main three to know right now. I spoke with an agent source last night. It's not someone in the agency that reps Cam Coleman, but, someone who has a lot of the top players in the portal, a fair amount of quarterbacks, a really good read on the market. He thinks the floor for Cam Coleman is $2.5 million. And that he's going to end up making 3 or more in 2026. Yeah. And it was originally reported, I think On3 put it out, or it was CBS. I don't know. That he was probably going to make between 2 and 2.5. But, yeah, prices get crazy for a guy like Cam Coleman. But
Auburn?
No, he ain't going back to Auburn.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the same guy that was on Auburn? Like that Cam Coleman?
Yeah.
$3 million?
Yeah. I mean, he's probably going to be the second receiver drafted next April behind Jeremiah Smith.
No, that's valid.
And
but still,
Jeremiah
$3 million,
Smith made like $3.5-4 million at Ohio State. Is that not worth it?
Yeah. No, that's
Now I think Jeremiah Smith and Cam Coleman.
Do y'all still say Deese? Kids still saying Deese these days? It's Deese.
They're trying to say D's, like these nuts, but
no, Deese. Deese, like that's decent, man. Deese.
Yeah. But with Cam Coleman, he is going to end up visiting Texas at some point. That is the expectation. Don't have dates yet. And it's interesting. Whenever he first went in the portal, several different outlets reported he was looking for some good quarterback play. Now, whenever, competing websites all report the same thing, it's because they're all getting the same stuff from the same person. So how important is that actually? I don't know. And as much as non-Texas fans are going to hate to hear it, there's a lot of hype around Arch Manning. He's going to be the Heisman favorite going into next year. It's him or Julian.
Okay, has he not, based off of what you saw in the last month or the last ladder of the campaign, has he not earned that hype?
I'm not saying he hasn't.
Okay.
But what I'm saying
is, the way that
you
were saying it sounded like you were kind of sick of hearing about the hype or whatever.
Well, I just know people are so tired of the topic of Arch Manning. But with do
you think there's Arch Manning fatigue?
Yes.
Okay.
With Texas having Arch, if quarterback play is as important as it is, they're in a great spot. Now, is that as important as they say it is? Probably not, but nonetheless, I think Texas is going to have a shot. You don't let what happened with Parker Livingston and DeAndre Moore happen unless you really think you're going to have a good shot at this. They've known, what the deal was going to be with Coleman. They've been back channeling this for over a month. It was not a surprise to anyone in the college football world. He was going to end the portal.
$3 million for a receiver. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, but think about this. You have Ryan Wingo and Cam Coleman with Arch Manning throwing the ball and potentially Isaac Brown back there as well.
See, I'm more excited about Mosley and Coleman.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll be Mosley, Wingo, and Coleman. No more Livingston and DeAndre Moore. So, yeah. But
that's a decent 3-headed Hydra right there, man. That's one hell of a wide receiver room, man. That's layers. That's layers of wide receivers right there, man. You got length, or you got vertical, you got mid routes, and you got short routes right there too.
Who's playing O-line? Kyle Flood. Kyle Flood's gonna be out there pass setting in a.
There's some money out there to be spent.
Yeah. Hey, no, they're gonna save some money on O-line, kick the can to next year. No, that is a joke for anyone who doesn't understand sarcasm. All right, last portal player, and then I'm gonna answer questions. Robert Woodyard, I think it's actually Robert Woodyard Jr., Auburn linebacker, one of the top linebacker transfers in the portal, heading into his 5th and final year of eligibility. Was all SEC, I believe, was also the highest graded linebacker in the SEC by PFF in 2025. He has a visit set for Texas, but it's going to be next week. He's going to see Kentucky and Mizzou this week. Mizzou has been really interesting, or not Mizzou. Kentucky has been really interesting. Big news, Cutter Boley, the Wildcats quarterback, who is, I believe, a hometown kid from Lexington. I know he's from the state of Kentucky. Went in the portal, so that is the clear, obvious bat signal that Kentucky and Will Stein are going to pay up for a quarterback that they feel is an upgrade over Boley. Boley was, the quarterback for the all freshman SEC team. He's not a bad player. He's in year 2 this year. He's been a lot better than Brock Vandegrift was versus Texas last year, and he wasn't horrible this year either. So, yeah, definitely some strange stuff in Kentucky. And as Jorge Mendoza also says, Baxter visiting Kentucky. All right, we're going to hit on these questions. Let's see. Woodcrest says, any chance Texas can get both Isaac Brown and Baugh as well as Coleman? Look, the agent I talked to yesterday doesn't think there's any way in hell Texas can or will pay Isaac Brown and Jaden Baugh.
But the resource, just say hypothetical, resources are there though, right?
Sorry, what do you say?
Resources are there to make that happen. It's not like the resources are the thing holding that back, correct?
Well, yeah, but this is how you have to think about it. Derek Cooper is a 7-figure player as a true freshman. Isaac Brown will be a 7-figure player and likely a 1-year rental. Jaden Baugh will be a 7-figure player and likely a 1-year rental. So Derek Cooper, Isaac Brown, and Jaden Baugh combined probably somewhere between $3.5, $4 million.
Yeah, we ain't even on the offensive line yet. Yeah.
So that's why I don't think it'll work. Jaden Baugh is the belle of the ball. That's what everyone wants. And from what I put together, Texas does seem to like him more than Isaac Brown. But with Baugh, I don't know. It is a weird situation. He hasn't entered the portal yet or hasn't announced his intentions to. And we're kind of in wait-and-see mode until then because he also hasn't announced anything about returning to Florida. So it is strange. If he does end up in the portal, I do think Texas is going to be in a shot to get him because, I haven't heard anything differing saying Jaden Baugh isn't eventually going to go in the portal and end up at Texas. So that agent said he doesn't think there's any way Texas can afford to pay or will. They can't afford it, but will penny up for Brown and Baugh. But shit, man, we'll see. You can't rule anything out. I will say Isaac Brown and Cam Coleman are Baugh, and Cam Coleman is definitely possible. They seem extremely motivated for Cam Coleman and not just like they're playing ball, like they want to win the game. So that'll be interesting because A&M also wants him really bad as well, and they want to pair him with Mario Craver. Texas wants to pair him with Ryan Wingo. So, yeah, and Rob Latendra said, does Texas need to get receivers in the portal now too, or is there enough depth? Honestly, I'm cool with only getting one.
That's where I'm at too, man.
If it's Cam Coleman, you'd have Wingo, Cam Coleman, Mosley starting, You'd have Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, Dalen McCutcheon off the bench. Jermaine Bishop will play as a freshman. That's 7. Chris Stewart and Colin Brown aren't playing as freshmen. And if they are, it's because something catastrophic happened injury-wise. Or it's because it's Texas's game versus Texas State and they're up 50 in the third quarter. But, I mean, I think they'd honestly be good with one receiver. And I think
if Coleman is the lock-in, if that's a legit thing that's coming there, if that's secure, then I'm fine with that. I think that gives us enough.
Yeah, I agree. And, I mean, I wrote this on Horns 24/7 this week, and this is before Parker Livingston went in the portal, but I still feel the same way. Like, if it's not Cam Coleman, Nick Marsh, or Ryan Williams type of guy that's a clear-cut 1 or could be a 1 and would start right away, it's not worth it. Like Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, not Parker Livingston, Dalen McCutcheon, those guys can provide depth. They can. They did it this year. Like, how much depth do you need to be provided in a Steve Sarkisian offense that doesn't rotate receivers? So I think the number's 1 for Texas, especially if that 1 ends up being Cam Coleman and you have to pay him $3 million. They're not going to get more than him. Yeah. Antoine said at this rate, Colin Simmons might end up top 3 sacks in Texas history. DAL, whatever, 40. Diayala, I don't know. I'm bad with names. Tim Campbell, 39, DeGray, 31, Simmons, 21 and counting. Yeah, he can. I mean, I don't think he'll get 18 and will.
Yeah, that's tough.
Campbell's record. Maybe if Texas goes to the conference championship next year, gets in the playoffs, but doesn't have a first-round bye. Because they played 15 games last year. If they made it to the Natty, it would have been 16.
You'd have to think that Coach Boom is going to be very aggressive with him.
Yeah. I mean, shit, he only has him 1 year, so.
Right. I'm thinking, I mean, and he got what, 12 this year, 12 sacks this year?
Yeah, he had 12 in 13 games. I think he had like 9.5 or 10.5 as a freshman. But
I'll put him around like 33, 35 mark.
Yeah. All right, here's an interesting comment. Antoine said at this rate, Texas will barely have seniors that are 4 or 5 year guys that don't start. All right, listen to this. So Connor Robertson, who I'm pretty sure is, I don't think it's official yet, but we are expecting Connor Robertson back at Austin next year. He's either meeting with Texas today or tomorrow. But with Robertson, he wants to be back in Austin for his 5th and final year of eligibility. You know, he'll be a returning starter at center. Trevor Gooseby is expected back. That one isn't quite official yet. But if Gooseby and Robertson are back with Brandon Baker, that'll mean 3 returning starters on the O-line. And it also gives Texas some flexibility to save a bit more money because Connor Robertson is going to be significantly cheaper than going to the portal to pay a center that is around the same level as him. Like, there's a portal tax. And Texas doesn't feel like any of the other centers are ready for next year, at least to my understanding. That's how they felt. But, Wags, in 2022, Texas signed 28 prospects. That's the class that Connor Robertson was in. Robertson is one, if he finishes his career and comes back for his 5th year, is one of only 9 players from the 2022 recruiting class that will finish their collegiate careers as Longhorns.
It's not a good trend, man.
19 other kids transferred out of a 28-man class. And
so either
he's also gonna or would be the only player from the 2022 class to return for their 5th and final year.
So does that scream misevaluation to you, or does that scream that the program has grown so much so that now we're attracting better players?
Did they misevaluate some guys? Hell yeah, they did. But they also I mean, dude, it was 2022. They're desperate as hell to just get numbers at some positions. Like Travell Johnson was like a 5'11" linebacker they took from Arlington Martin. Portaled out of Texas out of 1 year because they pushed him out because they knew they never should have taken him. He went to ULM, played 1 year there, went in the portal, couldn't find a home. I'm pretty sure he's now in the military. And he's not playing football. He hasn't played football in like a year or two. And there are 2 or 3 other players from that 2022 class that ended up in the portal, once or several times and never found homes because they weren't good players. But Texas needed numbers. But nonetheless, the answer to that question, yes, there are misevaluations, but also the way college football is nowadays, so many people this season made, big points. So our roster's so young. We're such a young team. We're going to return a lot of players next year. Everyone is going to have a young roster now because every player that signs out of high school now is on a 2-year plan, either a 1-year or 2-year rev share deal or just a 2-year plan is a broad statement. And by that, I mean, hey, after year 1, let's assess it. You didn't play at all. We paid you this much. If you're going to be back next year, you're making this much. If you don't like that, go in the portal. You'll probably make less there. So they can come back or leave. They come back for year 2. Okay, great. You ended up starting. You developed into a great player. We're going to pay you this much more, and you're going to start in year 3 and go to the NFL. But everyone is on a 1 or 2 year plan. Very quickly within the first fall camp or spring ball, right, if a kid can or cannot play at that level.
Right. Yeah.
That is why each year there's like 1 to 3 kids from each recruiting class. They get pushed out after just 1 year in the program. But you have to trim fat. And, if you're Texas, they've done a good job of trimming fat. And even at times, the fat will trim itself. Like Derek Williams, he probably is not the same athlete he was, or will probably never be that same athlete he was. Same with CJ Baxter. And those guys wanted more money in 2026 than they got in 2025 to be bench players. And Texas said, we're not going to pay it. Good luck. And they left. It did it itself. So it's a mix of a lot of things. I've been meaning to get a story and writing on this at some part because I think roster construction is fascinating. Like, you even look at the 2023 recruiting class, half of those guys aren't finishing their careers as Longhorns. Right. Ryan Niblett is the only receiver. That year, Brendan Marion signed DeAndre Moore, Jonte Cook, and Ryan Niblett. And Niblett's the only receiver left going into year 4 for those guys. Texas signed 5 linebackers. Anthony Hill's the only one that's going to finish his career as a Longhorn. At running back, CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner from that class are both now gone. Like, Arch Manning, Ryan Niblett, Spencer Shannon, and Will Randall are the only skilled players left from that class.
Crazy.
Will Randall has not played a snap in 3 years. So, like, the attrition can be nuts. I think each individual case is different, but when you look at them all and provide the context, it makes sense. That's what college football is nowadays. Look at Georgia's roster, Bama's roster. They're all going to be top heavy. Where if there's a guy still left on the team in year 3 or 4, it's because he's a starter, is in the 2 deep, or is incredibly cheap or is playing for free. Like, you can't still be in year 3 or year 4 on an SEC roster and not be in the 2 deep. And if you are, it's because you're playing for free and, they don't care about keeping you around or getting rid of you. So, yeah. I did see this. Willie Fritz, what a strange hire. He's hit on a lot of hires, has made some good hires. Wags. Benny Wiley was who Lincoln Riley had everywhere, at OU, at USC. Eventually, he fired him at USC. And in his first year out of college, he was the Huntsville High School strength and conditioning coach. He's now at the college level again after coaching the Huntsville Hornets. So, yeah. Johnny Jackson, the Emperor, what a username, and a profile photo, to be honest. Said, y'all see what Miami did to Ohio State? Carnell Tate wanted none of that. Man, I'll be honest. I thought Ohio State was going to run him out the gym.
Same here. I still don't even know what to expect from Miami, man. Like, was that real?
Well, in the pregame stuff, I'm like, oh, they're so fucked. Like, they showed Ruben Bain just walking around in the tunnel, and I'm like, God, I need a bet on Miami. And I didn't end up doing it. I should have, but that was fun, man. Like, I think Mario Cristobal is a dumbass, and Miami wins a lot of football games just because they have better athletes and football players than you. But there's also a lot of coaches that get away with the same thing. They just don't do things as blatantly stupid as Cristobal, like running and fumbling when all you need to do is knee the ball out against Georgia Tech 3 years ago. Like, we're going to remember that forever.
Yeah, I don't even know if he ever sheds that.
Yeah, and I think he never won more than like 8 or 9 games at Oregon with Justin Herbert. Like there's been some wild
offensive line. Like their offensive line was incredible too. I think they combined for like 261 starts. That one season, dude. They
got multiple
that's what Penei Sewell when Penei Sewell was on that line too. So I think I might be wrong. I could be wrong.
He was at Oregon, but played for Cristobal there. But their D line is terrific. Bain and Mesidor, 3 and 4. Their DBs are aggressive, play well. Keontae Scott had a hell of an interception return. And I mean, Julian Sain looked like he was fighting for his life every snap. They could not block those two guys at Miami, and they were getting consistent pressure, only rushing 4. And on the same note, I mean, Miami's back 7.
Defenses or their team speed on defense is crazy. Like they can fly, man.
Yeah, I mean, it did not look like an ACC versus Big Ten team. And this comment brings it up. Like Carnell Tate and Ohio State wanted none of that. They were, knocking heads. So I felt bad for Jeremiah Smith. I know he's from Miami, chose Ohio State over Miami. And ever since then, Miami fans have just been on his ass, like calling him a traitor, all this. And then they beat, him in Ohio State. So I know they've been busy in his Twitter mentions. But all right, David Keith Williams said, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. I need you to continue answering my questions. Do you view Easton Royal as the most important Texas recruit since Arch Manning and Colin Simmons in 2024? That is a great question. I wouldn't say he's the most important recruit, but he honestly might be. Like, I want to go offensive tackler or lineman, but there's so many good ones in 2027. There's not like a clear-cut number one, kind of like there ever really was with Kelvin Banks or DJ Campbell, or even, I guess, John Turntine at times, but not really for him. This is a great question. You ask this later in the week. I probably have a better answer, or I might try to turn this into a story because it is a fun one. But I mean, yeah, it very well could be Royal. He's a true difference maker. You bring up good context here. 4.26 verified speed or 4.29, one of the two. Just a freak. Antoine asked, Junior Day is the day after the portal closes. Yes, portal closes January 16th. Junior Day will be Saturday, January 17th. So, yeah. CB said, did you see Kirk Bowles bring up the $4 million amount with Coleman? Yeah. I know Kirk Bowles isn't out here working to please the Texas staff, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not either. But, like, there are some things as a reporter where it's like, man, who is this helping? Who does it help?
He's always
been like that. Ain't talking to Kirk Bowles, I'll tell you that much.
He's been like that since I've been here, since 2012, right? Like, he's always been like this.
Yeah. Hunter Folks said, Jordan, is there a position other than quarterback this year where the market is higher than normal to attract talent? I mean, to be honest, the market goes up each year. And the reason – I've talked about this a little bit, but sorry. Chip said, if you get some Twitter DM from a friend asking you to vote for them to get a Spotify podcast, do not click on it.
Got it. Thanks, Chip.
Yeah. I've gotten like 10 of those in the last month, but regarding this question, the market goes up every year. Now, it's especially interesting this year because this is the first portal cycle with RevShare. RevShare is what, allows schools to directly pay athletes now. They have up to $20.5 million for their cap for the entire athletics program. Since football makes, all the money, most of the revenue, most football programs get about $15.5 million. NIL and NIL collectives are still around. They're still a thing, but they've been tweaked. Now, anything that is outside of RevShare, and by the way, RevShare is all guaranteed money, anything outside of it now has to be approved through the College Sports Commission's NIL Go. It's a clearinghouse. It's an online thing. It's run by Deloitte. Basically, let's say Wags is a running back at Texas Sports Unfiltered, wants to, pay you $10,000 a month to advertise Texas Sports Unfiltered on your Instagram. your agent would then take that deal with all the stuff signed by BK and everything and would put it into the clearinghouse. People at Deloitte or in the clearinghouse approve it, deny it, or send it back, and they approve, deny, or send it back based on if it's market value and without saying what deems something market value. So
we better be increasing that value then if you're talking about me.
So some real good stuff from the NCAA. So the point I'm trying to make here, each school only has so much money they can actually get through the clearinghouse, whether that's 8 million, 16 million. I don't have the answer. I don't know. Texas is in a better spot than a school like Oxford because there's a lot more marketing opportunities for a top tier athlete in a city like Austin compared to Oxford. But not everything can get through the clearinghouse. So the point I keep trying to get to, Texas before this year was operating with a roster between 30 and 40 million. I still think the roster is between 30 and 40 million. But it's not just now like, hey, Wags is asking for $1 million. We're going to give him $750 from the rev share. We can easily get a booster to pay him $250 a year from NIL. Now it's okay. He wants $1 million. We'll do $750 from the rev share. We have to figure out, can we get $250 through the clearinghouse? And I've talked about the loopholes different schools are using in the SEC around the country. Getting creative. I do think Texas is doing that. But schools are now operating with a smaller budget for their team. Some teams are like this. A smaller budget for their team than there was last year or the year before, because now the rules and regulations have changed things a bit. So with some positions, you've actually seen the market kind of come down a tiny bit, where others it's kind of plateaued or slightly gone up. Like the market rate isn't as quite exponential as it used to be or had been. So with quarterbacks, they are the premium position. They're going to make more money than anyone else. But I mean, offensive tackle dollars, what it costs to get them has dropped a tiny bit. It's about the same. Linebackers about the same, slightly less than last year. It is very interesting. And of course, a difference maker is going to reset the market. A Cam Coleman is going to reset the market. He won't be the highest paid receiver in college football history because that's Jeremiah Smith and has been. But he'll be the second highest, So, yeah, that's what I have to say there. When are we replacing Kyle Flood with Pittman? That is not happening. Pittman is drinking beer on a porch in Arkansas the rest of his life. So,
burning heaters.
David Keith Williams.
What is it? Ripping heaters? What does Blake Bortles say? Ripping heaters?
Something like that.
Ripping cigs, bro. Just ripping cigs.
Oh, yeah. David Keith Williams said, I recently asked this question to Jerry Hamilton. Do you view Isaac Brown as a faster, more electric version of Trevor Etienne? Yeah. I mean, I'd say, yeah. It's not the laziest comp, but somewhat. And, yeah, I mean, I'd say, yeah. In regarding Etienne, if I'm not mistaken, Etienne's slightly bigger. I don't think he has the top end speed, isn't as fast. The 0 to 60 isn't as fast, but I mean, yeah, that's pretty good comp. 5 years ago today, Texas hired Sark. Wow, time has passed. It's Jada King said, Gator checking in here, just saying, if you get ball from us, please utilize the heck out of him. Love the kid and honestly feel like he'd do good for you guys if he does. Appreciate that. Yeah. They're really missing on the receiver picks. And they'll be all right. Khalil Lockett will be fine. I want to give myself, by the way, real quick with these.
You're going to give yourself a pat on the back. You're going to give yourself a pat on the back. I'll come over there and pat yourself on the back too.
I think I said this at the midway point of the year whenever Ryan Wingard, his 6th game in a row with multiple drops. Still believe it. Khalil Lockett, I do think, is the only receiver on the team that has a true receiver 1 skill set. I love that kid. And feel bad for him, getting a little nervous in the post-game presser. He's never really been great in interviews. Always fine one-on-one, but the second there's 2 microphones there, it's, going to take a little bit longer. But that's okay. Phenomenal kid. Great young man. Always wanted to be at Texas. Grew up working as a volunteer at Fair Park during Texas OU games from South Dallas. Played his high school ball at Saxe, where Devin and Donovan Duvernay went. and just a great young man, great player, like +6 wingspan, offensive tackle hands. He's like 11.5 hands or 10.5, something huge. And I think he's going to be a star. I'm more excited about him than any other receiver they signed in 25, and was happy he was able to get in the end zone, get some playing time. Hated that happened because of injuries, but Khalil Lockett, it's so easy to get excited about him, his future at Texas, with or without Cam Coleman on the team next year. And I also I'm made disappointed, especially when Texas has struggled in the red zone. Like, I'm not saying throw jump ball fades in the red zone every time you're down there, but how many times this year have I said he has a jump ball skill set?
Right.
He can consistently win at the catch point. He can help this team in the red zone, and they refuse to put him on the field. In fact, the only time they did was, I think, versus Arkansas when they were throwing like a 50-yard Hail Mary at the end of the first half. Like, if you're putting him in because you trust him to win a jump ball in that scenario, why isn't he playing? Guess what he does when he plays Michigan? Wins at the catch point in the fucking end zone.
Yeah,
so
5 points.
I love that kid. I love the player. He's going to be a star. And, maybe he didn't do what some 5-stars do in year one. He'll be all right. We can still hit on that projection. So, yeah. All right, let's see. Feinbaum said yesterday Archer will win the Heisman and be the number 1 pick. I can tell you right now, take it to the bank, he's going number 1 next year. But Heisman, I mean, yeah. Is there someone else that has better odds? It's him or Julian Sane are the top 2, I feel like. So, CB asked, was Parker Livingston's exit about money or opportunity to play?
I think it's about opportunity.
The answer is both. The more snaps you have, the more production you have, the more money you're going to ask for.
Well, it equates to that. But, I mean, I think he wants to – ultimately, he sees – maybe there's rumblings coming in that's Coleman – where's he going to go? If Coleman's on the field, how's Livingston going to get on the field with all 3 of these guys? There's just – it's not happening, man. Writing was on the wall. I think, I wish him well too, right? Like, I hope he blossoms and prospers wherever he goes, man. It sucks because, you do kind of start to get a heart for somebody that made plays for you, but ultimately when you get better players in, we've all played Madden before, right? You fall in love with the guy. I can't really use him. He's not a 99 in speed anymore. Damn it.
Yeah. Look, with Parker Livingston, it's kind of similar to Trey Wisner. And it's different, but it's similar. Trey Wisner says, hey, I want this much money. You're going to pay it to a true freshman who has never played a snap. When I feel like I single-handedly beat OU and A&M, I mean, I feel disrespected. And on top of this, I'm seeing y'all are definitely going to go get a portal running back, and you won't guarantee me RB1. Look at Livingston. Started a lot of games this year. Busted his ass. Redshirted last year. 3 years of eligibility. Kind of the same thing as DeAndre Moore. Blocks hard consistently in the right place. Coaches love him. Bleeds burnt orange. Like, I couldn't stop thinking about Parker Livingston's commitment video yesterday. Because it was one of, the more wholesome Texas commitment videos. It showed photos of him as a kid, his family in the stadium growing up as a Texas fan, saying he always wanted to go there. It's a dream. And now after 2 years, he's going to go play the rest of his college football career elsewhere. And, he sees Wingo's coming back next year, should. That's not a done deal yet, but it's very likely to happen. He sees Emmett Mosley is coming back. That is a done deal. He also sees everyone in the entire Texas market reporting they're going after Cam Coleman and are going to be in a spot where they could very well get him. Where's Parker Livingston going to start? Now, put yourself in his shoes and think about how it would feel. You finally accomplish your dream. You're starting your receiver at Texas. You're roommates with the starting quarterback. Y'all have great chemistry. And you go to Texas and say, hey, I've been starting. I want to make this much more. I also want to be guaranteed, I can start or play a certain amount of snaps. And they say, we can't guarantee that. We're looking to upgrade at receiver. We're trying to bring Cam Coleman in. And they say, we'll only pay you this much. And he looks at that number and goes, I can get twice that at another school. See ya. And Texas says, see ya. It's just business. It's what it is. And it sucks. I hate it. A lot of these have sucked. Baxter, DeAndre Moore, they're losing players that are important to Texas fans because they're good, but they're also important because of how their recruitments went down, what they represented on the field, the type of leaders they are, the type of things they did on and off the field. And they're leaving because they got to get theirs too. And I mean, you look at it like up until this year, Texas has never lost a player like C.J. Baxter to the portal. And C.J. Baxter isn't even the best player they've lost to the portal this year.
Right.
Or the best like teammate or fan favorite. You know what I mean? So it's new times. You know, while this might upset people that guys like Livingston and DeAndre Moore and Baxter are getting let to walk, a positive thing to take away from it is it shows how serious and extremely motivated Texas is to go out on top in the final year of the Arch era. So there's some good things, some bad things, but I think it points towards a bright future in Austin this fall. Who's playing O-line? Great question. We expect Gooseby back at left tackle, Robertson back at center, Brandon Baker at right tackle. They need to pay up, get 2 guards. I've only really seen one guard that I think makes sense for Texas. It's
who's that?
Shader Hurst or Shader Hurst, Tulane. He's the highest ranked guard in the portal right now. But I mean, outside of him, there hasn't been a ton. So I think Texas is still trying to get some guys to go in the portal, or just waiting on some guys to go in the portal. So, yeah, I talked about it earlier, Nathan. How realistic is Bond Brown? An agent I talked to, my main source, has said he doesn't think it's possible. I mean, it is possible. He just doesn't think Texas will pay it. I kind of feel the same way, but at this point, like, I mean,
there's still nothing on Ball transferring.
Yeah. I'll be able to explain a lot more of what happens with Jaden Ball when he's actually in the portal. But regarding Brown and Ball, Texas has been focused on those guys for a while. They know what their budget, what their market was going to be for both those guys for a while. And if they're still getting linked this heavily to both those guys, it's, kind of tells you they're extremely motivated to get both of them. So we'll see. I wish I had more to say than that. I think it is an interesting budget or a strategy for the budget of going after 2 running backs that would cost over $2 million combined. But, hey, go big or go home. Everyone always asks, is Texas really all in? Well, that would tell you they are all in, especially with them going after Cam Coleman too. Sorry, I'm still catching up here. Rodney Smith said, does going after Coleman make Lockett and McCutcheon nut up and be the man, or puss out and leave? Well, they might not have a choice if they're already signed contracts. That's the new way to do it in college football, where it's like, oh, this guy's going to get pissed when we add a transfer. We're going to negotiate with him and get him to sign a contract before we ever bring this kid on campus. So when the kid transfers in, they go, coach, you screwed me. You said I was going to do this. You said, I can say, well, sorry, Wags. You signed a contract. If you leave, you owe us over half of that. Good luck, So is that what Texas is going to do with Khalil Lockett, Dalen McCutcheon? I don't know, and I don't think so. Texas is usually pretty honest that, they're going to go after guys. Like they told other guys in the room, we're going to go get A.D. Mitchell and Matt Golden, or we're targeting them. We're targeting Isaiah Bond. I do think they're doing the same thing with Cam Coleman. And if you're Khalil Lockett, or McCutcheon, what Texas will tell them is, hey, I get it. You want to play in year 2. Ryan Wingo's gone after this year. He'll get drafted. I don't know what day, but he will get drafted. Height, weight, speed is easy to project. Cam Coleman will go day 1 if they were to get him. And then Emmett Mosley, probably a 4-year player. He'd come back, but hey, McCutcheon, Lockett are plug and play in 27, starting year 3. And also, I'm sure, they can be guaranteed as the 4th and 5th guys off the bench, or 1st and 2nd guys off the bench, I should say, in that situation. But yeah, Nathan said, and I see your text, Wax. I'll try to speed run these. Said, would Jaden Woods from Florida be opposite of Simmons? Not really. He matches up better as the smaller edge. But Texas would figure it out and get both those guys on the field at the same time if they were to get Jaden Woods. Austin Novosad of Kentucky, I don't know. I have not talked to the Novosads in a while. And I don't know, probably won't. He's not going to be a Texas guy out of the portal. But wish him the best. I think him at Kentucky would be awesome. But But I could also see Stein aiming for more, a player with more experience since Novosad hasn't played much, if at all, in 3 years at Oregon. So, yeah. Nathan said Georgia could get interesting for Baugh if Frazier tore something last night. That is a good point.
That's
Tej, there's a lot of confidence Texas is going to retain Christian Clark, and they have said that they're going to – like Texas has told Christian Clark they're getting 2 running backs. So they've addressed that situation.
how's he received that?
Don't have that answer, but I mean, I also think he understands.
Sure,
like, hey,
he's got to, right? Like,
yeah, and I want to say something, and I hope it doesn't come off bad. I'm not trying to shit on him because he had a good game, a breakout
no,
game.
but it's a program that's in disarray.
Yeah, but also the amount of times like he hit a hole or bounced it outside
When he
and the defender has the angle, and it's like, wow, good run, good vision, and then the defender gets it. You know what I mean? Like, he's not as slow as Trey Wisner, where he gets past the line of scrimmage, and it's like, whoa, the bus ran out of gas. He's not accelerating anymore. But it's kind of like that. Like, Christian Clark can be consistent, and I think will bring consistency. He's good out of the backfield catching the ball as well. But, like, just off that game, you can't say, "Oh, no, we're good." He can be RB2. We only need one running back.
He can't pull away from anything, right?
I don't think he can. Correct.
I think we all see it. We just
Well, Antoine said Robertson and Jelani are the only seniors coming back who started their career in the 40 acres. Well, they were in that 23 class that Andre Kojo was also in, and Chapman. And Trevor Gooseby.
Yeah.
Maybe you're thinking corners only or DBs only from that group. Yeah, I agree with you on this, David Keith Williams. He did put some pressure on himself. At this rate, you don't want to buy. Only Indiana made it work in 2 years. Good point. Deontay is in the portal again, correct? Sorry, I'm still catching up on these. Raleek Brown of the portal, budget Isaac Brown. Yeah, but Raleek Brown also, I believe, declared for the draft and then went in the portal today. So maybe someone is trying to change his mind. I don't think it's Texas, though. So, where do we think Raiola and Lagway are going to end up? I'm happy you asked me this. I have no idea on Raiola.
Could you see Raiola in Nashville?
No, they got Jared Curtis. He's a 5-star, was the number 2 or 3 or 4 QB in the country, was committed to Georgia. Vandy flipped him on signing day. He's from Nashville. The only way they were able to flip him, they offered him a shit ton of money.
Right. That ain't happening.
And they guaranteed him a starting job. He's going to be a 3-year starter. Okay, for Lagway, and I saw Zenitz did post the teams for him. There's a team in there that isn't included that I think could very well end up getting him. You want to guess how much money Marcel Reed is asking Texas A&M for?
20.
20 what?
20 million?
$20? No. He's asking for $4 million.
Oh, 4, okay.
And A&M is like, buddy, we're not paying this. And Marcel's camp has had also reached out to at least one other SEC school during the season saying we'll transfer for $4 million. Can you do it? And they were like, no.
Marcel Reed's doing that off the game he just produced against Miami.
He was doing that back in the season. And then, was like, hey, he wants to go back to A&M, but, if he can make 4 elsewhere, he might. And then he asked A&M for 4. They're like, hey, we're not negotiating this. We're going to do it after the CFP. Has the game he did, and then is asking for 4 again. And A&M's like, we're not paying this. If A&M does not pay that, which I don't think they will, if Marcel Reed ends up back at A&M, it's because he accepts whatever deal they give him, which isn't going to be $4 million. It'd probably be less than 3 since he made a little more than 1 this year.
Yeah, he shit the bed.
But if they lose him, DJ Lagway is their number one target in the portal.
Yikes.
And hey, what did I say a lot in the last year? A&M and Elko made a serious push for Lagway late when they first got the job, but he did not want to play in Colin Klein's offense. Colin Klein is now at Kansas State. So DJ Lagway could very well end up playing football in College Station next year. Just saying. What player in the portal is bringing the biggest bidding war in your opinion? Who is the guy everyone wants? Cam Coleman. It's either Cam Coleman, an interior D lineman, or whoever the top-ranked offensive tackle is. Why didn't my boy Keelan Russell play last night? I don't know. They should have put him in. I thought it was funny that Bama was like, yeah, Ty Simpson, go take your pads off. So, like, this injury seems more realistic. But nonetheless. Sorry, I'm catching up on these. Antoine said, I have a hard time. A kid from somewhere like Lucas is that worried about money. That is a great point. That is a great point. He also went to John Paul II, I think, which is a Richardson, or no, JJ Pierce, which is a Richardson ISD school his freshman year. Lovejoy recruited him, but they got a house on the lake in Dallas. Like, they'll be all right. I think it is less about money and more about opportunity. The harsh reality is you can't overpay for average production. Correct. Hit it on the head. There you go. A great one too. Duzzy Price. We were talking about wholesome guys. Baxter Livingston said wholesome guys have us missing the playoffs. Nobody on the offense performed enough to have a guaranteed spot next year except Arch and Gooseby. We need to go get some dogs. Enough culture. I agree with you.
Need to be a bunch of dogs. Can't have any cats around here. Need to be a bunch of dogs.
Dogs. Let's see.
You right. Need to be a dog, buddy.
Sorry, I'm looking at some of these. 4 million.
You think Kirby Smart says go dogs before he gets in bed every night?
I go dogs.
Go dogs. Every time he gets he gets in bed, go dogs.
Do we think when Kirby gets done at Sanford Stadium, just grinded some quick tape, press conference done, he's talked to all the recruits. His wife's at home drinking wine. You think when he pulls up, she hears the garage door open and that door to the kitchen open. He goes, honey, and she's like, woo, 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 woo. Do you think Kirby's wife barks at him after games?
I'll bet when she sets the dinner on the damn table, she says, go dogs. Go dogs.
Go dogs.
Go dogs.
It was funny at Sanford Stadium seeing Georgia fans bark at Texas fans. It's like, I didn't think this was real, but it very much is. And I love the videos Georgia students take of them like walking on campus past the practice field or a few blocks down.
Oh, yeah.
You just hear Kirby ripping someone's ass apart on the megaphone. But
just relentless.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I got. What even is the Holman Wiggins offense though? I don't know, but it probably won't matter to Lagway. If your options are LSU with Lane Kiffin and a clown show potentially, or Baylor with Dave Aranda, I'd probably pick A&M in that situation too.
You wouldn't go to LSU?
I'll be honest, I don't like Baton Rouge. And like, I think Lane Kiffin's smart. The offense and stuff will help whoever their quarterback is out. They're going to throw the ball. They're going to run the ball. They're going to get good receivers in there.
Jordan, I think they're national champions in 4 years.
Yeah, but Lagway's a 1-year rental.
That's very true.
So, but yeah, hey,
but you don't think he elevates that? You don't think he gets them in that conversation immediately?
Lagway?
Yeah.
In which conversation?
In hell, we'll just keep it modest and say SEC championship contention.
No.
Okay.
LSU has to replace effectively their entire offensive line, which, to be honest, wasn't really good to begin with going into the season. But now you are going to be starting like 4 or 5 transfers on the O-line. And here's a look at LSU's schedule. Clemson, they can beat Clemson 1-0. They'll beat
La Tech, they got them
2-0. Schedule makers doing us right. Lane Kiffin versus Ole Miss in week 3. I think Ole Miss will get them. Pete Golden had his dudes ready to play yesterday. They're going to be ready to play.
Good. And Golden did a fantastic job, but we got to stop underselling Charlie Weiss Jr. I thought his attack scheme, his plan of attack against Georgia's Dogs. I think,
yeah, but he's going to be at LSU with Lane. He's just coaching the playoff.
Yeah, so you're right. It's irrelevant. But I'm just saying we're underselling Charlie Weiss Jr. though.
Okay, I do think they're going to lose to Ole Miss and Oxford. I think A&M will get them. They'll get McNeese. So that's 3-2. They'll beat Kentucky 4-2. They'll beat State 5-2. They'll beat Auburn 6.
They'll beat Bama too. Bama's down.
I think Bama will be all right. I think I'll go 7-2. Or nah, they're not going to beat Bama. I think I'm at 6-3. Yeah, I'm at 6-3. Don't think they're beating Texas.
I'll take them beating Bama. I'll take them beating Bama.
Okay. I don't have them beating Texas or Bama, so that'd be 6-5. No, 6-4. LSU at Tennessee. I think Lane will want that one. 7-4. LSU at Arkansas. 8-4. In the Texas Bowl again. 3rd year in a row. God. Hey, real quick. We had some bangers. Some banger bowl games. How about TCU, Jeremy Payne, Fort Bend Hightower? That's a former teammate of Cade Phillips.
I stayed off of that when I didn't play. I didn't put any money down on that.
Hey, what did I tell you about Illinois? Brett Bielema.
What did
I tell you?
You called it, man. You called it.
I was watching that game live in a Chewy's, having a great time.
Just patting yourself on the back.
I do this shit for real.
Hey, I'm gonna buy myself a beer here.
Yeah. Okay. Rex St. Charles asked an interesting question. And this is something I have thought about. He said, grab a tackle in the portal and move Brandon Baker to guard. I think that's a great move, but you got to put on your little GM cap. Getting a starting right tackle and moving Baker to guard is going to be more expensive than keeping Baker at right tackle and getting a portal guard. Portal tackles cost more than guards. Also, there's times I've been adamant that Brandon Baker should be playing guard instead of tackle. He's changed my thinking. He's earned some respect. He's definitely a guard in the NFL, I think that much, but he can play tackle in the SEC. He'll be all right. One more year under his belt, should hopefully make a jump, in year 3, year 2 as a starter. I think he'll be all right at right tackle. And I do think if Texas was going to opt to do something like that, it probably would have been done by now. Another interesting thing to consider, Nick Brooks will be in year 2 next year. Could he play right tackle, and then that makes Brandon Baker a guard? That would also save some money. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. And Nathan said Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports is saying it is not 100% that LSU staffs or that the LSU staff coaching Ole Miss is going to be able to coach Ole Miss next game. They're all in Baton Rouge for visits right now. Yeah, pretty nuts. NATO finally hit the portal. What the hell happened with him? Man, that is a great question. I really do wish there was more to the story that I knew about, but I honestly think Texas just made the Galaxy brain decision to start him the entire offseason, then pull him as starter the week before Ohio State. I think they realized quickly, hey, probably shouldn't have done that. But I also think Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood are pretty stubborn. I do think part of trying Stroh and then Nick Brooks and then Cole Hudson and all these different bodies they threw at it, but not NATO, is because they did not want NATO to play and look well, because that would make them look pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Now, is that the main reason he didn't play at all? No, but I do think it's one of the
That's
reasons.
a good point.
For sure.
I mean, that's a pretty good point, though.
So, and for those curious, apparently he clogged Flood's toilet and never said anything. There you go. We love that one. Shout out to Warheim. But for those curious, Zena Yumio Zulu, his younger brother, is expected to stay in Austin. I don't think that's a done deal yet and that he's actually re-signed, but it would be a pretty big surprise if Zena joins NATO in entering the portal. So, yeah, but all right. We're finally getting out of here. Thanks for joining us, all 500 plus of y'all.
I got to go take the car to the shop.
Fanatic Perspective breaks down the Horns win over Michigan and talks about what's next for Texas football. Man, I can't believe it's a Friday. It feels like a Monday because the portal opened today. The next time I will see you, shit, I need to look at our schedule. I might not be on next week because I'll be in San Antonio for All-American. So I need to look at our schedule.
Well, yeah, let me know if Rodney and I need to run 2 hours. Just let us know. That's not a problem.
You might need to. Oh, right. I got to get the schedule. I forgot to request a credential, so I got to call someone right now. But yeah, may or may not see you next week. Regardless, I'll be in San Antonio. Y'all have a great one. By the time I do see you, though, Texas should have at least one portal commit or signee. But yeah, y'all have a great one. Peace and happy Friday.
Happy New